you've got to have the student guide, obviously, to do that. So if you didn't get the files, you need to speak now, forever hold your peace, because if you don't have the student guide, then you're kind of going blind. So anyhow, so what you would have gotten was an email that says something about some files are being shared for you. You click that and you download several files. Now, if you did not do that, we need to get some files to you. So
Okay,
anybody
so
not able to download files?
I'm getting a couple chat messages,
Oh,
Damon.
yeah, okay,
Yeah. So a couple of people looking for it. Somebody said that they did not get any email other than from John, Mr.
okay.
Jarvis, and it was just a WebEx. So we might send
Check the spam. It might be in spam.
yeah, check your spam folder. We have other ways of getting those PDFs to you. If for some reason email is not the route
I'm going
that
to share it again real quick to Joseph Hester.
okay. So this morning is the first part of this morning is a little bit of getting up to speed. So this is normal. So we do the introductions. We kind of give you the overview of what's going to happen through the course. I give you an overview of the software, but a lot of it is just set up. So pretty much the first quarter to first half of the day is literally just set up. Make sure everybody's on the same page. We're good to go. But
Okay, I
so
just sent the link again to Joseph Hester. That anybody else needs me to resend that link? Anybody else need to send down that link? If you did not get the file, speak up and I'll resend you the link.
So
You
the
may have to.
file so this is Bernard Davison. The file we're looking for is a folder called N4 TCP virtual class stuff. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yeah, we use it.
Okay.
We sometimes we hate to use such a technical term such as class stuff, but it's an old habit that we have. But yeah, it's a folder called class stuff. In that folder, on other files, but one is the student guide. That's the key one that you have to have. That's the key one that you have to have. If that didn't happen, sometimes routers will block that link, and sometimes it'll go to your spam. But by hook or by crook, if you didn't get it, we'll get it to you. But you definitely got to have that one this morning because that's your lab exercise. So
So is
anybody
it
else needs that? Okay.
is it actually called is it called lab exercise book or is it called student guide? Because
I think it's called Student Guide. It's called, it's actually, the file name is called N4TCP Lab Exercises Book Virtual underscore 1.13.
perfect. Okay,
That
sorry
that
about
that's
that.
it. Yeah, I'm sorry. We do a bad job of calling it by two different names. So it's technically it's called Lab Exercises, and we also refer to it by the name of Student Guide. But yeah, Lab Exercises is the file name. It's a PDF. Lab Exercises Virtual 1.13.
hey, Damon, can you send one to John Trott as well?
John Trott. Interesting story about John Trott. My brother married a girl named Sandy Trott, and she has a brother named John Trott. But I'm going to assume that this is not the same John Trott. He's a good guy, and I'm sure this John Trott's a good guy also. Well, wait a minute, that's the wrong thing.
He said nope.
He's okay. Yeah, okay. That's to his credit. Well, that's a good thing, John. So that way, yeah. I don't know if you want to be associated with my family or not. We're a good group. But let's see. Okay, share with John.
All right, so while we go through that, again, if you haven't received it yet or having any issues, please either speak up or send a chat message in WebEx. Not necessarily privately to me, just an open chat, just so Damon can see it as well, because he's working in the background, trying to send those links back out to everybody who needs it. But what I'm going to go ahead and do, if nobody's in immediate assistance, I'm going to go ahead and hop into discussing the class agenda for the week. And this is kind of like a brief overview of what to expect each day. And now this agenda is fairly fluid. What I mean by that is there's some modules or lessons that I might skip or breeze through. And there might be some modules that we spend some extra time on. So these time frames, if you can see the agenda here, we have little timestamps next to each section for the day. Now this is very variable, meaning It could take 30 minutes. It could take 2 hours. It really depends on the pace of the class and how quickly we get through the material. Sometimes we have to take a couple back pedals, step back a little bit, go over things a little bit slower, especially when we get started. So the first day is a little slow going, as you can see, just getting prepared for the class. There's steps we have to take. It takes some time, and that's unfortunate, just the way it is with virtual classroom. If everybody was here in the classroom itself, things would be a lot smoother. The material would already be here for you. You'd be in front of a workstation. We'd be able to go hit the ground running as soon as the sun comes up. But virtually, it's a different beast. So, as you can see, there's different time ranges, per modules, and there's different breaks. I wouldn't go by the break schedule within the agenda. I'm the timekeeper here. With how fast we go through the lab exercise books, don't use the class agenda as a reference as how far we're along in the day, because there might be some modules that we're not even going to touch that day, or that we might skip, or it might be something that we can breeze through, or we're going to hold off into tomorrow. So don't get stressed out about, oh my goodness, it's it's 3:30 and we're still working on lab 2 or lab 3. I've got it down. We've got it down to a pace. We know where we need to be throughout the day. If we need to jump ship on something, we'll do that. If we have time to spend a little bit more time on something, we will. So do not get discouraged about that. But this is just kind of like an idea of how we're going through the day. So the day one is pretty close to cut and dry of how things are going to go. So course introduction, obviously, that's kind of what we're going through right now. It says 30 minutes. Clearly, we've been talking about this for the last, 48 minutes or so. We had a late start. So we do the course introduction. We're going to go over the overview of Niagara4. What is it? Kind of give you an overview of what we can do with the software and what to expect. We'll go over creating and running a station on the PC itself. I'll fit in breaks, throughout the day. Don't worry about that. So we'll have, if you need to step away to go use the restroom, please do that at any time. But I will absolutely schedule, breaks for us to get up, move around, get coffee, so forth. So we're going to create and run a station on our PC. We're going to then hop into the first steps of integration. So it's one of the big things about Niagara software is integration. That's the backbone of the software itself. There's a reason why it was created. So we're going to look at BACnet integration. Some of you may or may not know what BACnet is. We're going to go over a little overview of that for those of you who aren't as familiar with what BACnet might be. So we're going to add a BACnet driver, and we're going to configure a station to integrate with BACnet network. After that, we'll do a BACnet integration. So we'll add a device, an offline device. We'll add points to those devices. And after we've got all that set up, so we'll be setting up like a boiler, an offline boiler, an offline hot water pump system. And once we have all those points added to it, added to our system, we can actually start looking at the logic. Some people like to refer to this as programming. We like to refer to it as logic, and we use a object-oriented logic in the Niagara framework. So we're not using text-based programming, where there's actually logic blocks or programming blocks that would drag onto what's called a wire sheet and make links between these objects, and these objects will represent different functions or different points within our system. It's quite easy to use once you kind of get the hang of it, the basics of it, and that's all we really cover within the logic section in this class itself. We do very basic logic. So for example, if we're going to, one of the logic that we'll set up is controlling a hot water pump system based off of outside air temperature. So when the outside air temperature drops below a certain threshold, we'll have our hot water pumps cut on. When it goes above a certain threshold, we'll have our pumps cut off. And then we'll look at how we can take our logic to the next step, add some sort of schedule to it, add some holidays to the schedule so that it's not running on certain days. And we'll start building the logic, make it build it out a little bit more as we go through those labs. So that'll be day one. So we're setting up our stations, we're adding a BACnet driver, adding BACnet devices, then adding points. We're all doing that all offline, so we're not connecting to JACES today. So kind of think of it as we're setting up a job ahead of time that we're going to link up to later. We're going to look at basics of logic, adding schedules. Yeah, so that's the basics of day one, and then day two we take it a step further, and we look at integration for Modbus and LAN. We do a brief overview of that, and then we get into basics of tagging. And tagging is going to be a question that many of you probably have throughout the course. Tagging something that's new to Niagara4. It's something that we have to go into a little bit of explanation when we start adding points into our system. So we have to start using tags before I can actually introduce you to what tags really are. But it's an essential, it's essential information that, kind of have to introduce to you before we're ready for it. And then the fun part of day two is everybody tends to enjoy it. We get into graphics. So whether you had experience with graphics or not, this is it's kind of part of the class where everybody kind of gets to play around a little bit, be creative. So day three, we wrap up graphics in the morning, and then we start looking into configuring alarms. We start looking at histories, setting up trend logs. Then we start getting into the more advanced stuff. We don't cover templates in this course. Wish we had time to. We just don't have enough time in the day. Unfortunately, templates is a very powerful tool that you could very much use in the field for you technicians out there, setting up 50 to 200 VAVs on a job site. Templates is a wonder. Now some of these labs, and it says within the lab book if it's optional or not, but there are some optional labs that I very much encourage you to do on your own time if you have the time to do it. If it's something that you definitely think that you would use in real world application, templates would definitely be one of them. Other than that, we look at creating custom navigations for our system, whether it be hierarchies or nav files. And then day four, this is where we start getting into setting up security. So like user accounts, authentication services, connecting to a supervisor station, establishing the communication between our workstation itself and our J station. Oh yeah, and day three, this is where we connect to the Jace. So again, sorry, little off my game this morning, but day two, or days one, so today and tomorrow, day 1 and 2, everything we're doing is working offline. So we are setting everything up to get ready for a job that we're not quite, gone to site yet. But then day 3, we'll connect to our Jace itself, and then we'll upload everything we've worked on for the first 2.5 days roughly. And we'll upload that over to our Jace. And then the 4th day is where we really start doing most of the work on the Jace itself. We create a internal communication between our Jace that we connected to and a supervisor station that we create on our workstations itself, so we can pass information back and forth. So yeah, so that's really kind of the basics of what we're going to go through. This agenda is part of that email that we sent all to you. If you want to reference that, you're more than welcome to. But again, really, the main key thing is we're going to go through it at a pace that's hopefully comfortable for everybody. But let me be the one concerned about timing and which labs we need to get through for each day. And unfortunately, unfortunately, not fortunately, unfortunately, there may be a couple days this week, including today, where we don't get through all the material as fast as we would like. There's only so many hours in the day. So, for example, more than likely, unless you guys are a superstar group, more than likely you will have a little bit of homework tonight. Now, these workstations you'll have access to these workstations throughout the course of the week. So we'll give you the remote login credentials for the workstation itself, and you'll have access to these workstations throughout the week. So again, if for any reason you need to step away to take care of something and you need to catch up, you're more than welcome to catch up in the evenings or early in the morning. But unfortunately, there will be some nights, particularly today and tomorrow, where you'll have a little bit of work that you'll have to do outside of class time. It's just wrapping up, 1 or 2 labs. So again, tonight we'll be finishing up the logic labs. So it might have to take an extra hour, 30 minutes to an hour this evening to wrap that up, or do that first thing in the morning before we actually start class at 9 o'clock Eastern. So just forewarning, letting you know now, there's going to be a little homework activity within this class. Is just only so many hours in the day, right? So that's the overview of the agenda. Go ahead and close this because we don't, well, I can't close that. Close current 10. So we have the exercise book. Hopefully everybody has this by now. This is laid out. The table of contents is your best friend. So if you ever get lost in the lab exercise book or the workbook, the table of contents, all these are hyperlinks actually. So at any point you need to jump to something, you can click any of these labs here. So for example, I'm going to go to lab 4, logic, hot water pump control part 1. I'll click that. It'll take me to the top of that lab exercise. And there's a little bit of information for each lab. Kind of give you a broad overview of what's going to take place in this lab. Ignore the amount of time that's going to take because everybody's going to be working at a different pace. But there's a lot of useful information in here, and I don't cover everything. But one of the key things to keep an eye out for is these blue text. So within the lab books, there's a little bit of blue text, and it's kind of like extra for your information text. And it's extra information that Damon's taken the time to put into the lab book. And it might, some of that information explains a little further why we might be doing something, or a little bit extra information about like the particular thing that we're working with. So it's good information to have. If you have the extra time, definitely take a look at it. Damon, does the demo link still work right now? I know we switched over to the new LMS. It should. All right, so we'll take a look at it firsthand. So each section of the lab has got a header section right within each lab, right? So this one's create logic to control the pumps, and the folders containing the pump proxy points. That might sound like complete gibberish to you right now, but one nice little thing that we have here is a demo link. Now this is a hyperlink. It's going to open up a browser, and what it's going to do is if we click this, I'm going to select allow, and it might take a minute, but when we click on the hyperlink, the demo hyperlink, what it's going to do is it's going to have a little walkthrough of the steps that we're about to take. Now there's no audio, so it's literally just something that goes through the steps as if I was just doing it in the classroom. So it doesn't walk you through it verbally. It just starts going through this. So once you hit play, it'll actually just go through the steps of section A. So you can see that we're opening up the points folder. Yeah, I've got that set up over here too. Yeah, that's why that's why I wanted my charging. But we can see that it opens up the points folder, and going through the steps of section A for this lab. Again, there's no audio, there's no walkthrough. It's just kind of show you. So if you ever get lost within a section of the lab exercise book, because there will be plenty of times throughout this week where you guys are working on it at your own pace, I give you an introduction to the lab. I say this is going to take 45 minutes to an hour or so. Go ahead and start working on it. If I'm busy or tied up or away from the computer and you just need to figure out where exactly I need to go, I'm confused. I don't understand what the lab exercise books is telling me to do. I can't find this or something like that. These demo links are a good place to go. So click the demo links. It'll open up a browser, press the play button, and it's going to go through the steps for that section of the lab. So this is a good tool to to have to figure out where exactly you need to be working, and so it's a good map to have if you get lost. So there's that. Definitely utilize that if you ever need a little bit of help, um, especially if it's just trying to figure out where you need to be. Yeah. So again, blue information, blue text, good information. There's demo link, definitely good to have. And you'll know we're done with a particular lab when you see this lab is complete section at the bottom of it. So first couple labs that we'll be doing together. So I'm going to be holding your hand a little bit this morning. It's just to make sure that everybody gets off on the right foot. So there will be times throughout this week where we're doing something together. We're doing a lab together. And I will, verbally guide everybody through it. I expect, I hope that everybody will be able to go through the lab book and do it along with me, and not necessarily looking at my screen and doing as I do, kind of thing, right? That's there for you if you need it. If just looking back at the lab book and trying to do the work alongside me is just too much, you get overwhelmed by that, and you'd rather just go along with me as I do each step. I try to work at a manageable pace so that some of you can work like that. But if for any reason that you do get ahead or behind, please just use the lab book to kind of catch yourself up or get up to speed. Now, I know there's some of you out there, and I only know this because I'm one of them. Like I said, I've taken this class many times, and each time I always find myself getting ahead of the pack. So if you are one of those types of people where you're a fast worker, you understand the system, or you have an understanding of how these systems typically work, and you're an all-star and you get ahead of me, that's fine. We like to say we ask you not to do that, but I know some of you are going to do that anyways, and so there's not much I can do to prevent you from doing that, other than just give you a disclaimer saying, hey, I might provide some information that you might not know or it might not be in the lab book itself. All that I ask is that if you do go ahead of me, please just when you get to the end of that lab, just wait. Don't get too far ahead. Don't jump into the next lab if it's not something that I've laid out for you guys to do just yet. I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And if I'm working on lab 4 and you're like, hey, Brandon, I got a question about lab 6, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to answer that question until we get to lab 6. So that's another reason to kind of just keep up with, the pace of the class as best possible. If you work ahead of me, we don't want to have what's called a class within a class. So I'm teaching, 80% of the class, but there's 20% of you that have gone way ahead, and you might have some questions about some labs that you're on, but we're not quite there yet. And if you're asking me a question, I got to stop what we're doing to answer those questions, which might lead into a trail or rabbit hole of questions. And now we're completely off topic. The people who are working with me are completely lost on what's going on. And so we don't want a class within a class scenario. So if you're an all-star, you get ahead of me, that's fine. Just ask that you have any questions about the future content to just wait till we get there, or kind of just hold yourself back a little bit. All right, so there's that. I'm going to give a brief little overview of what is Niagara, and then we're going to take a short little break. Yeah. Sorry, Damon's talking to me. He's backseat teaching now. Not yet. I do apologize if I'm talking and I just abruptly am quiet for a second. It's because Damon's backseat teaching over here. He's asking if I make sure I bring up certain topics, which is good to have. Keeps me on track. I have to do that for him sometimes too. So, especially if he gets on a rant. All right, so we're gonna do a little death by PowerPoint. I have PowerPoints for each section within this class. I try to keep them brief. I may or may not use some of them. I might cut some of them short. We use it as a reference. We don't use it as a teaching tool. So I know how engaging PowerPoints can be. So try to keep them to a minimum. So give me 1 second. So we have this nice little Niagara Basics. Let me get rid of this one. I need you, technology, do as I say. There we go. Wonders of technology, am I right? All right. So the basics. What is this Niagara4? You're all here to learn it. What is it, right? So from the beginning, a little bit of history for you. So tritium has been around for over 20 years. The first release of Niagara was in 1998, and this version of Niagara was Niagara R2. If there's any dinosaurs in here like Damon, you might know a little bit about R2. I've never seen it before, so I can't really tell you much about it. But then we have the second release of Niagara, which was in 2005, and this was Niagara AX. Some of you may have had experience with this. I have personally had a little bit of experience with this. I was not AX certified, but I was very much an AX user. And then the third release of Niagara was in 2015, and this was Niagara4. This is the current version of Niagara that we're using. So what is Niagara4? So Niagara is a framework allowing the interaction of disparate systems. So it uses Workbench as the tool to build solutions. Before I get ahead of myself here, so what is disparate systems, right? Some of you might be a little confused what this means. So to break it down, Niagara is a framework. So think of it as kind of like the central nervous system. It's what brings all these different systems. So disparate kind of means different systems together. So to break it down a little bit, so you might have different systems, such as communicating with different communication systems or networks. So for example, I've got a job that has, or a site that has not only BACnet, but maybe it also has LAN and Modbus. Now these are disparate systems. These are very much different communication systems, and they're not designed to talk to each other. They're only designed to talk within their protocol language. So BACnet can really talk to BACnet, and LAN can only really talk to LAN. So what Niagara4 does, is the framework that allows the interaction between these different systems. So that's the core foundation of the software. We take systems that speak their own language, bring them together, and it's like New York Central Station. It's like a train station, and it connects all these different network systems and allows them to talk to each other. We'll go over that a little bit more later, but that's kind of like the very raw explanation of what exactly Niagara4 is, or what it's used for. So it uses Workbench as the tool to build the solutions. Now Workbench is the software, and I'll show you what that looks like right here. This is Workbench. This is where you will do all your work throughout the week. This is the basic UI that we use. We can drill down into it and see the file system within our computer. This is where we're going to open up a platform connection and start stations up and start connecting and talking to different things. This is where we do it. This is where all the magic happens. But this is where we can see what the magic happens, right? A lot of this stuff happens in the background. The Workbench allows us to see a lot of that information. So this is the tool that we use to build our solutions. This is the building tool that we use for Niagara. In addition to Workbench, it can be accessed via a computer browser or intelligent device such as a tablet or a smartphone. So we have the Workbench, we have the actual application of it running on a computer or a workstation, but we can actually have HTML versions of the workbench as well, and we can access that remotely via a computer browser or maybe even a smart device like a tablet or a smartphone. So it's an open technology allowing developers and manufacturers to extend the core software to better suit their needs. Now, some of you may have, some of you who have a little bit of Niagara experience so far might know a specific version or brand of Niagara. So what we teach in this class is the bare bones out of the box Niagara software. So this is what you get before it's been modified, updated, or customized by a rep. No, what do I mean by rep? So you have different providers or engineering systems out there, such as Schneider, Distech, Siemens, what have you. Now, these are customized manufacturers. So they've taken the Niagara4 software itself, the bare bones that we're teaching here, and they've customized it a bit. So other manufacturers have had their versions customized to their needs. Now you might have different modules than what's in the, or extra modules compared to what we're going to see in this class here. So some of you have had a little bit of experience working with your manufactured version of Niagara, might have certain items in the palette or modules that we might not have here. So just kind of keep that in mind. But it allows, it's an open technology that allows developers, and that's a completely different course that we teach for the very advanced, but you can very much customize Niagara to your needs and create modules to extend the use up past the core software. So we can also use Niagara4 as an alarm handling package. It's used for monitoring and enunciating abnormal conditions. Very useful. A data collection package to be a repository used for storing trended data. Some of you may know what trend logs are, trend data histories, what have you. We collect a history of information of what's going on within our system and collect that and archive that data. So Niagara4 is also a graphic editing tool. Any of you who have used other systems may have had to use a third-party graphic tool. So for example, me, I used to work with systems like Allerton. We had to use for a while at least, I don't know what it is now, but we had to use a third-party software to create our graphics and then import that into the Allerton software, Compass. But Niagara4, we have a graphic editing tool built into Workbench itself. So we can do everything in-house. There's no need for any third-party software systems. Everything is self-contained, and we'll definitely be taking a look at that this week. I think a lot of you will enjoy playing around with that. So Niagara4 is a means to communicate to common protocols such as BACnet, LAN, and Modbus, etc. This is a little bit. This is what I brushed on at the beginning of the slide. We have different communication systems. They're not meant to talk to each other. Niagara4 is used as a framework to talk to these different communication systems and share that information amongst the different communication systems. It's means to communicate to proprietary protocols. So what does Niagara4 offer? So it's an ability to interact with a facility via a single package, alarm handling and trend data collecting, graphic navigation, ability to start with a single section of a building and build to a full suite, such as a commercial plant, college campus, public school system. So you can use it for any size. I'll use the term project quite extensively just because that's the foundation that I have. Now, some of you might be facilities managers or work within a specific building or whatever you use Niagara4 for. But for example, you might have a small building that uses Niagara as its operating system or engineering system to control the building automation. You can use Workbench Niagara4 to do something like a small commercial building, but you can also expand it out to a broader spectrum. So you might have a commercial plant, college campus, multiple buildings, or a very large building that's got different sections, multiple JASes. We can use Workbench as like the central hub for all those system controllers out there. So ability to take advantage of tagging, which makes information easier to access. Now tagging is it's a fun tagging is a fun lab that we get into, and we get to see a little bit of it today, tagging and what exactly it is. So I'm going to give you a little brief overview, kind of what tagging is. Tagging is metadata, and how we use metadata, the best example that I like to use is think of Google. If you've ever tried to Google anything just using keywords, so if you're looking for an apple pie recipe, right, or a specific type of apple pie recipe, we can go to Google and use keywords, how to make a French vanilla apple pie, right? So what Google does is it takes metadata and it provides you with different websites that have that metadata tied to them. That's how it brings you those suggested websites when you Google something. So let's say metadata is something like apple pie and French and vanilla, something like that, right? Or how to bake, right? So we have all these different meta tags or metadata that we can use to search for something specific. And how we use that metadata, we'll look at that more within the class. But we get a lot of tagging questions. So that's why I like to bring that up. So that's what we're doing, is we're providing metadata to different modules and different points within our system so that we can recall that information later for later use or just for searching purposes. So what we're doing is we're applying metadata to different devices, drivers, and points within our system so that we can use it later. Niagara4 offers secure communications, custom navigation for users, object-oriented programming. That's the logic. We'll be looking at that later today. And a better package for developers to extend Niagara4. Again, that goes back to the developer course that we teach, but outside of this class. But that's the difference between the different manufacturers' versions or brands of Niagara4 itself, whether that be Distech, Schneider, Siemens, whatever. They're more they're extended packages of Niagara4. So the hardware, we have the JACE. This is the Java Application Control Engine. This is your bread and butter hardware. This is how we communicate with our devices and controllers out in the field. So we have the JACE 8000. So Niagara4 can also run a computer as a JACE, and that's what we'll be doing for the first part of this class. So everything that we're going to be setting up this week, or at least the first part of this week, is setting everything up offline. So we're going to create a station on our computer itself, the workstation that you'll be remoting into, and we'll be doing all of our work there, and then we'll be porting or exporting all that information over to a JACE itself come Wednesday. So we have input-output devices which allow a JACE to directly interact with field equipment such as sensors, relays, switches, valves, etc. So then we also have the new Edge 10 controller, which is a standalone controller running the Niagara4 framework. So this works similarly to a JACE, but think of it as like a JACE with I/O ports. That's really that's really what separates it from a typical JACE. It's a JACE with I/O ports. So we have some inputs and outputs ports on there. So if we have something that's more of a standalone, maybe you have a site that just has one air handler or a chiller, just adding the Edge 10 controller might be enough to just handle whatever that equipment might be, and that might be all you use it for. So that's the basics of Niagara4. Now, before I move on with that, does anybody have any questions about the basics of Niagara4? Don't want to dive into too much because I'm going to answer probably a lot of your questions as we go through the labs, but on a basic spectrum, does anybody have any questions? Okay, so it is 10:20, so it's been about an hour, almost an hour and a half. Tell you what, you've heard us talk for a while, so I'm gonna give you guys just a quick reprieve here. So let's go ahead and take a just a quick 5-minute break. Go use the restroom, go get some coffee real quick, because I do want to dive into stations, get you guys rolling. We got a lot to do to get you guys remoted in and all that stuff, but let's go ahead and just give you a quick breather. Let's take 5 minutes. So currently for me, it is 10:21. If you refer to the time that is on my computer that you can see here, it is 10:21. So at 10:26, we'll come back and reconvene. So go ahead and stretch your legs real quick. All right. So that was a short little break. I promise you, I will give you more of a proper break here in a little bit. But I just wanted to give everybody a moment to kind of stretch the legs. I had to use the restroom, so it's a lot of sitting today. It's a lot of sitting in there and listening to me talk all day. So give you guys as much break as you can. So the next thing we need to do is assign everybody a workstation to sign into. Now we use Zoho. I actually need to make sure that the email is properly prepped. So I'll do that while I'm talking to you guys. So there's an email that I'm going to be sending out to everyone. And in that email, there is both an Excel document in here as well as a JPEG. For some reason this morning I can't get the picture to just show up in the email format itself, so you might have to actually open an attachment up. So keep an eye out for that. Damon does a better job of setting this up, but so we use Zoho for remoting in. So this can be an issue for some of you. So anybody who is working from office or on some sort of private or gated network, VPN, what have you, you might have issues depending if your IT or your network is restricting Zoho. It is something that we run into from time to time. So if that's something on your end, we'll do our best to try to assist you. But there might be somebody who has to take a step back, get a hold of their IT department, or find some sort of workaround. Because Zoho is what we use, and there's no other alternatives that we're using currently. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but just wanted a little disclaimer. So we use Zoho. I will provide the link within the email itself. Give me just a moment, make sure I type it out right, because it's a specific link that we need to use. So Zoho. I might have to actually pull it up on my end to make sure I type it in right. So there's two different Zoho logins web pages, and you want to make sure that you're on the right one. So I want to make sure that I give you guys the correct website in the email. So in the email, there is going to be like I said, a roster. It's going to have your name, and it's going to tell you which workstation that you're assigned to. Everybody's going to have the same password. But the Zoho login, again, this is going to be in the email itself, but it'll be Tritium Training, whatever your workstation number is, at gmail.com. And then we have a Zoho login password that we try to change up as much as we can. So for this week, for you Harry Potter fans, the Zoho login will be Hogwarts $19.99 $. Again, this is going to be in the email itself, but that's the credentials that you'll use all week long. So you'll be able to favorite the Zoho login page. You can save the username and password for ease of access, but there's something that we have to keep in mind here. When sometimes logging into Zoho Assist for the first time, there's an authentication request. It'll ask, do you want to set up an authentication? And we are going to say no. So that's one thing that why we kind of put this off. We don't give you the credentials ahead of time because it has an option to set up a authentication service through your cell phone, and it'll ask for your cell phone number. We do not want you to do that. So at the very bottom, and I'm not gonna be able to get to show up here because we log in all the time on this end. But during the initial login process, you might see, do you want to set up dual authentication? What we're going to say is no, not at this time. It'll be a little hyperlink section at the very bottom. We want to select that. I'll stress it and I'll stress it and I'll stress it again. Do not set up authentication. Do not set it up with your email. Don't set it up with your cell phone number, because what happens is if you do that, the next class that I have, and I have a student trying to log in, you're going to get a text message. and it's going to have the authentication code. And I'm not going to be able to reset it on my end until I get a hold of you to get that code that was sent to your phone, and I'll track you down. We've had to do it. We'll reach out to the cell phone number, and if you're not answering, guess what? I'm gonna contact your boss, and we're gonna track it down and get it worked out. So to avoid all that headache, just make sure we do not, if you get the option to do it, do not set up the authentication, because but once a month it happens. Once a month, we'll stress it, and somebody will still do it. Drives us nuts. So save me a headache, and you, me trying to track you down. Let's not do that. So let me finish typing out the URL here and the email, so that everybody, all they have to do is click it. /login HTML. All right, I'm gonna send the email out. This is when you click that link, this is the page that you're looking for. If it looks anything different, you've gone to the wrong page. But the link that I typed out should take you here, and you'll know you're here. I'm just talking for now, so I'm waiting for everybody to get the email. So don't think that I'm trying to get ahead of you. But just, this is the page that you're looking for. So it's zoho.com/assist/login.html. Again, it's the hyperlink in the email. And I'm going to be, throughout this week, I'm going to be repeating things over and over and over again. So if that irritates you, I'm apologizing in advance, but that's the way it is. But you're in the right place when you see the option to sign in here. But also on the left side of the page here, you got old William from Indiana. It's the same save my life story every time we open this page up. But it says it's snowing like mad, and where I am, Zoho saved me 90 minutes round trip to reboot some resources. That's when you know you're on the right page. And that's when we're going to sign in. And when you go through the sign in process, you hit sign in. It'll ask for the email address, and that will be the Tritium Training, whatever workstation number it is, at Gmail. Now that's, refer to the email, either the picture or the maybe open the email up. So yeah, open up one of the two attachments. I mean, the easiest one is obviously going to be the PNG, the picture, but I provide that because some people don't have access to Excel. So find your name on the list. Go across the screen to the right. Find your user login. Whatever whatever number, the Tritium Training, whatever number that is, that's the workstation you're going to be. And then use the password next to that and go through the sign-in process. I'm going to go ahead and just do it here on screen. I'm not going to be needing to use this, but I'm going to go ahead and use kind of show you what it looks like for any of you who may be having issues with this. So I'm going to use Tritium Training. I'm going to use the workstation that I use for testing purposes all the time. Use 17. Somebody might be assigned to 17. Nope, they're not. Okay.
I got a quick question.
Yeah.
Do we need to install this software on our machine?
No, so it's all through the browser.
Okay.
So there shouldn't be any software to download. So this is another reason why we use Zoho. There's no software required. Everything is going to be through the browser itself. So I'm signing into workstation 17. So I'm going to use Tritium Training 17 at gmail.com. I'm going to click next, and then it's going to ask for the password. If you need to, click the little eye icon under the password section so you can see what you're typing in. Again, the password is Hogwarts 1999 $.
Brandon, I got a small little problem.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I got my work computer is requesting a reboot, so I have to log off for a quick second.
Okay. Sure.
Ah, God. All right, thank you.
You,
Sorry.
you've got time. You've got time. Go ahead. Don't worry
All
about
right.
it. All right, again, so repeat myself so I'm blue in the face, but make sure everybody's on the same page. So Tritium Training, whatever your workstation number is, at gmail.com. Password Hogwarts with the capital H, 1999 $sign. Press sign in. You may or may not get a authentication request at this point. If you do, say I do not want to set up authentication at this time, it should be at the bottom of the screen. You may or may not get this notification. Some people do, some people don't. Once you've successfully logged in, your screen should look like this. Let me back out, make sure. Okay.
What
and you
email should I put it in?
what to log into Zoho?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be the Gmail that's assigned to your name in that email that I sent to you. So it should be an email called N4TCP Workstation Assignments, January 24. Open that email up, and there should be two attachments. One's a JPEG file or a PDF. Yeah, one's a picture, and the other one's an Excel. And it should find your name and then assign, like next to that, next to your name should be a username and a password to use. Do you not see that?
Yeah, I seen it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Brandon. Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
All right, one at a time. Sorry.
It's asking me to confirm my location.
Confirm your location.
Yeah.
Is that a pop-up? You should have
Canada
an ask me later option on there, I think.
remind me later.
Yeah, remind me later.
Okay. Okay. Let's see where it's taking me to.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while. It shouldn't be an issue.
All right, I got it. I got it now. Thanks.
No problem. Carson, do you have a question?
No, I got it.
Okay. All right. So hopefully everybody's, if those of you who are still getting to this point, continue working. But this is the page that you should see. If all things have gone according to plan, hopefully nobody got a pop-up saying we sent an authentication code to your cell phone. Because of this, I'm gonna ring out Damon because that was his class last time. I was there. Yeah, last class was interesting. Started out as Damon was teaching it. I was at home quarantined because I had COVID. And then halfway through the class, Damon and his family ended up actually catching COVID as well, and our other instructor had to step in.
Hey, Brandon, it's Carla.
Hey, Carla.
Do
What can I do?
do you know if I'll be able to
You asking if you'd be able to log into it through the Honeywell network? Either is my headset still working?
Hey, Carl, you might sometimes if somebody's on a private network, like a VPN type network, sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it does. If yours doesn't, let me know. We'll work something out.
All right, so those of you who are still waiting, when you get to this page here, Your screen should look like this on the web browser. Go ahead and hit connect. So confirm that you're connecting to the workstation that's assigned to you. So double check the number. So mine says 17 because nobody should be assigned to 17. So double check the email, confirm that you're logging into the correct workstation. It does happen from time to time. We get two people log into the same workstation because somebody wasn't quite paying attention. Or if we have multiple people with the same first name, it can be a little confusing. But just make sure, confirm, log into the right workstation. Once you've done that, go ahead and select the connect button. Now, nobody should have this issue, but if for some reason your page says that your workstation is offline and the connect button isn't available to you, let me know. But once you do, your screen should look something like this. I'm gonna give a couple more minutes. I'm gonna do a little walk around the classroom, see if who all is logged in. This is the kind of the last little step that takes a little bit of time to set up. Once we all get logged into the workstation, it's go time.
Hey, Brandon, I got a quick question. So what authentication method do I use to log in? I mean, it give me 4 different.
Yeah, hit the remind me later option. Yeah, we don't want to use
Okay.
authentication.
All right.
All right, man. Well, I see that you're back. Yeah, go ahead and try to get logged into Zoho. Once I see everybody's good to go, then we'll move forward. If you're already logged in, you're good to go. Just kind of pause. Don't start any labs or anything like that. Just kind of take a breather. Hang back. Yeah, this should be the last hurry up and wait part of the class.
Do I block or allow Zoho Assist?
I'm sorry, say it
Hello?
one more time.
Do I block or allow Zoho Assist?
Allow Zoho Assist.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Again, if it's asking what authentication method you want to use, we want to hit remind me later. We don't want to set up any authentication method. Just waiting on a couple more of you to finish getting connected.
Hey, Carla, this is Damon. How is yours allowing you to connect from over there? Is it kicking you back? Because
I'm still trying. I had to rejoin the call through my phone.
okay,
Um, give
yeah.
me a
See,
few more minutes here.
I think because you're probably, since you're probably on the Honeywell network, it may not be friendly with you. We have to figure a workaround for you. So
Mhm.
let's see how that works out.
Okay.
All right, so Carla, keep on trying to get connected as best you can. We're here to assist you. Damon can
Mm-hmm.
take a step back and help you.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and so we're gonna go over the little bit of basics of Zoho. So some of these things are key options and properties that you can use. So if you see on the left side of your screen, there should be a blue bar. And if you need to, it should be visible through WebEx on my screen right now until I disconnect from this workstation. But you have some options here. So on the left side of your screen, there's a blue bar. If it's not showing for you, you should be able to hover your mouse over to the left side of your screen or the browser. It should pop up, or there's a little arrow to open it up. So from here, there's two things I want to point out. So one is view. So you can change your so within the view you can change the size of the screen, so you can go to the actual size or full screen. I highly recommend that you use full screen. Now what that's going to do is, obviously it's going to put it in full screen mode, but this is the easiest way to work within the remote station or remote computer. That way you don't get confused whether you're working on your personal computer itself or opening up a different browser. As you can see, once I went into full screen mode, the bar on the left here collapsed. Now I can open it back up by clicking this blue arrow here. And I can change, I can exit full screen. I can change it to actual size if I need to change. It's still within full screen, but I can change it to actual size. Maybe if I don't want it blown up so much, I can reduce the size of it a little bit that way. If you want, you can change the color quality. By default, it's at 75%. Now, there's really not that much of a difference between 75, 100%, or automatic. You might see a difference on your end, depending on the size of your screen or the type of computer that you have. So again, it's up to you. But by default, 75%. But I recommend using full screen. And whether you want to use fit to screen or not, that's up to you. The other key thing on the left side here, we'll be using on Friday. So we won't use this until Friday, but there is a chat option on the left side. So there's two different chats for Zoho. So on the left side of our screen, we have a chat option, and there's voice chat. So what that will do on Friday, during the test, if you have a question, we don't want to ask these questions over WebEx and have everybody, hear your question or hear our conversation. It's kind of disruptive. But each workstation within the classroom has a headset attached to it. And if you, on your end, select chat from the left side and hit voice chat, a pop-up window will appear on the workstation side, and it's going to show that you're requesting to start a voice chat. But this is after you've flagged me or Damon saying, hey, I have a question on workstation, blah, blah, and one of us might be like, hey, I'm heading over to your workstation now, go ahead and start a voice chat. This is how you do that. So you'll start a voice chat and it'll be a request on our end of the screen. We have to, and I'll go over this again, but we'll have to relinquish control of the mouse from you on our end to select OK on that button, and it'll start the voice chat, and then we can actually talk to each other one-on-one through the computer. So it's a nice little function to have. So that's the left side of the screen. Now, after a time, this little blue bar will collapse back. But if you need to, you do not want to hit this little exit button at the bottom here. So there's two exit buttons, and it will disconnect you from Zoho. It's not a big deal if this happens. It'll just take you to the connect screen to connect back to the workstation itself. So just keep that in mind. I've got an invisible bar here that you guys can't see that's in my way. Cancel. Okay. So that's the left side screen. This thing should collapse on its own. It can be a little hindering if it stays in the way. But let's go over the right side. So the right side, we see we have a chat window here. This is how I can start a text chat with you. So for any reason your headset's not working, every once in a while we run into this issue. you start a voice chat. I'm talking, you can hear me, but I can't hear you, or vice versa. Tends to happen. Technology is perfect, right? If that was to be the issue that we're having on test day, or I might send you a message here throughout the class if I see your self-paced lab and I see that you're stuck on something, I might pop over to your workstation and type a little chat and give you a hint or something. You'll get a little notification down here that I sent you a message, and we can talk back and forth here as well. Now this exit button on this big chat window here on the right side, you can press that to collapse that window. But you also have this slide bar here on the bottom right of your screen. It should say Zoho Assist. This is the workstation number that you're on. This is how you access the chat to me if I sent you something. Now that's just localized within the workstation. So it's completely different from WebEx. But you can open a little chat window here and we'll have a conversation. This is where you would see this side of the chat. Now I said there's two exit buttons. So one was on the left side, right? And this is the most common one here. So you'll be tempted to hit this exit button, this X button here to close this little slider. This will actually, it'll notify you. Do you want to leave the session? It happens all the time. I promise you somebody will do it. And it's not a big deal. All it will do is log you out of Zoho and you just log back in or reconnect to the workstation. No big deal. But just keep in mind that's what this exit button does. So to collapse this little slider doodad guy, we just want to hit this arrow button right here. Now, every once in a while, I've seen it happen. I don't know if it's just on my end, but you'll hit the slider button, the collapse button, and every once in a while, this window will just like go to the left over here like this. Not a big deal. So that's how you access that. But other than that, this is your workbench. Everybody should see workbench opened up on their screen. If for any reason you need to close out of Workbench, Workbench has a tendency, it can freeze, just like any software, nothing's perfect. If for some reason your Workbench freezes up, or we need to restart Workbench because something's not working correctly, what have you, the easiest way to close Workbench is either hit the X button at the top right of our screen, close Workbench, or we can go to File, Exit, and all we have to do to start Workbench back up, it should be on your desktop within the remote station. You should have a version of Workbench on your desktop. It should be one of the only options that you have on the desktop itself, on the remote computer. All you simply have to do is double click the Workbench icon and it will relaunch Workbench. So for any reason, Workbench crashes, or we have to close it, or we have to restart the computer because these things happen, this is where you restart Workbench. This is the only way I want you to start Workbench. Now you're going to see when we go through the lab, or we're going to make sure that the platform daemon is running, we're going to go through the Windows options here, find Niagara, and select a certain feature to be running. Now notice we have different versions of Niagara running on each workstation. These are for different classes that we have. So we have like a 4.10.136, we have 4.11.142, Niagara4 Security 4.11. If you're not sure which version we're running, refer back to the version that's on your desktop. So I believe it's 4.11.10.142 is the version we're using. I might have to double check with Damon on that one because I know there's a 4.10 version that we were using. Let me go bug him real quick. Hey, which version of the Niagara4 we're using? The 4.11 this or we're using 4.10? We're using 4.11. That's what I was just yeah. 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 I just want to make sure because I know if you back in December we were using the 4.10.132. Oh. All right, I confirmed. Okay, we are using the 4.11.142. So that should be the version that's on your desktop, on the workstation itself. So that's what we're going to use. So when we get to the point where we need to install a platform daemon in the lab, and I'll say it again, when we get to that point, but when we get to the Windows option, we want to make sure that we select the correct version of Windows 4 that we're using, which is the 4.11.0.142. And then we have this little Workbench console window that pops up. This pops up when we launch Workbench. It's not a big deal if you accidentally exit out of it or minimize it. It's something that works in the background. So nothing to really worry about there. So we have our Workbench. We've talked about the basics of the options that we have within Zoho, whether go full screen, what have you. It's very easy to lose track of where you're working, especially when you're opening up web browsers. It's easy, especially when you're working in full screen mode. Let's say, oh, I want to check my email, but I'm working in remote. I've been doing this for a couple of days now. It's easy to forget where you're working at. Please, please, please don't check your email on my workstations. Make sure that you go back to your computer itself to open a browser, check your email. I'm working to increase the security on the workstations itself, and we don't have the internet blocker completely set up yet. Because as you know, or you may have heard, there's a lot of stuff going around, especially tied to like Gmail and Yahoo and stuff like that, personal email accounts, phishing attempts, malware, all that fun stuff. Just don't do any browsing or surfing on the workstation itself. Don't check your email. Check that on your end. So yeah, so just keep track of where you're working at. I think, let me take a look here. All right, so if everybody is good to go, let me do a quick loop. I know, Carly, you're still trying to work things out. I think Damon's on his way over to the other building, drop something off for you.
Thank you, but I got in.
Oh, you did? Perfect.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think everybody might be good to go. So if you see Damon, just tell him to go away.
He's right here, but I'll keep him around.
All right. So now everybody's good to go. Everybody's logged in. Everybody should see Workbench. Everything's a-okay. I'm gonna jump into a nice little another little slideshow presentation real quick. And what we're gonna talk about is setting up a platform and station in Niagara4. The basics of platforms and stations. This is the next lab. This is the first lab we're gonna do. So I'm gonna give a little intro about it. Let's see here. So I'm gonna get that going. And this is the first couple labs we're all gonna do together. Again, I've kind of mentioned that. I'm gonna hold your hand through a few labs. There will be times that I let you guys work at your own pace. There'll be more labs as we go throughout the week. Majority of the labs will be self-paced labs. But there are a few times, especially just getting started, I'm gonna walk you through it because there's certain ways that you need to do it. Again, if you're a more experienced user, you figured this out already, you get ahead of me, it's fine. Just don't go too far ahead. Try to just wait for me when you finish the lab. Use that as your time to kind of get up, stretch, do multitask, do whatever. And again, if you get ahead of me and you're working on lab 3 while we're still working on lab 1 and you've got a question about lab 3, I'm going to ask you to hold on to that question until we get there. So without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into the slideshow for the Niagara platforms and station basic. All right, so the objectives of this lab. So upon completion of this session, you will have a general knowledge of Niagara4 concepts and techniques referring to Niagara4 platforms and stations, the various homes within Niagara4, how to create and run a station on your PC, how to access the help documents in Workbench, which is a very helpful tool, and I will point you guys in the right direction of where to find that. Not only is that helpful for in this class, but it's also a very helpful document and resource to use out in the field. If you ever want to learn more about a specific module or anything that's within Niagara4 itself, the help document has a library of hyperlinks and information that will probably answer the question for you or tell you more about that given module or whatever it is you want to learn more about. It's also a handy little tool where if you see something within Workbench, if you highlight it, you go up to the help screen, and I'll show you this in a bit. You can actually say open the help document based off of what I have selected. So it's a nice little, you don't have to drill through the entire help document looking for something specific. So again, how to access the help document and Workbench. What constitutes a secure system. How to navigate in Workbench. This will be key because getting familiar with Workbench is essential for this class. Figuring out what I'm referring to when we're going through the lab and what the lab book might be asking you to navigate to is really important. So that'll be one of the first things that we do before we actually really get moving within the lab is learning or looking at the basics and navigating within Workbench. And then we're going to look at how to save and back up our work. So what is the Niagara4 platform, Damon, and how do I install it? So this is the very first step for Lab 1. It's a small executable program that runs in the background and serves up data to the platform tools on demand. Now, more than likely, this is already running, but we want to make sure that our platform daemon is running. It's not something that we can see outright, and what we're doing is we're going through the process to make sure that our platform daemon is actually running. It's a background process that is used to run our station. Everything that's going on within the station itself, that's handling all that information for us. So what are the Niagara homes? Now, if you look at your Workbench, you can see that under My Host, you've got two different drop downs. And these refer back to or link to actual file systems within the workstation computer itself. So there are many different file systems and folders that we can actually access through Workbench that are contained within our computer. So we're going to look at the system home. And the system home is the general Niagara4 files. And then we have the user home. And this is based on the Windows user. So secure files for the user itself. So the user home will be different for each individual who logs in with different user accounts. So you might have a common used workstation on a given project or facility, and everybody might have a different user login. So maybe you have a specific user for yourself to log into that computer itself, or a generalized user for a given role. Whatever role that is signed in or user signed in to that workstation computer itself, the user home will be different for each individual user. And then we have what's called a daemon home. It's a safe and secure location to run a station. And we'll look at more about this in just a bit. So there's a difference, but there's a key difference between what a user home is and what a daemon home is. So the Niagara4 Syst home, again, it's a location of common Niagara4 files. We can find this if we were to navigate into our Windows file system and locate our Niagara version that we're running. So in this example, it shows a Niagara 4.8, but we are running 4.11. And if we found that within our file space within the computer itself or the workstation, we can find the common Niagara 4 files that are associated with the Workbench. But we can also find those files if we drill into the system home on the Workbench itself. So we can see the comparison of these two images here One is just the Windows file system, drilling into the different folders and subfolders. But we can also do the same thing under our system home drop down under the My File System and Workbench. It's the same thing. It's just another location or access point for those files. But this is referring back to just common Niagara4 file systems for the software itself. So these are all the files that are installed onto the computer or the workstation when you install Niagara4. The same can be done for the user home. So much like we can navigate our file system. Now again, the user file or the user home is going to be different based on which user is currently logged in. Now it has a similar makeup basics. So you have like your Tritium folder, and this contains like your station information, login credentials, and stuff like that, depending on what you're looking at here. But so each user will be different, but the makeup is fundamentally the same. Not fundamentally the same, but objectively the same. But the data that's contained within those file systems are going to be different per user. But again, this is just the location of files based on the current Windows user. So this is where maybe you have a custom hierarchy or something tied into a specific user logged in. This is kind of the difference here. But Object Workbench there's also a shortcut in the actual file location. So we can see here under My File System, under System Home, we have that user home. We can drill into it, and it'll be similar to as if we looked up the user home within our file structure within Windows. So then we have the Niagara4 daemon home. Now this is something that's going to be a little confusing at first to some of you. So it's a safe haven for the Niagara station to run. Typically, we do not have access to the files here, and there's no place on Workbench to access these files. So we saw that we can access the system home and the user home through either the Windows file structure or within the file structure within Workbench. Now, the daemon home is something that works or runs in the background, and we don't have immediate access. There is a way to get to the daemon home, but there's no need for you to get to that that structure. It's something that runs in the background. This is what keeps our station secure. This is where our station runs on the daemon home. And most of the time, this information is encrypted. And with a running station, this information is actively being encrypted. And we'll go over this more in security, but this information is encrypted by a passphrase. Now, typically, there's a default passphrase that's set up on the initial installation of Niagara4 to a system or a workstation. But if you're handing off a encrypted information between let's say your workstation to a Jace, that's when you might need to create some sort of passphrase to do handoff of encrypted information. But we'll look at more that when we get to security, and we're looking at actually handing off our information over to our Jace later on this week. So how do I create a station? So there's a couple ways that we can actually create a station, but there's a Workbench Tools menu, and then there's the new Station Wizard, and then we have Station Templates. So to create an initial station, we'll go up to Tools in our Workbench, and again, the labs will go over this step by step. So this is just kind of like a general overview of how we go through the process of creating a station. And you only really do this like twice throughout the week. We'll create an initial station, and then later on we're going to make in the week we're going to create a supervisor station. But this is where templates come in. So we go to Tools, we select New Station, and what pops up is the New Station Wizard. This is where we give our station a name, and this is where we select a station template. So we can see we have several options here. So very basic new controller station. This is something that would be tied into a Jace or station created for a Jace. We also have like things like new Jace provisioning station. It's not something we use for this class. We don't use the Linux, use supervisor station Linux. But later on the week, we'll definitely use the supervisor station for Windows. But if you have any given sort of station template, whether that's something that you use for specifically with your manufacturer, or what have you, or created a custom station template. This is where you would find that here. You select the station template that you want to use, you give it a name, you go through that whole process. So where does a station run? So station can only run in that daemon home that I told you about. Again, it's a secure location. If we looked hard enough, you can get to it itself, but we don't have access to it through the file structure within Workbench. It's not something that you would ever really need to get to. Now, again, this is where the station runs itself. So this is active information. But this is just showing you that this is where your station runs. It runs in the daemon home, and then it's a secure location, actively encrypted. So how do I run the station on my PC? This is what we'll be doing for the first couple of days. We're going to be running on a station running within our PC itself. So we'll use the station copier. So once we have a platform connection, so we have to initiate some sort of platform connection just to our workstation itself. And within the platform, we have various options or tools that are available to us. First being station copiers. So now we've created the initial station. Then we need to use what's called the station copier. And from the station copier, we need to copy it from our user home. This is where things can get a little confusing. So we're copying our initial station that we created. It's not running. And that station that's not running that we just created exists within the user home, but we need to get that over to our daemon home so we can run it. To do that, we do that with station copier. So on our platforms, we'll select station copier, we'll select the station that we want to transfer over to our daemon home, and we'll go through that whole process. And then once we've done that, we'll go to the application director, which we can see here at the top of our platform dropdown. And this is where we actually start the station itself. This is where we'll be able to start and stop the station. Now there's going to be, and we'll go over this more when we get to that lab, but there's a difference between the station that's existing in the user home and the station that's running in the daemon home. There'll be two different versions. So how do I get help when needed? So this goes back to the help documents. So there is a help menu at the top of the workbench. It's easy to find. And you can select help contents. And that'll just open up. You have to load the initial content for the help document. So if you hit help and then help contents, it'll pop open the help window, but you'll have to populate the window. So it's gotta load all that information up. It'll be the first step you have to do. But you also have this guide on target, which is very, very useful. So you're working with any given module that you want to learn more information about, or property you want to learn more about, you can select that object or the property or module or what have you within Workbench itself. With it selected, you can go up to help and then guide on target, and it's going to do a query into the help content, and it's going to say, hey, bring up anything that has to do with Niagara4 platforms. So it's going to give you all these help documents and information based on help, or based on the Niagara4 platforms. And as we can see here, we have various information, and we also have related links that we can use to learn more about any information that's related to what we're looking at. So for example, the platform, we can look at our system home and anything that might be similar or pertaining to our platform. So really good tool. Keep it in mind. If you want to learn more about something within the Workbench itself or within the software, this is where you can go and read up on more about it. So security, what makes a system secure? So you have different levels of security. So the first one would be physical security, right? So this is where the location of whatever your workbench is or workstation that's running Workbench. This is the access, one of your access to your systems itself. It's your physical access to your system. So you want to take a physical step, or a step into physical security here. So again, this would be something simple, just like having the room that this workstation is located locked, or have some sort of enclosure, network isolation. So not only is it the workstation, but it's also in the network that it's tied to. and this might be your customer's network or your facility's network, depending on what your job or role is. But that's physical security. So that'd be the computer workstation itself or the physical hardwire network that it runs on. So you have protections against hacking. So you have firewalls and passwords. This is more on the virtual side. So this is where VPNs come into play, RSA IDs. And then you have a verification of that's a tough one this morning. Verification of authenticity. So it says things such as like handshakes, virtual handshakes, which we will see in this class when we try to establish a connection between our J station and our security station or supervisor station. We'll have to do a series of handshakes, virtual handshakes between the two. Identify entities, establish trust. And then you have data transmission security. This is encryption, encrypted data. This is kind of ties back to the station running on the daemon home or any station that's been created. It's encrypted information. Now the whole station isn't encrypted, and we'll touch more on this when it comes security come Thursday. But there's different levels of encryption and what data is actually being encrypted on the station itself. Now, not all information is encrypted on the station. Now, it is being protected by an encryption, but what we're really encrypting here is the sensitive data. And what I mean by sensitive data is credentials, right? So let's consider a facility, maybe running on a specific secure network. And to be able to talk on that network, our workstation has to have specific credentials to talk over a VPN or what have you, or any sort of network security. That information is stored within the station itself, but this is the type of information that's encrypted. So for any reason somebody was to try to hard copy our station just from the file structure itself, they would need some sort of passphrase to be able to access that encrypted information. Now, if they were to try to bypass that encryption, or if you needed to reset the passphrase of the encryption, the sensitive information will be reset, wiped, and that would be your user login information. So you're setting up your roles, users, and all that stuff through your just access into your workbench itself. That kind of information will be reset. And then any sort of sensitive information pertaining to supervisors or network security, that information be wiped. So somebody won't be able to access sensitive login credentials by hacking through your JACE or copying files from your JACE or your station, because that information is encrypted. So, yeah, went a little bit farther than I intended to, but yeah, we'll cover more about that on Thursday when we get into security. So how do I navigate through a station? We're going to go through more of this hands-on. Kind of, yeah, okay. That's what I figured. I figured the slideshow was pretty much done, so I wanted to go and exit that because I like to walk everybody through the navigational workbench myself. So I don't need Zoho anymore. You do. I do not. I actually have a workstation running on my computer, so I'm going to exit out of this because you all should have a fair understanding of the different options that you have through Zoho. So hopefully everybody's comfortable with that so far. So I'm going to go ahead and end my session here because I don't need it. Yes, 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 leave the page. All right, so I'm pulling my workstation up. So navigating workbench. Okay, so you're going to hear terms and references that we're going to use throughout the week. And I'm going to, at least for the first portion of the day, most of the day today, I'm going to repeatedly tell you where I'm going and where I'm accessing things. But it's important for you to get familiarized where to find and locate these different sections within the workbench, because this is one of the biggest steps to getting comfortable with the system and not getting lost. Now, for any of those who may be less familiar with computer or less tech savvy, there's nothing wrong with that, but just keep in mind these tend to be the students that get lost the easiest. They don't have as strong computer skills. So it's extra important for you to get familiarized with the workbench, navigating through workbench itself, because some of it's more intuitive. We pick up on the structure of workbench itself and we figure out where we need to be, no problem. For some of you, it might be a little bit more trivial. So getting familiar with this layout is very important. So I'm going to start from the top, keep it simple. So we have the menu section here, right? So we have, file, edit, search, bookmarks, tools, help. This is where the help content can be found. The tools, this is where we start, create our station. We have, various options within the tool section, but for what you'll need to know is create a new station. This is really what we'll be using here. The window menu here is very important because we have what's called sidebars. Now, what are sidebars? Sidebar is anything located on the left side of our screen here. So by default, you should have what's called a nav sidebar. This is where, we locate our my hosts and our file structures. Any modules, points, or drivers that we add to our station or our workbench will be found within the navigation. This is where we're going to be navigating, that keyword there, or navigating through workbench. This is where we see anything that we've created and navigate between the different modules and drivers and what have you, points that we create and add to our station. So we'll be working exclusively and quite often within the nav tree. So I will say nav in your nav tree. Go over to your nav tree, go to the left over your nav tree, nav, 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 nav. This is what I'm talking about. The other sidebar that you'll be using is called a palette sidebar. There's two ways to open the palette sidebar open, and this is, think of the palette as a library of content that we can drag and drop content from and add it to our workstation or workbench. So it's content, templates, modules and things that we can drag from a library into our workstation. So again, to get to, there's two different ways to get to our sidebars that open up specific sidebars. And then what we're going to look for is the palette, right? We go through this in the lab, but just follow along with me as I'm just pointing things out. So don't feel like you need to do this right now. So the window menu at the top. If we go over to sidebars, we see that we have options here. So the only two things that I want you to be concerned with or keep in mind is the nav sidebar, just in case you ever exit out of it, because it is possible to close your nav bar or your nav window. But if you ever need to reopen your nav window, you can do that here. Now, I'd also want to bring to your attention, it is possible to open up multiple instances of the same sidebar. So I can open up multiple nav bars. For what we're doing in this class, there's no need for this. You might find a niche use for this out in the field or what have you. If you need to look at two different modules or drivers within the nav window, you can do that, but you don't need to. So if you ever need to close, you accidentally open up an additional nav bar or an additional palette window or a sidebar that you don't need. To close it, all you need to do is select this little drop-down arrow here. I'm going to zoom in here. So see where it says nav, there's a little arrow that's pointing down right next to it. So right here, click that. And you should see a drop-down option to close. And that will get rid of any sidebar. So anything that's sidebar related will be on the left side of our screen here. So we only really need one nav bar opened up or nav window. So again, there's two ways to do this. So the first way is going to Windows, the top of our screen. Come down to sidebars, and from the right section of sidebars, we can open up our palette window, which again, this is just like a library of content that we can drag into our station, our workbench. The other way of doing this is we have the toolbar here. So just under the menu bar, which is this white section at the very top, this gray section, light gray section just under is our toolbar. We have a lot of options down here, and it will be depending on what we're trying to do here, but there is what's called a sidebar toolbar. Right? This is like the fourth option to the left of our screen, and it looks like a little window. If we click that, we see options of various sidebars that we can open up. And again, just like the nav window or the nav bar, we can open up multiple instances of the palette window, but you should only ever really need one for this class. You might have a niche use for it out in the field, depending if you're, what you're doing. But for this, to keep things simple, we only want one palette and one nav window open. Now, again, we're going to go through the process of opening the palette window during the lab. If you've already opened it up, good. If not, don't worry, we'll take care of that. So again, this is your sidebar, most notably the nav bar system here, the nav window. I will refer to nav and palette extensively throughout this class. You'll be bouncing between these two. Majority of what we're going to be adding from the palette window will be drag and drop, either drag and drop into the nav bar or what's called the view window, the view pane. The view pane is this big white section here. This is where you see Niagara, Tritium, Niagara, Workbench, this whole section right here. All of this is your view window. It's your view pane. So anything that I kind of open up in the nav bar, if I were to double click anything, most modules or anything within the nav section has some sort of view. And we would see that here. Now, this is very basic, so we're not really going to see anything just yet, unless I really drill down into something here, which I don't need to at the current moment, but you'll see that here. And now, each module or driver or what have you has different views, various different views depending on what you're trying to look at or configure. And we can switch between these different views easily. So if we got this view window here, if we look at the top right of our screen here, we see this little drop down section. There's a little pencil icon right here. We don't use the pencil icon, but this drop down right here. This is what's called a view selector. And we will use the view selector quite extensively as well, because there will be various modules or drivers or what have you that we need to look at different views of. Now, this is where later on, when we have our equipment added to our system, we have what's called like a property sheet. But if we created a graphic or PX view for an object or a piece of equipment or whatever, this is how we would select specific views for anything. So at the top right of our screen. Now there's also an additional way. Most of the things that we do here within the system or the software, there's usually at least one or two ways to do something. And the other way would, and I don't really have a good example to do it just yet, but you'll also be able to right click anything within your nav tree if it has a view associated with it. You can right click it and you'll have an option to right click, go to views on something, and select a specific view that you want to open up in your view window to the right of your screen here. This will start to make more sense as we get along into lab 1 and actually start to build things. So you have your file system at the top. You got file, edit, search, bookmark, tools, windows, and help. Just below that light gray section, it is called the toolbar section. Now, there are a few options here. I kind of skipped over a lot of this already because I wanted to show you the sidebars, show you the important stuff. But if you notice, there is this arrow pointing to the left. This is actually a back button. And we can use this very similarly to a back button on a web browser. If navigated through several different view windows, and we want to get back to a previous view or something that we were looking at, we can use this back button, much in the way that we use it on a browser to navigate back to something. as well as using the forward button if we want to go back to something we were previously on, and we jump back, we want to go back to it. We got the sidebar toolbar here. Some of these other toolbar options we're not really going to be using for this class, but they're there for you to explore if you want to. There's a home button. This won't really do much until we have it some sort of nav file or hierarchy set up, but it will take you back to the default view, which is just the web browser view, whatever we were looking at. We have a refresh button. Really, the only other thing that I want to show you right now is the save button. So there'll be various different ways that we can save what we're working on, whether it be saving something to a property sheet for a given module or driver, what have you. There's a save button at the top of our toolbar here. But if we wanted to save our station, that's a little different. To save our station, when we have it actually running, we'll right-click our station and do a save and or backup. So again, there's various different ways to do various different things. And that's kind of the basics. So get familiar with at least the basics of the file structure or the menu section, toolbar section. You got your nav section, your nav window. You have your palette window. You have your view window. You have your view selector. Lastly, there's a navigation bar. So if I open up user home, I just want to kind of navigate to something to kind of show you. So this dark gray bar here is our locator bar or our navigation bar. Now, I don't like to use navigation bar because it can get confusing between what the nav window is and the navigation bar. So we like to refer to this as the locator bar. Now, what the locator bar does, much like a file structure. So for example, if I pull up, so I'm looking at my N4 TCP virtual class stuff, my PowerPoints folder, right? PowerPoints PDFs. Now I'm looking at the same thing here within the Windows file structure on the workstation. So I'm looking at the same thing, but notice how I have this tracking section here, right? If anybody ever noticed that or has ever used that before, we can drill down to the root of what we're looking at here. So we're in the users folder. This is kind of like your user home, right? So I'm in the user's home on my file structure. I can actually see that here, and I can see that up here as well in the locator bar. And we can navigate all the way through what exactly we're looking at. So we're looking at the N4 TCP class stuff folder, we're looking at the PowerPoints PDF, and it drills back all the way back to the user home in this locator bar here within the file structure of Windows. This acts in the same way within Workbench. I can see that I'm looking at my PowerPoints PDF folder, drilling back to my user home. Now, this is very handy when we're working on things. Did not mean to click on that. If I'm working on within a specific driver, so a points folder within a specific driver. So let's say I'm working in my backnets folder, which we'll see here in a bit when we create one. I want to make sure that I'm working in my backnet folder or my driver. I can keep track of actually where I'm working on. So let's say if I have multiple integrations, I have my backnet driver and I have a LAN driver. Just to keep things simple, I want to make sure that I'm working in a correct space, and this will be more important when we're making sure we're not working within modules within the palette window, because that will happen. Somebody will accidentally double click on something within the palette instead of dragging it into Workbench first and start setting up properties, and that's not going to work. But so one way to keep track of where we're actually working, looking at in our view window, is looking at the locator bar. I apologize if that kind of got a little confusing there, but just use this as like your roadmap to try to figure out where you are if you ever get lost of where you kind of drilled into the system there. You need to double check where you're working or where exactly something exists. Your locator bar, good to have. And I'll refer to this again later because this is a key thing to remember here. All right, so that's the basics of navigating through Workbench. Okay, so you'll get more familiar with it as we move on. Those of you who are already fairly familiar with the system, this should feel like home. For those of you who are less familiar with it or aren't really familiar or comfortable working with engineered systems or like this, framework systems like this, get comfortable with it, explore it. When you have a break and you've got a couple minutes, just kind of look around a little bit. I don't advise you changing anything. Don't go drilling through and changing files or properties or anything like that. That isn't highlighted in the lab exercise book. But just open things up, get familiar. Looking at my host, opening up the file system, I can see I have my system home, user home. You won't necessarily need to use that for this class. We more or less just pointed out. But if you were ever to just kind of figure out where things live, this is one way to do it. So, just come play around with the system a little bit, get used to it when you got some free time. Because half the battle when learning Workbench and learning Niagara4 is just getting comfortable with where everything is. Once you have that down, where to find things, it gets easier to use. So, with that said, let's go ahead and start going through the process of doing Lab 1. So if you don't have it started already or opened up already, go ahead and open up your lab exercise book. So it should be the PDF that we sent you guys. It should be N4 TCP Lab Exercise Guide. What version of it exactly we're using? That should be contained within the class stuff N4 TCP virtual class stuff folder that we sent you guys. So it should be this one, N4 TCP _ lab exercise book _ virtual. And this is the important bit. Make sure that it is version 1.13. If you have 1.12, let us know. Everybody should have 1.3, but also this folder can be found within your workstations itself. So for any reason you need to find it and open it within the remote station itself, you can find that under the file system, under my host. Go to user home, and you can find the N4 TCP virtual class stuff folder there. And if you need to open up a version of the lab book within the remote computer, you can do that as well. Makes things a little bit more complicated because you can only have one window open at a time, but it's there if you need it. Now I have the instructor toolkit, you won't have that. But let's go ahead and get started in the process of creating this station, right? Talked enough, let's get some work done, right? So we'll get through lab 1, and then after lab 1, and it shouldn't take too terribly long. After lab 1, we'll take a 15-minute break. So those of you who are getting antsy, we'll get through this, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll get into BACnet integration, and then about 1 o'clock Eastern is when we aim to take lunch. So let's go ahead and get started. So open up your lab exercise book, the PDF, navigate to the table of contents if you need to, or keep scrolling all the way down to page 5. But we're going to be working on Lab 1, Workbench Creating a Station. So we need to verify that Workbench is installed and configured properly. It should be. Since you're using my computers, everything's already set up for you. The only thing that we need to do here is make sure that our platform daemon is running. So to do that, remember to check where you're working. We are working within the remote computer workstation. We want to hit the Windows button or the Start button. This icon down here at the bottom left of our screen, the Windows Start. Everybody should be familiar with that, right? Basic Windows. But we want to make sure that we're selecting the Windows Start button on the remote station or the remote computer that you're remoted into, right? From here, we want to scroll down to, it's in alphabetical order, so we want to find the N section for Niagara. And we're looking for the Niagara4 4.11.0.142. So again, the Windows Start button, then the workstation itself. Alphabetically scroll down find Niagara4 4.11.0.142. Now we'll be going through this lab 1 fairly slowly and repeating myself, make sure everybody's on the same page. So again, Niagara4 4.11.0.142. We'll expand that in the Windows Start menu here. And what we're going to look for is called the install platform daemon. It's an exe file. It should have this little, white window with a blue square in the middle of it. Install platform daemon. Now when we select that, click that, this install platform daemon pop-up window should pop up. It's going to go through, it's going to run through that. And when it's done, it should just disappear for you to close out. All we're doing is making sure that our platform daemon is indeed actually running. More than likely it already has been running and it's good to go, but it's just an extra step that we like to take, at least for this class, to make sure, just in case it was not running, right? So with that, everybody should be good. So again, if you haven't finished it yet, the start button, bottom left of your screen of the workstation, remote workstation, navigate down alphabetically to N, find Niagara4.11.0.142, open that up, select install platform daemon. It's an automated window that'll pop up. It's going to go through a run dialog for like a quick second and then close out automatically. Pretty simple. So hopefully everybody's had no problem with that. So from here, we want to actually create our new station. So to do that, what we want to do is come up to the top to our menu bar, our menu section, and we want to select tools. So we're selecting the tools menu, top left of our screen here. And we're going to navigate down to new station, which is about 3/4 of the way down the menu list of the tools menu. We want to select new station. When we select that, we get the new station wizard window that pops up here. And this is where it's going to ask us to give it a name. Now, what you're going to name this is training. And in the lab exercise book, if we look here, it says name your station training XX_original. Now, the XX represents your workstation number. Now, if you can't remember what your workstation number is, you might be out of luck. But luckily, we have some useful information here. If you look over in your nav bar here, right? Mine says workstation 00, but yours should say my host workstation, and it should have a number next to it. And that is workstation that you are currently working on. So if you haven't remembered it yet, you will remember it by the end of the day, because we will refer to which workstation we're working on, and you'll see it throughout the day. You will remember which workstation you are. So look at the top left of your nav bar or nav window. Look at my host if you are unfamiliar or uncertain what your workstation number is, and it should tell you. What we want to name this station is training. And XX is whatever workstation it is. Damon, which one am I using again? 17? 18? 18? All right. So mine's going to be a little different because I'm actually going to access the JACE across the classroom. But you guys are going to be working on specific. So whatever your workstation number is. Now, if it's a single-digit workstation, we're going to use a leading 0. If for some reason you did not put the leading 0 in, I'm going to show you how to fix that issue, rename your station in just a moment. Not that big of an issue. But if you have a single digit, so if you're station 1, it'll be training 01. Then we want to do underscore and type in original. Now, this is important for at least what we're doing in class here, because we want to keep track of the initial station that we created versus the station that we actually have running on our daemon home. This is just kind of show you the difference between the two. And if we were ever to want to, and we will, copy our station from our running on the daemon home back over to our user home, we want to make sure that we don't have two training, whatever our workstation number is. We want to be able to distinguish between the two. So this is a good habit to have when you're initially creating something, or if you're creating backups of stations that you have on the facility. So training, whatever your workstation number is, _original. From the station templates and the new station wizard here, we want to make sure that we have the new controller station.ntpl, which should be the top choice here, selected, which it should already be, but we want to double check. And when we are good to go there, we'll select next. Now we're going to get prompted for to set up a admin user password for the station that we're creating. So by default, we want to be the admin users for the station. We're the ones setting it up. So we are going to set the password for the default admin user for the station. So we got to do that here. So we want to select this set password button right here. And we're going to keep things simple. Now, obviously, this is not something that you want to do out in the real world, having a password like admin12345, but to keep things simple to make sure everybody has the same passwords. So if you ever forget, I know what your password is, and we don't run into any issues. And it's something easy to remember. So we are setting the password to admin12345, but the A at the beginning is capitalized. So capital A, admin12345. Then we need to confirm it. So admin with a capital A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure that the text count matches. And we're going to select OK. If for any reason you get a pop-up saying, or it doesn't let you confirm it, you might have to retype it in. So again, refer back to the lab book, but it's admin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the A in admin is capitalized. Now we try to keep things simple. To make things easy for this class, for you to remember and for me not to have to guess what your password is. The other thing I want to point out is notice how the A in our admin user is lowercase. Both username and password in Niagara are case sensitive. So when we go to log into our station for the first time, keep in mind the A in the admin user name is lowercase, but the A in the password for admin is uppercase. So if you were to try to log in, now this is by default, the admin user and role by default for station is lowercase. If we were to create a new user called admin, we can uppercase that A. Those would be two different users. But the default admin user is a lowercase a in the username. Keep that in mind. So when we try to log into our station, if you, out of habit, try to log in the user with an uppercase A admin, that's a user that hasn't been created yet, it's not going to let you do it. So keep in mind, case sensitive username and password. Default username or default admin user is lowercase, but the password we're creating is capitalized. So with that set, so our admin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 password. Then we want to, I think, we want to select the copy it to the local platform with station copier. Or am I getting ahead of myself? No, the lab wants us to open it in user home. If you've already selected that and you've selected next, got ahead of me, that's fine. But what we're going to do is open this in the user home, just going to see where it's located. So again, we set our admin password, capital A, admin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, I'm going to repeat things over and over again. So, and then at the bottom section here, this checkbox is saying when finished is pressed, we want to save the station, and we're going to select the top option, which should be default. It's open in your user home. We're going to select finish. And now if we look over on the left side in our navigation window, we can see that user home has been opened up and it's drilled down into our stations folder that exists within our user home. And since this is the first station that we've ever created for this user, this should be the only station available. This should be the only station that we see. And we'll see our training station _original. We can see that it's created a bog file. We'll go over that more later. Yeah, Yeah, and so this is a very basic station. Nothing's really in it yet, but this is where our initial station that we created is located. This is where it's saved. It is saved within the station folder of our user home. Now, it exists in our user home, but we can't run it in the user home. We need to run it on a platform daemon. That was what we started up, right? So to do that, we need to make a platform connection for our station to run. So we're making a platform connection to our daemon home that we have running in the background. Now, if we were to be connecting to a JACE, we'd be making a platform connection to our JACE, and we would have to use an IP address to access that given JACE. So whatever the IP address for that JACE would be, we would make it a platform connection with that JACE's IP address. Now, since we're just creating a station to run on the workstation itself, local, we don't need that. We don't need to do that step just yet. So what we need to do is just open up a platform connection to our workstation itself, to our host. An easy way to do that is just to left click or click on our workstation. So my host workstation in the top of our nav window here. And we want to right click that and select open platform. So again, right in the nav window here, which is the left side of our screen, we want to right click my host, and it should be your workstation, my host : workstation. Right click that and select open platform. And you should get this connect pop-up window here, and it's going to ask you what type of connection do you want to make. Now there's the difference between a TLS connection and just a non-secure connection. So this brief overview, there is a secure connection, which is the platform TLS connection, and a non-platform or non-secure connection. Now this ties back into security and has more to do with special privileges and handshakes and what have you. But what we're going to be doing is using a secure connection. This will make more sense later on in the week when we start connecting to a supervisor station. And we'll go over that a little bit more. But for now, just make sure that you have platform TLS connection selected. And it should already have my host as IP, and it just shows your workstation, whatever it is. And leave the port 5011. So we shouldn't have to change anything here, and just select OK. And we'll get the identity verification. We're just going to hit accept. Now it's going to want authentication. So we're going to use default credentials for this platform. Now this is something that's set up in the initial installation of Niagara4 to a workstation. So the initial installation of Workbench. So, but for all of you, for this class, the default credentials are going to be Tritium 1 and Niagara123. So again, refer back to the lab exercise book if you need to, but I'm going to go ahead and type this out in here. Remember, username and password are case sensitive. So our username is Tritium with a capital T with a number 1 at the end. So Tritium 1 is my username. Now again, these credentials are set when the initial installation of Niagara to Niagara Workbench to a workstation or a computer. But for this class, we've already set it to Tritium 1, and the password is Niagara123. Now, if you've ever had issues spelling Niagara, we'll remedy that for you this week. You need to phonetically sound it out to make sure that you don't miss that extra A. So it's Niagara, so capital Niagara 123. I think phonetically we like to skip that middle A and just say Niagara. I've said it so much now that I say it how it's spelled, but I want to make sure that we type it out correctly. So Niagara 123, capital Niagara 123. Now we have this little checkbox here. It says remember these credentials. For this class, please hit that checkbox. It makes things so much easier. So the station will log you out after being inactive for a period of time. Both your platform and your station will log you out after inactivity. So instead of having to type in these credentials over and over and over again every time we take a little break, this makes it easy. When we have to log back in, all we have to do is press OK. So make sure our username is Tritium1, capital T, and the password is Niagara123 with a capital N. Remember these credentials. We'll go over this more in security. This isn't a good habit to get into when you have an exposed workstation on a facility. You might not necessarily want to save this information. But for now, please remember these credentials. Makes things easier for you and for me. And when we do that and press OK, we should see a platform within our nav window here on the left. So if you want, you can go ahead and collapse my host. Oh, no, you don't want to do that because you'll lose platform. Never mind. We can close my file system. That's what we need to do. We're not going to do anything more with the file system. So what we want to do is open up our platform. So there's a drop-down arrow next to platform in your nav window. Remember, nav window is on the left side, top left of our screen here. We want to open it up, hit the little arrow next to platform, and what we're looking for is station copier. So opening up platform. Now there's two ways of doing this. Remember I said there's always two ways of doing something within Workbench. Now I can open it up into the nav tree. Now this is the easiest way. This is the easiest way not to get lost. Opening it up in your nav window here, or your nav tree, exposing it and finding station copier. Now if you were to double click on platform within the nav tree, you can see that we'll have the different options under platform within our view window as well. And if we wanted to, we could select double click station copier to get to our station copier window. It'd be the same way of double clicking our station copier in the nav window here. So there's two ways to do things. Your preferred method is up to you. Keep things simple. I like to work within my nav window here so I don't get too lost. And then you can see exactly where you are because where your access is still highlighted in blue in your nav window. So when we open up station copier, we can see our training station _original that exists in our user home. We can see that it exists in our user home based off of the file path here, the top of the screen here. So we can see that it's in C users Tritium1 Niagara4.11 Tritium stations. Now, if we had a station located somewhere else, we could select this folder icon here and navigate to another folder or directory if we had it stored somewhere else. But everybody should be in the user home where we created our training original. Now remember, nothing's saved in here. The station isn't running. We can only have it running on our platform daemon, our daemon home, which is this. This is actually our new daemon home right here, this platform connection. So we've made a platform connection for our station to run. This platform connection is connected to our daemon home. This is where our station is going to run. So we need to send it over there or copy it over there. So to do that, we'll select it on the left side. So we're going to select our station on our user home side of the station copier. And in the middle of our screen here, we have a copy button. Now you see that there's two copy buttons. There's the top one, it says pointing over to the right side. So this is copying it from our user home over to our platform daemon, our daemon home. Now we could, if we wanted to, if we would have made it a backup or a copy of our currently running station when we've already kind of built it out, which we'll see later on in the week when we want to copy it back to our user home so that we can send it to our Jace that we connect to. We can copy that back. And this is where the _original comes into play, because when we select training _original and select copy it over to our daemon home, it's going to ask us, the station transfer wizard is going to pop up and it's going to ask us to name or rename the station that we're transferring over. Now, if we wanted to, we could leave it training _original. No big deal. But when we get to the point where we need to transfer that station back to our user home, there's going to be a naming convention or naming conflict, right? We're going to have two training _originals, and it's gonna cause some issues. Now, when we copy it back over, it's gonna have the option to name it something else as well. But just to keep things simple, we want to keep them different. So this is the original. We don't want it to have that name. So we're gonna select or delete the underscore original section of our station name, right? So it's just gonna be training, whatever your workstation number is. Now, if you're a single digit workstation, make sure you put that leading 0 in there. So if you're station 1 or station 5, it'll be training 01 or station or training 005. And click next after we've deleted the underscore original section, and then it's going to say, hey, you have 2 checkbox options. Do you want to start after the install, or do you want to have auto start selected? For the purposes of this lab, we want to go ahead and deselect both these because we want to go through the process of starting up these stations ourselves. So deselect both options there, and we're going to select next, and that should be the last step. So it's saying we're going to copy all the station files. It's going to be copied over to our local host, which is our platform daemon. And this local host is referring to the platform here that we've connected to the platform daemon home. And we're going to select finish. It's going to go, this dialog box is going to pop up. It's going to go through the transfer process. And since it really doesn't have any information in it right now, it should be fairly quick, almost instant. And you'll know it's done. In the dialog box here, you'll see transfer complete. When you see that, everything's good to go. Now, if you're out in the field and you're actually transferring an existing station, this is where you would see any sort of errors that may have popped up. So if say you're connected to a Jace and you're trying to transfer a station over to that Jace, if you were to have any sort of corruption issues or communication errors, that would probably pop up, whatever that might be. Conflict or error would pop up during this in this dialog box here. It would either let you know something to go right, or it might actually tell you, hey, this file might be corrupted, or the transfer was incomplete because of various reasons. An alarm will probably populate, and you have to dive in to see what's going on. But that's a little more information than you need right now. But we're complete, and then we're gonna get this when we select OK or finish. We're going to get this dialog box that's going to open up. It's going to say, hey, you want to open the application director? And we're going to say, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And you can choose to select don't ask again. It's up to you. But we're going to select yes. Now, what that's going to do is going to go ahead and take us to our application director. Now, that exists for any reason. If you missed that step or accidentally hit cancel or no or what have you, we're in the application director, and that belongs under your platform. So just like we found station copier, we also have our application director, and that exists under platform. It's the first option under platform in the nav window. And you can get there just by double clicking application director. And here we can see our station that we copied over to our daemon home or platform daemon. Now we can see a few things here. So we see the name of the station. Now it is possible to have multiple stations under one platform. It gets a little tricky. We'll cover some of that information later. But for now, we have our single station here. We can see that is a type, what type it is, it's station. And the big thing here is the status. So currently our station isn't running. If you had deselected that auto start box during the copy process, it should say idle. And what we want to do is make sure that we have it selected. And on the right side of our screen here, you should see a few options. We see the auto start checkbox here if we wanted to switch that on for later. But we also have start, stop, restart, reboot, kill, what have you. But to keep things simple, make sure that we have our training station selected. And then we want to select that start button on the right side of our screen here, right? So again, we're in application director under platform. Make sure you see your training station. Make sure it's selected in blue. And then go to the right side of your screen and select that, hit that start button. Now it's going to go through this process, and it's going to be fairly quick. It's going to take a few seconds. Now, when we get to building the station up and start adding more and more stuff to it, and it has more automated processes in there that we have added to it. The startup process takes quite a bit longer. And we'll see that when we start and stop on our stations come Wednesday to transfer it over to the Jace. The process can take a few minutes as the station gets bigger and bigger. But so there's no dialogue that says, hey, it's complete, it's going, everything's good. It's gone through the process of starting it. Now we know we can check on the status of our station, and it should say running. Now, if your station status still says idle, I'm going to go ahead and select it and hit the start button. If we were to stop it, the status would change to stopping. And then when the station has completely stopped, it'll change back to the status of idle. So what we want to make sure is our status says running for a station, which it should. At this point, we shouldn't really run into any issues that would prevent us. Now, if there was an error, which is possible, when you see this in the real world, or possibly later on in the week, if something was to fail during the startup process of starting the station or restarting the station or what have you, we would see the status here. So if there were any sort of complications where we'll not let the station run, we would see that in the status window here, or the status section of the application director. But hopefully everything's gone according to plan, and nothing's gone awry, and everybody's station should be running. We want to verify the type. So we want to make sure that it's TLS, and we can confirm that by the details here. Now, it might be a little too much information for you, but this little fox icon here, or not fox icon, but we'll see that in just a second. So the little fox and fox S, and the type of port that it is, if you really want to like dive into the nitty gritty, you can kind of tell if it's a secure station or if it's not a secure station. And here in the next step, we're going to show our station. We want to show our station in the nav window. And to do that, I was getting ahead of myself there, but so we want to right click our station, or our platform rather. I'm getting ahead of myself again. Give me a second. Like I said, I'm a little rusty. I haven't taught this class in over a month almost now. So I'm getting the gears running. And a lot of this I'm doing out of memory, so sometimes I have to go back through and read the lab exercise, because I've done presented a lot of it out of memory. So a few little details they kind of brush over here. So to open the station, we want to see the station in our nav tree now, right? So to do that, just like we opened up our platform, we want to right click on my host, the top of our nav window here, and of our nav tree. So right click my host workstation. And just like we did with the platform, just under that, we have the option to open station. So we're going to select open station, and we should get, we want to confirm that we are, this is where I was getting ahead of myself a little bit. We confirm the type that is the station TLS connection, since we started our platform with a TLS connection, which is a secure connection. We want to make sure that our station is also opening and running on a secure connection, because we can't have them running one secure, one not secure. We'll run into an issue, we'll run into an error, it won't let us actually run the station. So we want to make sure that it is running in the same type. So that little fox icon that I kind of had mentioned there, and you'll see that next to the station in the nav tree as well. But this is like kind of like a little indicator to let you know whether it's secure or not secure. Fox or Fox S. There's a little fox icon right next to that type, right? It kind of looks like a fox. It's supposed to be a fox. There's a little lock icon next to it. That's the Fox S. That's the Fox Secure. It's a secure connection. It's TLS connection. So you see that, you know, it's a secure connection. Now, if we were to select the non-secure, you can see that we have a fox icon without the lock, but we want to make sure it's a secure connection. So make sure it says the type is station TLS connection. It's the only thing that we're making sure here. Everything else should be set by default. We're going to press OK. We're going to get a identity verification pop up. We're going to select accept. Now, we've gone through all that. So just to reiterate, we're going to right click my host workstation. We're going to select open station. A pop-up box is going to open. We're going to make sure that the type is TLS. We're going to select OK. And when we do that, we're going to get the authentication challenge box here. So this is where we use that admin 12345 credentials that we had set up for our station when we created the station initially. So remember, username and passwords are case sensitive. So we know our admin is a lowercase a admin username because that is the default credentials for a station. Default admin credentials for a station because we haven't created any users or anything like that. So this is the default user.
Excuse me.
Sure.
I have a different connection, which is port 5011. When I right click on my host, and go to open, you said station, right?
Correct.
Oh, I made a mistake. Sorry that I opened the platform. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's okay.
Okay.
I'll give you a second to catch up there. So yeah, right click my host, select open station. Everything should be good to go. You should be able to just verify the type that is TLS connection. But that was a good catch. You saw that the port number wasn't correct, and so yeah, once you do that, go ahead and select OK. And then when you get to the authentication screen, we want to make sure we're going to select remember this user and make sure that's selected because we're not going to be creating any new users until like Thursday. So we're going to use the admin user for the most of this week. So remember it's lowercase a admin for the username. I'm going to select OK, and then the dialog box is, you might get this screen here, and what we'll have to do here is double click our station again. So you'll want to come over and double click your station in the nav tray. Now this is like something new with 4.11. So 4.10, when you got challenged for authentication for the station, you would type in the admin and then another box would pop up and then you would type in admin 12345. With 4.11, I don't have an answer for you why we do it this way now, or why it's presented this way. But 4.11, we have to reinitiate the station, or you might have to reinitiate the station. It's mine saying target not found for some reason. So let me make sure that I didn't do something incorrect. So to reinitiate the login to station, and this would be a familiar screen when you automatically get logged out or timed out from inactivity. You'll know that you're logged out. The station, the icon next to the station will turn gray, and the same thing will be for the platform if that logs out due to inactivity. It'll kind of like silhouette gray out. And to reinitiate a connection to it, easily and simply just double click on the platform or station whichever is logged out. You'll get a new authentication window that'll pop up. So I'm going to select remember credentials. I'm not really sure just yet why it said target not found. So I'm hoping when I press OK, hold on. Wonder if I did something silly here. Did anybody else get that issue? Hopefully it was just me.
Yes, it's the same issue.
I got the same issue.
Okay.
Me too.
All right. So let's Okay, so what I want everybody to do is right click on my host again and select open platform. Or not open platform, I'm sorry. right click on my host. So if you did that, hit cancel. Right click my host. We're going to open the station again. I'm not sure what happened there, but when I did it again, everything tended to work out. So right click my host again, select open station. If you've already entered the username and password once, it should show both those options for you. So go ahead and select OK when you get to the verify type. Now, hopefully you see a window, authentication window now showing the admin user, but it's grayed out. So it's already logged into that. It's already set to that user. We just have to put in the password and go ahead and put in the password admin12345 with capital A. And if you haven't already, select the remember these credentials checkbox. Not really sure what happened there. I'm gonna have to, when Damon gets off the phone, I'm gonna have to see if he's seen that happen before. So I'm gonna do a quick walk around classroom. If you're having trouble, please speak up. I'm gonna let you guys all make sure we all get our station connection.
What's the password?
It should be admin12345, but the
And the username is admin, right? All
correct.
lowercase.
Correct.
Yeah, it won't let me log in.
Which workstation are you at?
Workstation 15.
15. Okay. Making my way over there. Okay. So did you do the password admin12345, but with a capital A?
No, all lowercase.
So the username's all lowercase, but the password is just the A, and the
A?
password is
Okay.
capitalized. Yeah. Let's try that.
3, 4,
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay,
Perfect.
it'll work. Right. Thank you.
Cool. Looks like everybody is good. Yeah, looks like everybody's good. So, all right. So, one last little step, and that's just the basics of opening a platform connection to your platform daemon, or your daemon home to run our station. And then we needed to copy the station over, and then we needed to start the station in the application director. And then we had that little hiccup for some reason. I'll try to get clarification on why that happened, because that's the first time I've seen that issue happen. And then we just redid the connection, and that cleared it up. So we reopened the station. And remember, username passwords are case sensitive. In this instance, our the default user is admin, but it's all lowercase. But our password is capital A, admin12345. Select that remember credentials box to make things easy, so you don't have to keep typing it in every time. And then the last thing we need to do before we take our little break, actually, you know what? It's almost 12:30, so we might I'll have to think about that one for a second. It's getting close to lunchtime. I know some of the West Coast guys might be, or people might be breakfast time still, but we typically try to take lunch around 1 because it's kind of like a happy median. So we want to, if we can open our station up here in the nav window, we can see various things. Where we will be mostly working, well, predominantly working in today, is actually config. So the config space is where we configure our station, hence the name, right? So we have different configuration modules within there, within the config tree. We have services, drivers, and apps. What we will be using today is drivers. Now we will be doing a little bit of work in the services, and if we open up the services, we can see all these different services that are available to us. We'll go into probably about 75% of these services throughout the week. Some of these we won't touch at all, but we will go over that when we get there. But drivers is really where I want to bring your attention to real quick. Drivers is where we will configure our integration. So what I mean by integration is we can see we have the Niagara network there by default. That's always there by default. There's no need to delete it. We will use it. This is the network that we're going to use to communicate to a supervisor station and our Jace later on. There's other uses for it, but that's predominantly what it's used for, is communicating with other Niagara systems or devices. So ignore the Niagara network for now, and the drivers, this is where we're going to add our BACnet integration. And we'll start adding BACnet devices and points and what have you here in the next lab. That's where we'll find that. That's what we're going to be working in here soon, under the config space and under drivers. But the last part of this lab 1 is how to save your station. Now, if you haven't already figured it out, we'll right-click our station within the nav tree or the nav window. I use those two terms, back and forth. So just no tree or window. That's referring to the left screen. So your screen here, navigation. Right-click our station and just go to Save Station. Now, when that has happened, it has saved successfully, you'll get a pop-up window in the bottom right of your screen, and it'll let you know that, hey, it's saved. It's good to go. Should only take a second because we don't really have anything on the station just yet. And just for just make sure that everybody knows how to do it, we can also do a backup station. So right-click your station, and just under Save Station, we're going to select Backup Station. Now, the difference is when you hit Save Station, it goes ahead and just does a process and saves the station. And this actually saves back to the station bog file that's running on the daemon home. Now, when we go to right-click Backup our station, now to reiterate, when we save our station, it's saving on the current station that is running on the daemon home, the platform daemon. But when we do a backup station, we're actually creating a backup copy of our station back to our user home. So something just to point out there. So we're just going to leave the file name and everything else the way it is, just because we're rarely going to need any of the backup information for this class. This is more or less just showing you the habit of doing it, and just in case anything happens, because stuff happens. Once in a blue moon, something will happen. Somebody's station will crash, and we need to, load from a backup. But it's there if we need it. So we're just gonna leave everything all its default, good to go. I'm just gonna hit save. It's gonna go through the process, just like with the save station. A little window in the bottom right of the screen is gonna pop up when it's done. It's gonna say, hey, backup complete, and you're good to go there. So it's almost 12:30, and like I said, we like to try to take lunch around 1. And I want to do the next lab with you guys, but it's definitely not going to get done in 30 minutes. Tell you what, we're going to take an early lunch today. All right, so since I didn't give you a 15-minute break, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a trying to think here on the fly. We're going to take a 45-minute lunch. So we will reconvene at 1:15 Eastern. So it's almost 12:30 now. We've got to 1:15, so if you need to step out to go get your lunch or what have you, we're gonna reconvene at 1:15, and we're gonna jump into integration. All right.
All right, sounds good.
All right, everybody. It's a little after 1:15 Eastern Time. All right, so we looked at making a platform connection to our daemon home. Then we created a station and we copied that station over to our platform daemon. Got it running. Looked at how to save it, how to make a backup. And now we're going to look at our first integration. So for the first portion, well, at least for the rest of the day and the corresponding labs following, will all be pertaining to BACnet. Now, I'm assuming most of you probably know what BACnet is, and I'm going to make a fair assumption that there's a few of you who may not know what BACnet is or may not know much about it. So we only really do it for the BACnet. We don't really touch much on it when we get to the other integrations, just because most of them have similarities, a lot of common similarities. So a lot of it's kind of overlap at a given point. So we kind of dive into BACnet just a little bit. So we have a little slideshow that's gonna just go over the basics of BACnet so you understand the type of network that it is and the communication style that it uses, or the communication protocol that it uses. And this will kind of help anybody who has less experience with it or knowledge understand a little bit better what we're about to do during the integration process. So again, Niagara4 is a framework, and its first purpose was integration into different disparate systems, so separate different systems that talk on their own language, and bring them together to intercommunicate and to pull information from different systems and show them all in one platform. So while you all are still digesting your lunch, we'll go ahead and dive into BACnet integration. So again, this is the basics. This is not a BACnet class. I'm just going to go over the very basics of it, not dive into too much. So if you have more of an advanced question about BACnet, there's not time today about it, but if it's something you want to discuss, please write it down, and we can definitely have a conversation about that, like towards the end of the day. So, BACnet integration. So the objectives. So each slideshow has a little objective, just kind of gives you an idea of the overall goals for the lab. So upon completion of this session, you will have a general knowledge of the Niagara4 concepts and techniques of adding a BACnet network, integrating the BACnet network, setting up and adding BACnet ports, the BACnet device manager, and using that device manager, adding devices. So, excuse me, I need to move something out of the way. You guys can't see it, but I can. There's a WebEx menu that's at the top middle of my screen. It's got a bunch of buttons, and it blocks part of my screen sometimes. So, what is BACnet? So BACnet stands for Building Automation and Control Network. It's a communication protocol used to integrate building automation in devices and building control systems. It is an open, non-proprietary, object-oriented network. In 1987, a committee was formed. It was called ASHRAE. It's when BACnet was first developed, and the standard was set in 1995. So ASHRAE is American Society for Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engines, or engineers. So the protocol was developed in 1987, but the standard for the protocol, or the communication network, was established in 1995. For those of you who care. So it includes messaging types. So this is how it kind of communicates along a network. Identified data and network nodes such as who is, I am, who has, I have. So the basics, very, very basic of BACnet communication would be your system controller is requesting certain information. So it's asking who is VAV15. So those of you who don't know what a VAV is, the ventilation box within a building that usually disperses or discharges air into a space. So it's asking who is VAV15, and it'll go down the line until it reaches whatever node is representing VAV15. And so for each node that it hits that doesn't correspond with VAV15, it'll ignore it. So it's almost like going down the street in a neighborhood, knocking on each door and asking, who is Mr. Jones? Who is Mr. Jones? Are you Mr. Jones? Are you Mr. Jones? And the people who aren't Mr. Jones, they don't open their door. Yep, we're good. Go ahead. And then when it finally gets to VAV15, it sends a response back saying, I am 15. Oh, you can do it. Okay. So it goes down the line, looking for a specific node or an identity. Saying VAV15, it finally gets to it, and VAV15 says, I'm VAV15, right? So it sends a reply message. And then if it gets that message back, or depending on how the message is formulated or what it's specifically looking for, a very simplified version would say, I'm 15, and then system controller will say back and say, hey, 15, I need your room temperatures. And then it'll send it back. So it's kind of like a game of telephone in a sense. And same thing could be said, you know, in a different format, who has the temperature for room 203? And it'll go down the nodes or go down the line until a corresponding controller or device will say, hey, I've got that information, and sends it back. So that's a very, 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 very basic description of how that MSTP or the protocol communicates. So there we go. So how does BACnet communicate? So there are 3 different port types in which the BACnet can communicate through. So the most common would be MSTP. Now, for those of you who are familiar with MSTP, you know that it's a twisted pair network. It is a 2 wires is typically twisted, and it's daisy chained between a series of devices out in the field. And that MSTP stands for Master Slave Token Pass. That's kind of and just the the way that it kind of communicates as well. It's passing the token down the line, and that's that request or query, who is IF format of communication. But there's 2 other type of ports that we have for BACnet, and it's BACnet over IP and BACnet over Ethernet. In BACnet, we have to, an exception of the IP port, we have to add any given port that we want to add to our integration. So not only do we need to add the BACnet network itself to our drivers at our station, we also have to add any individual or any given port for each communication line. Some of that will make a little bit more sense as we move on, but other integrations may or may not require this type of setup. So for example, most of the time, LAN or Modbus is more plug and play. You add the network or the integration to your station, and that's pretty much it. There's not a whole lot of setup. And this is why we start with BACnet, because there's a bit more setup on adding the BACnet integration or the BACnet network. We got to go through and configure what type of port we want to use, whether we want to use one or all of them, how many networks that we might have, device information, write information, which we'll go over that in a little bit. But there's 3 ports that we have to choose from or add. So in a Niagara station, connections to BACnet devices are supported through a variety of BACnet linked layer types using different BACnet port types. So again, BACnet over IP. It's an IP address addressing scheme, and it uses an Ethernet adapter. And then we have a BACnet over Ethernet, which is a MAC address addressing scheme over an Ethernet adapter, so Cat5, Cat6 cable. And then BACnet over MSTP is a bit different. So like I said, it's a twisted pair serial port. So it's, typically a white and a black wire twisted within a cable sheathing, and it's daisy chained, daisy chained between devices within the field. The Jace has to communicate over a serial port, an RS485 serial port. Now we know, or you may know, that you can buy an RS485 port and connect it to a PC. Unfortunately, Niagara4, it cannot communicate with an MSTP network through for RS485 adapter port added to a PC. It can only talk to a MSTP network through the Jace itself. So keep that in mind. But if you were to talk to a BACnet over IP or over Ethernet, you could talk to that network directly from your workstation without a Jace if you needed to. So common network properties. So when you kind of drill into drivers in the BACnet, you have different modules and properties under the BACnet network. We have status and health, alarm source info, ping monitor, a lot of different things here. A BACnet comm or communication. That's definitely one of the things we're going to set up in the BACnet local device. So it's a little bit, some of this will make more sense as we dive into it, but unique BACnet features. I want to go back to that for a second. So we have to set up the initial, we have to set up the network number, right? And then we have to select the type of adapter that we're going to use, and this kind of corresponds with the type of port that we're using or the type of communication that we're using for our BACnet network, whether that's IP, Ethernet, or MSTP. You can have multiple adapters. Well, at least from this picture here, we're talking about a BACnet over IP for the BACnet network. We have to give it a network number, and then we also have to select a specific adapter and or IP address that we want to correspond with that IP network, BACnet over IP network. And then for setting up the BACnet over IP network itself, so this comes into the BACnet network by default. So this is one of the ports we don't actually have to drag into. But if we wanted to add an additional IP network, then this is where we'd have to drag in an additional port. But there is one BACnet over IP port embedded in the BACnet network by default. But the thing is, we have to make sure that we, down here in step 4, we have to make sure that we set the enable to true. So configuring the BACnet over IP. So we go to drivers, we go to BACnet network, and we have to go into local device and BACnet comm to set up a few things. We have to we can look at the client server transport, and we can set up our network here. This is where we set up our IP port information. And we're going to go through all these, steps by step within the lab itself. So things we must do: define the device ID, regardless of port type, configure the network number, and select the adapter and verify the IP addresses. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we enable that IP port. If that's not enabled, then we're not going to get any sort of communication. So how do we identify BACnet controllers? So when we go to our BACnet network, our default view, remember we have different views within different modules. But within the BACnet network module, our default view is the BACnet device manager. And within the BACnet device manager, this is where we can do one of two things, technically one of three things. If we wanted to make another subfolder within that network, we can do that here. We can just create a new folder. Now there's a difference between, and I'm not going to get into it too much just yet, but there's different types of folders that we can create. You have your generic type of folder. You have what's called a device folder, and you have point folders. We're going to look at those a little bit, specifically the points folder here in just a bit. But if we want to do that, we can do that here. We have a new button, so we can create a device to add to our network. Now, obviously, this would be creating an offline device, so something that would be creating ahead of time or that we have intentions to connect to an actual device later on. We can do that. So that's what we're going to do. So in the next couple of labs, we are going to be creating offline devices that we will match up with an actual controller come Wednesday when we connect to our JACEs. But for now, we're setting up everything offline as if, you know, we're working in the office or offsite, and we plan on taking this database or this station on site later on when the, you know, the project's ready for it, assuming that it's a new project, right? So we can create offline devices or just create new devices, and they can match them up with actual devices later. But if we're already connected to an existing network or, you know, a complete network, we can actually do a discover. So at the bottom there, we see the binoculars icon button. This, you know, it's called discover. So we'll click that, and then we'll get a prompt asking, you know, what network we want to scan, device range, and what have you. But we can actually do a scan on an existing network and actually pull in and add devices to our database from a network scan. So that's lab exercise 2. It's fairly quick. A lot of it's just adding the backnet network and then going through step by step at the lab, which we'll do together. Setting up our backnet network, and then after that, lab 3, we'll look at adding devices, or, you know, adding off new devices into our database, and then adding proxy points into those devices. Now, I will point out that we use the word, or the terminology, devices. Now, I know from my personal experience, and maybe for you as well, typically when I would refer to, back in the day at least, to devices, I refer to actual, like, reading devices, right? Field devices, something that typically has some sort of reading, relay, switch, something. In Niagara4, or at least in Niagara, we tend to refer to devices or controllers as devices. Now, I'll use the term very loosely and go back and forth, and it might be a little confusing, but I try to clarify exactly what I'm trying to talk about. But since I've used both terminologies for quite a while now, I'll use them interchangeably. So I hope I don't confuse anybody. But so recently, or at least in this last little bit, when I was saying devices, I'm referring to controllers. So what we want to do next, so we want to refer back to our lab exercise book, and we're going to scroll down to lab exercise 2. So what we're going to do is we're going to add our backnet network. And remember that palette window that I told you about? If you haven't opened it already, I want to make sure we do so. And I believe, yeah, one of the first steps within this lab is making sure that we have the palette window open. If not, this is going to explain to us how to do it. Before I kick that off, if you've already noticed, if you look at your workbench, our stations are probably grayed out because we were gone for lunch. So it's logged out. So there's an inactivity timer. So when there hasn't been activity for, you know, a period of time, the station, for security reasons, you know, will log out. Now, we can easily log back in just by double clicking our station within the nav window here. We'll get this authentication window pop up, and your username and password should already be saved. Remember these credentials, checkbox selected. If it's not, then you want to make sure your username is lowercase admin, and the password is admin12345. And make sure that checkbox, remember these credentials, is selected for, and so we can be efficient in our work this week. All right, so want to make sure that our palette window is open. If you don't have a palette window, which is this here, the bottom left of my screen, should be the bottom left of your screen as well. If you don't have this palette window open up yet, we want to do that. So there's 2 ways of doing it. One of the easiest ways to do it is look at your toolbar, which is this light gray bar here, and you want to locate this window right here. It's called sidebars. Little window icon. I guess I don't know how else to really identify that icon there, but we click that and we can select palette, and that'll open up a palette window for us. Now remember, the palette window is think of it as a library source of different modules and points and what have you that we can add to our system. Add to our system. We don't want to configure anything within this palette window. We'll have the option to open up the property sheets to many things in here. Most everything in here you can open the property sheets while it still exists within the palette window. Yes, you can change that information, but it doesn't save it long term. So some people tend to think that you can go ahead and just pre-configure some of the modules within the palette. That way it's already good to go the way you want it. So when you go back to another job or whatever, you can add that module back in and thinking that it's pre-configured, at least in my understanding of it, unless it's been changed recently and I haven't been informed. That information holds as long as your current session is logged in. As soon as your session is logged out or the user is logged out, that information returns to its default properties. So this is where the navigation bar, or the locator bar, sorry, the locator bar, that dark gray bar at the top of your screen, this is where that comes in handy. So if you're ever configuring something and you're realizing it's not working the way you want it to work, or you're a little lost, check that locator bar, because there's a good chance, and I've put money on it, that somebody will accidentally do it this week. That you have, and it happens to everybody at some point. It's easy to do, especially when you're trying to work quickly. You'll accidentally be configuring something in the palette window, and that's not what we want to do. So let's make sure that we have our palette window open. Again, to do that, 2 ways. This little palette, or the sidebar icon here in the toolbar section, or we can go up to tools, not tools, window. Go up to window and go to the sidebars section and open up palette that way as well. So once we have that palette window open, now you have access to many libraries of modules and device templates and proxy points and logic. There's so much contained within the palette archives and libraries, and we can easily navigate that by simply searching for a specific type of palette that we're looking for. So that's one of the first things that one of the next steps that we're going to take. So hopefully everybody has their palette window open. And I'm going to go ahead and take one step further and say, let's go ahead and open our station up. So that drop-down arrow next to our station, up in the nav tree. So expand the arrow right next to your station. We're going to expand configure. So hit that drop-down arrow right next to it again. After we've dropped down config, we wanted to drop down drivers. So open up drivers, and this is about as far as we're going to extend our tree at the current moment. You should see Niagara Network under drivers. Once you've seen that, you're good to go here. So what we're getting ready to do is we're going to go find that BACnet network in our palette window. And once we find the network that we want to add, we're literally going to drag and drop the network from the palette onto our drivers here. And it's going to add a BACnet network, and it's going to look just like the Niagara network that's under drivers. So we're adding a new type of network into drivers. Drag and drop. So again, open up your station, open up config, open up drivers until you see Niagara network in your nav tree. After you've done that, so what we're going to do in the palette window is at the top left of our palette window. So remember, the palette window is the bottom left of our screen, but the top left of the palette window, you should see a folder icon. And this is the open palette icon. We're going to click that. And if you wanted to, you could probably grab that handle on the sidebar here, and you could scroll down and see the vast library that is the palette window and all the things that it contains. Instead of having to just scroll through and find exactly what I'm looking for, all I have to do is go to this filter section at the top of my open palette window and simply type in BAC. Or you type it all the way out if you want to, but BACnet, what we're looking for is this module called BACnet. The description should say Niagara BACnet driver. So in the filter section, just type in BACnet, BACNET. Find the module called BACnet. Don't be confused. There's other BACnet drivers in here, but this one's, the module is just called BACnet. The description should say Niagara BACnet driver. So we're going to select that, make sure it's highlighted in blue. We're going to select OK. And now our palette window should populate with the BACnet folder, or the BACnet palette folder. Excuse me, I'm sorry about that. So we have different options in here, right? But what we're looking for is the BACnet network, and this should be the top module within the palette, the BACnet palette here. Now remember I said all we have to do is drag and drop it just to add it. So that's the key feature of adding things from our palette window. There's other ways you can do it, and we'll touch on that more when we get to like things like graphics. But for the most part, majority of the time, if we're adding something from our palette, we're either going to be dragging it from most of the time, dragging it from our palette window onto something in our navigation tree, or in some special circumstances, we can drag it from our palette into something on our view pane or a view window here. So this is when we dive into the property sheet of something specific, and let's say we've got a point, the EAX property sheet opened up for a given point that we want to add an alarm to. I'm jumping ahead of myself a little bit, but I want to add something from an alarm palette. I want to add an alarm something onto a point. Now I can open that point up and see its property sheets and add that alarm to it in some way, but I have to be specific on where I drop it onto, just like I have to be specific on where I drop it onto in the nav. Now dropping modules from the palette onto something within the nav tree is a bit more accurate. So if I'm adding something specific, your best shot is to do it within the nav tree, unless it's something specific that's due in the window. So I would try to, I urge that you get in the habit of dragging things or adding things from palette to the nav tree first, as it's very easy to drag it on the wrong property or the wrong space. Sometimes you can't drag it onto an empty space. Sometimes you have to drag it onto something specific. It gets complicated. A lot of times it's, in my experience, it's a lot easier just to drag it onto any given module, a specific module within your nav tree here. So we got our BACnet network here. We know it's going to go to drivers. This is why we went ahead and opened up our station all the way in our nav tree. So what we're going to do is we're going to left click, drag and drop our BACnet network from our palette window onto drivers in our nav tree. Now, something I need to point out is if you notice I'm hovering right over the actual word driver. Now notice we've got driver selected and it's blue. Now some people have a tendency to want to drag, and this is because this is what's inherently taught to you in some systems or the internet, is you can just drag it onto the highlighted section and it'll add, but you can notice that little circle, the line through it icon that pops up. This circle icon doesn't always pop up when you hover over it. So sometimes it lets you think that you can drag it onto just this empty space here, but we actually want to drag it either onto the icon itself or the word, like the name of what we're adding it to. So make sure we drag it on the actual word drivers. It's going to ask, do you want to name it anything else? We're going to leave it the name BACnet network. That's fine. That's what it is. No need to change that. You'll select OK once you've done that. So give a second just for anybody who might be Catching up. So once we've added our BACnet network to our drivers, any integration network that we're adding to our current system or station that we're building, we will be adding it to the drivers. Any device that we add or controller that we add to our network that we've added will be still under drivers, but we will open up that given network to find define the either devices or controllers that we've added. And then we drill down even farther into the device to actually start looking at the proxy points that we add or discover within that network. So get used to, opening up station, coming down to config, going to drivers, and then finding the integration network that you're working in. And it's a lot of navigation. This gets easier once we start later in the week when we start adding hierarchies or navigation files. We'll have a secondary, we can come into this hierarchy section and go right to, an air handler that we created instead of having to like navigate, 100 different nodes all the way down. Yeah, so with the BACnet network added, okay. Accidentally cut on my noise suppression in my headset, and that actually gives me a headache. It's weird. Okay, so BACnet network. We've added it. Everybody should have it under the drivers. Once we have it there, we're going to right-click our BACnet network that we just added. Now, again, we're not right-clicking the network in the palette. We're right-clicking our BACnet network that we added to our drivers section of our station. So right-click BACnet network, and we're going to go up to views, and we're going to select its AX property sheet. So it should be the third option in the views right-click menu. So right-click BACnet network, go up to the top, hit views, select AX property sheet. Now you should see this. This is a property sheet. There's two different views for some of these. So for example, we have the AX property sheet, and we have what's called a property sheet. So the AX is more like a legacy view where we have drop-down menus. It looks something like this. The property sheet view, now I'm just going to show you. You don't have to do this as well, but property sheet view, and this is new to 4.11. You have to accept authentication because it's HTML view. So you'll always, most of the time for different views, depending on what you're trying to look at, you have AX versions and you have just whatever it's called for, property sheet or what have you. So we have the property sheet and we have the AX property sheet. Property sheet view is an HTML view. Now this is what you would see if you were accessing Workbench through a web browser or a smart device. You can choose to work within a HTML view of a property sheet or what have you, if you wish. It's up to you. I guess that's kind of preference. I prefer, depending on what I'm working on, but most of the time I prefer to stick with the AX unless I'm looking for something, a certain view. But ultimately, they're the same thing. They do the same thing. The layout's different. The way the data is being presented is slightly different. One is built within the framework. The other one is an HTML view. So that aside, right at the moment, we're going to stay in the AX view, the AX property sheet view. So if we have this opened up, what we're going to look for is local device. So it should be the third option from the bottom here. Now, there's two things that we can do here. So to get, we can open this little arrow right next to it and look how long this thing is, right? We have limited space, especially you guys remoting in. Whether your view is magnified or not, you might have more to scroll through. So it's your preference. But when I start getting into things like this, now you just have to be mindful of where you're working in. But to kind of narrow in where I'm actually working, within these property sheets, you can actually select the property within the property sheet, and it'll open up all of this that's nested in this property. So like local device, if I click local device, like the word, the hyperlink for it, it'll open up the property sheet, the local device property sheet within the view window. So now I don't have all those other properties within the backnet network. I just have to make sure that I'm, working and where I need to work. Again, locator bar is kind of helpful. But again, to get back to the previous view of the property sheet, all we'd have to do is hit the back button, and that'll take us back to the X property sheet for the backnet network. But I'm going to click on local device just because it makes things a little bit easier so I don't get lost and my screen doesn't look too confusing for some of you who are following along with me. So what we need to do is we need to set the object ID. So if you notice, look about 3 spaces below from the top, we have our, or at least look at the top first, I guess. We can see that our status is currently fault. Well, why is it in fault? Well, if you look in the next section just under that, we'll see the fault cause, and it says invalid object ID. Now, if we go down to the third section, conveniently, we have our object ID, and we have different types. We're going to leave it device. That's the only one available to us. But we can see that our object ID is set to a -1. That is not a valid number that we can use for an object ID. It's set like that, and it's set to the default value of -1 because we want to force the user to change this number upon setting or adding a backnet network to their system. We don't want to have we don't want to have a default number to it so that it's added, the network's added, and object ID was never set up. So what we want to do, we want to change the object ID to 1000 plus whatever your workstation number is. So it would be, so if you're workstation 5, your object ID will be 1005, right? If you're 12, 1012. So everybody's gonna have a unique object ID, and it's gonna be 1000 plus whatever your workstation number is. I'm not leaving mine at 105, obviously, but mine's 18, so mine's gonna be 1018. Now, once we've changed our object ID to 1000 plus our workstation number, one of 2 ways we can do this to save the properties that we just changed. Bottom middle of our screen, we have that save button. In my opinion, most convenient way to save your work. But before I do so, because it'll gray out if I go ahead and save it, if you look up at the toolbar section, there's also a save button up there that you can use to save the current changes to the component. So your preference, but my opinion, this is easy. So we change our object ID, and when we do that, we can see that our status changes from fault to OK. Okay, so that was step 1. A few more things we need to change. So we need to collapse local device. So if you're like me and you selected local device from the main property sheet, all we need to do is hit the back button at the top left of our toolbar. We'll go back, and we'll be back in the property sheet of the backnet network itself, and we can collapse local device by selecting the arrow, the drop-down arrow right next to the local device. And what we want to expand now is tuning policies. So we're going to expand tuning policies, and we should have a default policy just under that. We're going to make some changes, and then we're going to copy, or we're going to duplicate that one. But first, we're going to make some changes to the default policy first. So expand tuning policies by hitting the arrow next to it, and then expand default policy by opening up the arrow next to default policy. We're only going to make a few quick changes. And it's going to be the write on property here. So the write on start, we're going to change to false. So it's the third option under default policies. So you got min write time, max write time, and just under that you have write on start. These are all set to true. Write on start, write on up, write on enable. We want to change write on start to false. Now, there's a reason why we're doing this. The purposes for these write on commands is more apparent to somebody who is setting up a job for specific conditions. But essentially what we're saying here is, remember how it communicates, BACnet communicates. It wants to send out messages. And it writes, and this is kind of like how the writing comes into play here. But since we're creating an offline network, we don't want any writing attempts to happen, right? Because we'll just get a bunch of, we'll get some fault messages, alarms, and just pesky, trivial things. We know it's offline. The system might not necessarily understand why it's offline, or we're creating devices that aren't connected to anything, and they will be defaulted into default, and so we'll start generating alarms for no reason, right? So this is why we're setting it up this way, but we're leaving write on up and write on enabled set to true, so that when we do connect to our Jace and we copy our station over to our Jace, it's ready to go. So once that network or protocol is started, then we can actually start communicating. But again, if you don't understand this, don't worry too much about it. Usually the engineer or somebody who has a better understanding of how this works has already, got this figured out how to set it up. So what we want to do is we're going to go ahead and save this. So hit that save button at the bottom of our screen. And then once we've saved it, save this property, we're going to collapse default policy. So that's where we just made this one change, right on start to false. We're going to hit the arrow next to default policy. We're going to collapse it. We're going to then hover over default policy itself. We're going to right click and we're going to go down to duplicate. So we're going to duplicate the current policy. We're going to make a new one based off of that. So go ahead and right click default policies and select duplicate. And then a naming window will pop up. It's going to say, hey, what do you want to name this thing? We're going to name it occupancy policy. So occupancy policy. Once you change that name, we'll press OK. If you are curious about how to spell occupancy, refer back to the lab book. So I don't think you guys want me spelling every other word to you guys as we go through this. So once you've got occupancy policy created, remember this was a duplicate or copy of default policy. We're going to expand occupancy policy. And the top two sections of the occupancy policy is where we're going to change. So we have a minimum write time and a maximum write time. All right, so we're going to set the minimum write time to 1 minute. So there's this text field box here right next to minimum write time. So it's broken up into hours, minutes, and seconds. So we want to select in the middle where you see the M, so we know we're changing minutes. And we're going to set the minimum write time to 1 minute. And just under that, we're going to set the maximum write time 5 minutes. Now, what does that mean? This is where that handy blue text within the lab exercise book comes in handy, because it has a good explanation of what some of these different properties and what these things mean as we go through them. So I'll just go and read this one out to you. This one's I like this one. So this defines a policy we will use later. So the minimum write time specifies that any point using this policy will not write to the network more frequently than once per minute. And the max write time specifies that any point using this policy will write to the network at least once per 5 minutes. And then the poll frequency time will be set to 2 minutes later in the lab. With that set, the slow policy frequency set here specifies the station will pull for values at a once per 2 minutes. So the min and max write time, just cover that over again. So it says the minimum write time is it won't write more than once per minute. So if you have something that's like a point that's trying to broadcast continuously, it's getting constant updates, or maybe there's like a bad sensor or something, and it's constantly fluctuating, or something like that. The data is getting constantly updated, and what this does is it prevents that point or device from broadcasting over the network any sort of update. We can only update once per minute, so we can't continuously just send out messages on the network. That'll bog the whole network down, right? So if we get too many devices or too many system messages or network messages trying to be sent out at one time, we can really get a traffic jam going on. So this is kind of what we're setting up here. We're kind of like setting the speed limit, right? In a sense. So no point or device can communicate or write more than once per minute. And then we set a max write time, which can be a little confusing, but we're saying, okay, you can't write more than once per minute, but you can't go more than whatever time we set. So this instance, 5 minutes. You can't go more than 5 minutes without giving us some sort of update. So even if your data or message hasn't changed, where after 5 minutes you gotta, if you have no update, at least send the last message that you just This is how we keep data up to date, especially when we're looking at it like on a graphic view or within a the workbench space here. This is how we make sure that our data stays current, and doesn't update too much. So this can be fine-tuned based off of project parameters or engineering specs, but this is just how we set it up for this class itself. So again, not really that important, but just to kind of break it down. Min write time, can't write more than once per minute. Max write time, can't go more than 5 minutes without giving some sort of update or writing. So that's occupancy policy. That's the changes that we made to it. So there's a difference between the default and occupancy policy. Obviously, we can assign these policies to whatever we need to. You can have multiple policies and have different policies written, for different things depending on its importance, I guess. So next we're going to go to section B, and we are going to stay within the BACnet network property sheet. But the next thing we're going to look for is a section called network, BACnet com, then network. Okay, so within the BACnet property sheet, which we're still working here, you're going to look for something, a property called BACnet com or BACnet communication. When you find that, go ahead and open the arrow next to it. So open up BACnet com. What we're looking for is network, which should be the bottom option under BACnet com. And we can open that up as well. And then what we're looking for is our IP port. So remember I said the IP port is already kind of baked into the BACnet network by default. So we already have everything we need in here to set that up. We just have to go through and actually go to its property and set it up. So what we're looking for is the IP port property sheet. So again, we're opening up BACnet com. Then we're expanding network, and then we're going to expand IP port. In here, under IP port, we have a section for to set the network number. So if you're fairly familiar with how networks are set up for, a BAS or engineered system, you typically have multiple networks. So you have to assign network numbers so that they can be identified, obviously. So by default, the network number is set to 1. We're actually going to change that and set the network number to 1000. Now, not to be confused with what we had set up for the object ID, where we had it 1000 plus our workstation number. This is just 1000. So again, our network number, everybody's network number is going to be 1000 under IP port. Once you've done that, Sure.
I don't find a backnet my drives.
You know, I'm sorry. One more time.
When I pull out the palette
Yeah.
paletal,
Uh-huh.
and I search for the backnet network, and I don't find it there under drivers.
Okay. Did you add the backnet network from palette? So remember,
Um,
we need to find our drivers in our station, open that up, and then we need to add the backnet network from palette to the driver. So we need to drag backnet network from palette to drivers. Did you do that?
yeah, when you say open, it says open palette, and then when I look for the backnet network, it's just not there. It usually give you like a list of networks, right?
Right. And were you able to find the backnet palette, or are you having trouble finding the backnet palette?
I'm just having a hard time finding backnet palette. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. All right. Sid. Which workstation are you at? I could probably figure that out.
15.
15.
Yes.
All right. Give me 1 second. Walking over to you now. Okay. I see. I see. So it's actually just that there, and so this is what you want to add. This. So yeah, that's what we want to add there. So with that selected, you can just go ahead and select OK. And then that's the network we want to drag and drop onto drivers. Yep. We don't drag it onto Niagara network. We want to drag it onto drivers section. Yeah, right. You have to add it. You have to drag it like onto the name itself. Yep, just like that. And select OK. And then you want to either do it that way or right click your backnet network and then go to views and then go to AX property sheet, which is just under that. There you go. All right, from there you should be able to take it from the lab.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no, so that brings up a good point. So if for any reason you get a little bit behind, this goes for everybody. And it's taking you, I'll say longer than 10 minutes to figure out where you exactly need to go. Feel free to reach out, ask a question. I'd be happy to stop and point you in the right direction because I don't want anybody to fall too behind. But yeah, no, it's fine. It happens. It's a lot of stuff to take in, a lot of steps to take. So, and if anybody gets a little behind, feel free to just follow along with the lab, and
Hey, Brandon,
you'll get some time to catch up. Yeah.
just real quick while you are checking the stations, mine, where yours says property sheet at the top,
Yeah.
mine says backnet network. Is that a problem?
I don't know. It might be. So let's find out. Which workstation?
Number 5.
Number 5. I'm sure it's nothing. Okay. Yeah, you're in the right spot. You're just you're in the HTML view. So there's like I explained earlier, so you might have been catching up during that time frame. So there's the AX property sheet, and then there's property sheet. So the property sheet is what you're looking at is the HTML view of the property sheet, which is what you see when you access Workbench through like a web browser. Or there's the AX property sheet, which I like to call is like the legacy built-in style. So if you clicked on the AX property sheet, you can just select yes. There you go. So it's up to you, whichever is your preference.
I prefer just like yours right now, so I'll stay here. Thank you.
So yeah, no problem. So yeah, I will most always be in the AX view. So if anybody's trying to copy and follow along with how mine looks and how I have mine set up, I usually stick within the AX just because with 4.11, it's not an issue, but the each time when you're trying to open HTML view of it, sometimes you have to do an authentication. It'll ask you to accept it, and that's something new with 4.11. That's just it's a security measure, but it can be kind of a nuisance, especially if you're trying to learn the software. And sometimes sometimes anytime you open up the HTML view of it, it'll ask you to accept it, and then it'll show like can't display page, and then you got to go back through and reload the page, and that can just be pesky. It's not a bug; it's just an extra step of security, and we try to avoid having to deal with too many steps so we don't lose people. So it's up to you. So we are looking at the BACnet IP port. We've set the network number to 1000. Again, that's 1000, network number 1000 for everybody. And then what we want to do is look at the adapter. So a few spaces down, if I could find it, under link, excuse me. So right under network number, there's a drop-down property called link. And this is where we're going to find the adapter. Now, everybody's adapter should be set to something already, and it should be Intel Ethernet connection, blah, 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 blah. Whatever number it is, what have you, because if you actually open that up, you should have, the only other option should be none. What we're looking at here is making sure that the adapter does not say none. It's not set to none. So you want to make sure that our adapter is at least set to something, and it should be Intel R Ethernet connection. What we're doing is make sure that it is not set to none. So network number under IP port, set to 1000. Just under network number, open up link. Make sure your adapter is not set to none. And from there, we're going to select save, the save button at the bottom middle of our screen. And once you've saved it, then we're going to collapse link. So select that little arrow next to link to collapse it. And still working under IP port, what we're looking for is pull service. So we're going to open up pull service, and we're going to get this section here. And we're only going to adjust a few parameters here, just because we're just showing you where these exist, to whom it may concern, really. So we're going to set, so under pull service, we see that we have this pull enabled. Make sure that's set to true. It should be. And just under that, we have a fast rate. Now, by default, in this numeric text box right here, next to fast rate, again, we're working under pull service, under IP port. The fast rate is currently default set to 1 second. We're going to leave it at 1 second. And the text box just under that is normal rate. And we're changing that from 5 seconds to 30 seconds. And under normal rate, that we just changed to 30 seconds, we're going to go down to slow rate. We're going to change that from 30 seconds to 2 minutes. So we'll have to select the minute section in the middle of that numeric text box there. We'll have to change that to 2 minutes. And then after that, we have to select the seconds section of that numeric text box. So to the right of the minute section, which is in the middle, is the seconds. And we have to erase or zero out the default 30 seconds so that it's just the slow rate of 2 minutes. Okay, so fast rate of 1 second, we're leaving that. Normal rate 30 seconds, slow rate 2 minutes. Once you do that, we'll hit save at the bottom. And there's one last thing that we need to do, and it's very important when setting up the IP port or the IP address, or not IP address, setting up the IP port for BACnet. If you collapse pull service, where'd it go? So just there's two ways of doing this. And sometimes it's easier to do it the second method because it's sometimes finding the drop down menu for this is complicated when you're drilling into all this mess sometimes. But the first method is finding the enabled property right here for the IP port. So what we're doing here, it's default of false, so it's not on, it's off. We need to enable the IP port. We need to cut it on to be able to use it, right? So the enabled section or property, we want to hit that drop down box where it says false and change that to true. Now that enabled section's just under IP port. If you go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces down under IP port, you should find the enabled property. I'm gonna set that to true. Now I said that there's two ways of doing this. The other way that you could do this, I believe, is right-click IP port, go to Actions, and set to enable. So there's two ways of doing it. A lot of things within the Niagara4 software. There's two ways of doing something. So we want to make sure that we have our IP port enabled. When we've done that, we press save. Our status for IP port should change from, I think, disabled to okay or fault okay, something like that. All right. Almost done setting the network up. All right, so we've got the IP port set up, right? So we've gone through, we've set up the object ID for the BACnet network as a whole, and then after that, we changed a few things. The policies, and then we went into our network section, our network properties, and set up and enabled our IP port. But now we need to add an additional port because we also want to use MSTP. But we need to add that port to our BACnet network. So again, the IP port is in there by default, but if we wanted to add an Ethernet or an MSTP port, we'd have to add those in separately. So just like we added the BACnet network, if you look down in your palette window, so the bottom left of your screen in the palette window, we should all still be in the BACnet palette folder. And what we're going to look for is a network ports folder. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5th item within the BACnet palette. Network ports, and if we select that drop down area right next to it, we'll see that the different BACnet ports that we have available to us. Ignore the last two, but we can see we have an IP port if we needed to add an additional IP network or an IP port to our network. We have an Ethernet port, and we have the MSTP port that we're looking for. So with our BACnet network opened up here, so if we, again, just for good habits, in the nav tree, or the nav window here, under your BACnet network, what we want to do is, under BACnet network, we're looking for BACnet com. So what we're looking for is our network folder, our network property. So if we expand our BACnet com, we can find our network property, right? And this is what we're looking for. This is where we're going to be adding our MSTP port. And if we were to add an Ethernet port or additional IP port, this is where we would do that. Either way, whatever type of BACnet port we're adding in addition to, we'd add it to our networks property. So again, expand your BACnet network, expand BACnet com, and locate network. And then within your palette window, we're going to find a networks ports folder, which is the 5th item from the top in your BACnet window, or BACnet palette window. And again, just like the BACnet network, all we're doing is dragging and dropping. So we're going to find our MSTP port here under network ports, and we're going to drag and drop it onto network. Remember, we have to drag it and drop it onto the network name, the name network itself, or the icon next to network. And then when we do that, we'll get a name prompt and saying, hey, do you want to name it anything? By default, it's going to say MSTP port. That's what we want. We're going to select OK. And then within the property sheet, if you still have network expanded within the view window here, you'll see that an MSTP port was added. We can also expand network in our nav tree and see that an MSTP port was added. And if you look just above it, there's the default IP port that we had set up. So again, drag and drop your MSTP port onto network. Remember, we have to drag it onto the word network. Can't drop it next to it in an empty space. We have to drop it onto the word network in our nav tree. Once we've done that, then we can double click MSTP port in our nav tree. Now don't get confused. Remember, we don't want to select or double click anything within palette window. That's not where we're configuring our port. We want to double click the MSTP port within our network section of our network, BACnet network. So double click the MSTP port. And from here, we can see we have a few things that we're going to need to change. So for one, we can see at the very top of our property sheet here, our network number is currently and by default set to -1. That's not a proper or a valid number that we could use for a network number. So clearly that's going to have to be changed, right? And just under that, we have a link where we can change our port information. So first things first, double click your MSTP port, make sure that we're in our property sheet for the MSTP port. Network number at the very top. Okay, so what we're going to do here, and this can be a little tricky if you're looking at it in the lab book. So it says set the network number to 2XX00, where XX represents your station, right? So just like we had done with creating our station name and then creating our object ID for the BACnet network, we're using our workstation number because we need a unique ID here, or unique number. So what we're going to do here is, so I'm 18, right? Station 18, I'm going to be, so for my network number, I'm going to be 21800. If you're workstation 1, you're 20100. Most of the time, if you're a single digit workstation number, when we ask you to add your network number as a property or an identifier, 9 times out of 10, you're going to use a leading 0 if you're a single digit workstation. There's 1 or 2 instances in the class where that does not apply, and I will be sure to make sure that you do not add a leading 0 for it. But in this instance, we're using leading 0. So again, if you are workstation 1, you're going to be 20100. I'm 18, so I'm 21800, so forth. You guys get the idea. Once you've set your network number, we're going to click save, and our current status says disabled and fault. Now, when we set save, now our status should change. Now it just says disabled because we still have to enable this port. At least we got rid of the fault. So hopefully you've got your network number changed. So after that, we want to expand link. So just under your network number, expand link. So if we look under link, we see that our port name, it should say COM1. We want to change the baud rate. And the baud rate is currently set to 9600. We're going to set it to 76800. We're going to click save. Okay, so once we've set the network number, we've confirmed that a port name is at least, it should be COM1. We set our baud rate, which is kind of like the kind of like a speed at which it communicates. Not really, but that's very, very, very basics of what it is. If you don't know what baud rate is, it has to do with communication and a semblance, the speed of the communication between devices. It's just the speed at which the message travels. But anyways, more or less. What we're going to do is we're going to actually leave the enabled property set to false. So we're not going to enable our MSTP port at this moment. Reason why is because we're going to be creating an offline MSTP device. I think 2 of them. Setting up 2 offline MSTP devices. Now we're leaving this set to false or disabled because we don't want it to currently try to pull or reach out to these devices that don't exist. We don't want to try to establish any sort of communication that isn't currently set up yet. Again, all that's going to lead to is communication errors and error messages, and we don't need that. So we'll come back on Wednesday when we transfer this station over to a Jace, to our Jaces. We'll come back and set this to true or enable our MSTP port. So one last thing that we need to do for the MSTP network to finish setting it up, we need to go to the pull service. So if you're looking at the, your enabled section, so just 3rd option from the bottom under the MSTP port property sheet, you'll find a property called pull service. We're going to click that drop down arrow right next to pull service. Then we're going to change the fast rate, normal rate, and slow rate like we did in the IP port. So we're leaving the fast rate to 1 second. So again, find pull service. 5th option from the bottom here for the property sheet. Expand it. You get this long list of fun stuff. At the very top, just under pull enable, you have your fast rate, normal rate, slow rate. Just like we did previously, you're going to look for that numeric text box here, and it's broken up into hours, minutes, and seconds. For the fast rate, we're leaving it to 1 second. That is default. That's just fine. We're going to change the normal rate from 5 seconds to 15 seconds. And again, all we have to do is click within the section that we want to edit here. And now for the slow rate, we're actually going to do a slow rate of 1 minute. And we want to select the seconds section of slow rate where it says 30 seconds and click 0 to zero that out because we only want it to be 1 minute. After we've done that, then we can press save. And then we're done setting up our MSTP port. Now we can actually start adding offline devices. So before we do that, does anybody have any questions about adding a network or adding ports pertaining to BACnet particularly?
Yeah, I do have a question. So is that the fast rate or the normal rate and slow rate, is that for every device you set up?
Yeah, under that port, yes.
Okay.
So any devices that are communicating under the MSTP port, so the twisted pair network, would communicate under these this pole service.
And the network number that we assign, is that gonna be changed, or can it be changed? Like I'm on a different computer, so if I change that from 21880 to something else, is that okay?
So yours should be whatever your workstation number is. So
Oh,
mine's
okay.
21800. You're 15, right? So yours would
Yes.
be 21500.
215. Okay.
And that's important because everybody's going to have their own little MSTP network from their Jace
Okay.
over to a backnet controller when we connect to our Jaces. So
Okay.
setting all this up ahead of time. Yep.
Thanks. Yep.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions before we move on? Okay, again, I know a lot of this is this might be confusing to some of you. Some of this might not make sense. Some of this information might be common knowledge to some of you. Again, a lot of this is just setting things up to create a station and get a network going. This isn't the how-to, cookie cutter way to set up these networks. This is just how we've got these networks set up for the class itself. So based off specs out in the field or out in the industry, obviously these different poll rates and policies and write-on rules and all that stuff might be completely different for every individual job that you do. If you understand how this stuff works, then you already understand how it works, and it's whatever. If you don't completely understand how this works, more than likely you will not be the person trying to set these properties up for a given network. A lot of times, at least in my experience, a lot of these have been already not necessarily assigned, but written out in the specs that all I had to do was go through and input some of these variables. And so don't fret if you don't completely understand what all of these different properties do within the network itself. The backnet network is the most complicated to set up, at least in a BAS or a BMS setup. LAN and Modbus are much easier. They're literally drag and drop, plug and play type networks. So backnet is definitely the most intricate, but again, yeah, if you don't understand it, don't fret about too much. It's more than likely you won't be having to go through and figuring out each variable for this. So if nobody has any other questions, make sure we save. If you haven't already, save the property sheet. Now we're going to look at adding a backnet device on our MSTP network. So we're going to be creating an offline device. So we're just going to create a new device that isn't tied to any controller just yet, right? We're going to create it with the intentions of linking it up with an actual controller, come Wednesday. So how do we do that? So what we're looking for is the backnet device manager. So if we come back up to our backnet network in our nav tree, so again, that's under station, under station config drivers backnet network. We should have that opened up on our navigation tree already. If we double click our backnet network, we should by default, the default view for the backnet network is device manager. So for any network, the default view, when you double click the network itself, will be a device manager view for that network. So here we have the backnet device manager. And here's where we can create any new devices that we're going to link up to later, or we can discover any existing devices on an existing network, and so forth. If we wanted to make subfolders to, create some sort of organization within the devices that we're adding within the network, we can do that with this, the folder buttons. So what we want to do is we want to just select the new button. So again, get to the backnet device manager view. And we know that we're in the backnet device manager view by the view selector in the top right of our screen. So it'll show AX BACnet Device Manager. Now, for any reason, this shouldn't happen, but if for any reason you've double-clicked BACnet Network in your nav tree, right here on the left side, and you look at the top right of your screen and it does not say AX BACnet Device Manager, guess what? We can select the view selector and navigate to, the AX BACnet Device Manager view within the view selector drop down here. We'll be using this as the week goes on. You'll start seeing this more frequently. There's a view selector option here, but it is the default view for the network. Any network driver is device manager. These are the ones that I've come across. And what we want to do in here, we can see that we have this database view. So if we had any devices or controllers already added to our database already, they would show up here. But since we don't, we're going to go ahead and create a new one. So we're going to create a new device. And to do that, we come to the bottom middle of our screen here. So we all see that big new folder button, but next to that to the right is a new button. That little page icon with the plus on the bottom right of it. We're going to select the new button. And we see we have, option, but like we only have the BACnet device as our option here, right? So that's good. I'm not going to really get into trouble, but we can add, if we wanted to, multiple devices. Now this could be nice if, let's say, for example, I need to create and configure 20 VAV boxes or fan cool boxes or something like that. I can add up to 100 devices at one time. Could be handy. Could be a mess. I don't know. Depends on what you got going on. But the option is there. But we're just going to create one device. Okay. So we're going to create one. We're just going to leave it as is. And we select OK, that we're selecting a new device. So again, if you haven't already, in the BACnet Device Manager, go to the bottom middle of your screen, hit that new button. Should just say new. And then you'll get a prompt that says, how many devices do you want to add? We're going to stick with just one. We press OK, then we get this screen. This is the new device screen. And this is where we're going to define a few things about this device initially. So name. So at the very top of the window here, it says BACnet device. We want to change the name to MSTP, all caps, _ heating. Now, something to note here, we're not going to be using spaces for a lot of the naming conventions. There's a reason for that, because there's some characters that Niagara doesn't like, depending on the type of query that you're doing. So sometimes I forget the exact syntax that gets reported out when you use spaces on certain things, but ends up like turning out to be like percent dollar signs or something like that. But to keep things simple, a lot of the naming conventions that we're going to be using here for the class are one line, no spaces. So anytime we want to add a space into something in a naming convention, at least for in this class, we're going to be using underscore. So MSTP _ heating system. Right, and everything else I think is left to default. This is stuff that I think we change later on. So we see that the type is BACnet device. Clear that we're going to leave it to that. Device ID, set the -1, but I think we're leaving all of that as is for now. And then after we've done that, I think all we're doing is changing the name to MSTP _ heating system. We're going to press OK. Now it'll show up now in our database. Notice the orange bar, or the status. This is status color. You'll see status colors for various things within the Niagara. It's kind of like a for your information at a glance status indicator of anything between from a device controller or a proxy point. If it has a certain, or if it goes into a change of status that's not normal, it'll have a status color highlighted. So for example, orange is fault. So since we're creating an offline device, this is going to show up as fault. because it's not currently enabled. It's not currently tied to any device. So this is okay. Now, again, I just wanted to point out that the highlight bar, it's orange, says fault. That's normal. Now, let's say that the point was, or the device was, good to go, was tied to an actual device. Maybe the bar would be red, indicate that there's some sort of alarm within the controller. But kind of wanted to point out the color status there on the device. Now, if we had done a discover, or we added a device and tied it to something actually out there, and there was no fault, this would obviously just be a white background, no color status. So we've created the MSTP underscore heating system device, and it's currently in fault status, which is fine. Not a problem. So now that we have that, that's creating our MSTP offline device. And again, all we had to do was select this new button down here, the bottom of our screen in the AX BACnet device manager view. We can create as many devices as we want. We can create up to 100 at one time. And the screen would look very similar to what initially was. So just don't do this, but I'm just going to show you if I wanted to create 10 devices at one time. This is what you would see. So you would have to set up a name, whatever your device ID would be, whatever other parameter that you wanted to change for it, at face here. But then you'd have to select the next device down in this list here. Do whatever changes you need to make. Go down to the next one, do that. So imagine doing that for 100 devices. There's simpler ways to go about mass producing devices, but just wanted to show you what doing more than one device at a time looks like. So we've added an MSTP device. Now, again, it's in fault, and that's fine. Hopefully everybody was successful in creating the new device. The next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to discover a point or a device now. Now we're going to discover. So we looked at how to create one offline, or just create a device in general that we have intentions of syncing up with an actual device in the field later. Now we're going to look at how to discover a device or controller. So this time, what we want to do is click on the discover button. So at the bottom middle of our screen there, where we saw the new button, we also see the binocular discover button, and we want to select that. And when we select discover, we get this configure device discovery. So now we can limit or narrow down or filter, if you will, our scan. So we can set a device low limit or high limit. Now that pertains to device configuration. So looking for devices with certain object IDs within a certain range. We can also select which networks to scan. So if we had, imagine we had more than one network, we can select a specific network that we want to do a scan on, looking for any particular devices. So for this exercise, we want to make sure that we have our network 1000 selected, because that is the network number we gave our IP network, our BACnet over IP network. So everybody's should be 1000. So you should see this in your window. If you do not see this network 1000 checkbox as an option, then you might need to go back to your IP port setting and make sure that it's enabled. And then if we really wanted to, now this could be problematic if you had a huge job like a campus or something, you've got like thousands, hundreds to thousands of devices, something like that. You could do a global scan, and that would literally scan every single network in the entire system. So I don't know, just give an example. We've had some guys that have come through here that work at Universal Studios in Florida, and they have thousands upon thousands of devices and subsystems. You can imagine if you were to do a global scan for something, you could probably do that scan and walk away for a very long period of time, and it'd still be scanning through everything. So But what we're going to do here is we're going to select this specific network, which is our only one available to us, which is network 1000, because that's our BACnet over IP. We're going to select OK. And we should see this bar appear at the top. So BACnet discover devices. There should be like a status bar, like a blue status bar here. Hopefully everybody sees that on their screen. So what it's going to do is it's going to do a scan on a network 1000, which since all of us are using the network 1000, depending on how many people hit scan or discover at the same time, kind of depends on how fast you get results back. So we're all going to add the same device, actually. Well, within reason. So yeah. So what we're going to look for is, so once you've done the discover, now we see that we have two windows here. So our database was at the top initially and showed our MSTP heating system that we had added, but we did a discover. And now we have what's called the discover window above that. So it's pushed our database down to the bottom, and now we have our discovered window. And this is the results of everything that came back from our scan that we did on network 1000. Now, if you notice, we can see other stations out there. And that's our stations, right? So I can see, you know, station 6, 14, 3, 9. Y'all should be able to see mine, which is 18. So since we're all of our devices are our stations are running on this network, we can actually see other stations as well. But what we're looking for is called BACnet underscore heat underscore modbus underscore chiller underscore 51. Now, if you wanted to find that much faster than scrolling through, and let's say that you knew what you were looking for as far as a device ID, this device is device 51. The device ID for this device is 51. So you could, if you wanted to, filter through these different sections within the discovered pane to reorder our list here. So if I wanted to click device ID, it'll reorder it to, you know, lowest number descending it to highest number. Now I'm looking for device 51. I can easily find my BACnet heat modbus chiller device. So everybody should find device 51, which is this BACnet underscore heat underscore modbus underscore chiller underscore 51. You get it, right? So reorder it if you need to, scroll through and find it if you want, however you find it. What we're looking for is BACnet underscore heat modbus chiller 51 device 51. So once you find that, okay, we have two options here to add it to our database. We can select it in our discovered window and come down here in the bottom of our window and hit add, the add button. Now this is useful for when you want to add multiple devices. Let's say you do a scan on an entire floor, right? First time on, not necessarily first time on the job, but like the network just got completed for all the VAVs or select amount of equipment on a given network. They've just been added, everything's powered up now, and we know we're going to add like 10 plus devices at one time. So we could go to do a discover, multi-select, you know, multiple devices that we wanted to add to our database, and then hit the add button. It'll add all of them. But since we're just adding, you know, the one, we can either select it and hit add, or the good old drag and drop. So you can literally select your device 51, the BACnet heat modbus chiller 51 from discovered, click and drag it down into your database. So from the top window down to the bottom window, either one, it's your preference. Either way, you'll get this window pop up once you've done so. When you get here, we're going to shorten the name just down to chiller. So we don't need all this BACnet heat modbus chiller 51 in the naming convention. It's our chiller. Maybe that's just like the default, you know, text that it got scanned in on. If anybody's ever scanned in like train devices or anything like that, sometimes they come with their own, you know, default unique string name. So we're going to name this chiller, not chilliter, chiller. And I believe that's all. It's really, I think, all that we're changing there. We're just changing the name. Yep, just changing the name to chiller. And once you've added it to your database, you can see that the status is okay. This is an actual device that we've pulled in. Now, if you have it selected, it will show up highlighted blue. So keep that in mind. Blue is not a status indicator. Blue is a selection indicator. So if you were to select an empty space within your database, it will deselect. And this is something true to keep in mind as well. So we see that our MSTP heating system is in fault. We have an orange status indicator. Now, if I click on my MSTP heating system in the database, notice the highlighting in blue. Our status stays fault, but we lose the status color indicator until we unselect MSTP heating system. So always keep that in mind. Blue is not a status indicator; it's a selection indicator. Sometimes you have to unselect something to see a status color on something. Okay, so we have our MSTP heating system. We've added our chiller. We've scanned in and added our chiller. The next thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and save our station. So in the nav tree, after you've done all this, after you've added the MSTP heating system and you've added the chiller in your nav tree, go up to station, and we're going to save our station, just like we've done before. So we're going to right-click our station in the nav tree, and we're going to select Save Station. Now it's going to overwrite any other, previous saves on our station itself. But we also want to make a backup just in case, because our version of our station now is much different than station was before lunch, right? We have a backup of that version, but we also want to make an additional backup just to get in the habit of this process, right? Because you never know. You never know what can happen. You could be on a job site and working on stuff all day long. Imagine having gone through an entire integration setup, added 50 plus devices or controllers to your network, and you happen to step away for a second, or you're continuously working, and then the electricians decided that they were going to do some testing or needed to cut off some breakers to fix something without notifying anybody. We've all kind of seen something that maybe something like that happened before, and it cut power to your workstation that you got plugged in, and you just lost all progress. Now, the station workbench does do an auto save to your station. It does do an auto save, but the auto save is like once per hour. Now you can change that, and we'll look at that more come Thursday when we start looking at more advanced stuff like setting up per user type of stuff in security. So there is a way to change the automatic save timer. You can increase it or decrease it, whatever suits you. But I believe default it's like an hour. So you could potentially lose an hour's worth of work. Even in this class, it could potentially happen. Computers are finicky. We've all seen them act up on a whim. So go ahead and get in the process of, after you've taken a couple big steps in adding something to our system here, go ahead and save it, and then do a backup of that save just in case. So you always have something. If something goes awry, something messes up, and you can't quite figure out what messed up, but you know that you made a backup before, maybe 20 minutes before starting all this process, before it all got messed up, you could revert to a backup and get rid of whatever error that may have caused that you couldn't figure it out. But anyways, all right. So that is adding a backnet device and then discovering a backnet device. So pretty simple. Let's see. So the next thing is we're going to be adding proxy points. So we're actually going to go into the device. As far as our MSTP heating system goes, we're going to be adding devices or creating devices, creating new points. So we're going to be creating new points or adding new points to our MSTP heating system. We're actually going to be breaking up our MSTP heating system. This is what I get for talking too fast. We're actually going to be breaking up our MSTP heating system device into two different points folders. We're going to make one for our boiler, and we're going to make one for our hot water pumps system that we're going to be creating. It's just something that we do for this class to keep things simple. We only have, added one controller, but we're going to make two different points folders instead of adding 2 devices. So anyways, we're going to do that, and then we're going to add things to, discover points on our chiller. So that's the next lab, but we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break because I need to use the restroom, and I think I need some water. So it is all right. It's 2:57, so we'll meet back here at like 3:02 Eastern. I just referenced my little clock in the bottom right hand of the screen there. So be right back. A lot of ground to cover. Like I said, beginning of this, it's like drinking water from a fire hose, especially when we gotta make up a little bit of ground. All right. So we've added 2 devices, right? So now we can start adding or discovering proxy points. So some of you may be familiar with points and proxy points and what they are, the different type of points. But if you don't, got a nice little quick slideshow real quick that'll just go over the basics of points. We'll just go through that real quick, just so you have a better understanding what proxy points are. Because if I start throwing things out at you like numeric, Boolean, and such like that, and if you don't quite understand what that terminology means, it could really just throw you off for the rest of the lab, for the next couple labs. So it's the basics of points. All right. So the objective here is the Niagara Common Object Model, the various views of Niagara components, how to access libraries of components using the palette sidebar, which we've done a little bit so far. You'll see more of that. Your values, facets, status, flags, priorities, inputs, outputs, fallback actions, slots, linking objects, great simple control object. Okay, so if any of that didn't really make much sense to you, then I will try to clear as much as I can in the next couple slides. So these 8 Niagara objects are integral to the driver architecture. That is the foundation of which all device integrations rests. So we have the common object model. So what does all that mean? So we have all these different communication systems or protocols here. So we've got legacy, BACnet, DDE, Modbus, and LAN. They all have different communication protocols, but they all use a common object model. What does that mean? So any given point, proximity point, or object, even within those different protocols, use these same objects, hence the common object model, right? So we have 4 different data types. You see 8 here, but essentially there's data, 4 different data types, but then there's subtypes. So you have Boolean, which I think goes better. Yeah, the next slide here. So in any Niagara station, all real-time data is normalized within the station database as control points, special group of components. So we have things such as booleans, numerics, enumerated, and strings. And then within those data types, we have we have what's called a point. Objects are which are objects that are read-only, and we have writable objects that are programmable. So just to break it down a little bit, break down the most common data types. So you have Boolean, which typically is an on-off or a true-false. It's a statement or a position, or a condition rather. So it can only be one of 2 things. It can be on, off. It can be true, false, or it can be 0 or 1. Really basic. So think of Boolean as states. It's one of 2 states. Numeric is and I don't want to say enumerated. It's a numerical point, so it's a number, and that could be anywhere, any type of number really. Restrictions on what type of number really depends on the type of object or point that you're using, but usually real numbers is where we stick with for numeric. We have enumerated, and enumerated is actually a collection of different states. So whereas best way to it's kind of keep this simple is maybe Boolean's true false or yes no. Enumerated is more like yes no maybe or not at all, something like that. You have a set of different options or states that you can choose from that go beyond just on or off. Now, for some of you more mechanically inclined, a good one example I like to use is the stage fan. So you have high speed, medium speed, low speed, and off. Variable fan. And then string is text. It's a string of text. We won't see this in this class, and at least in my experience, rarely will you see it really in the field. It's usually special case. You'll see it more like in programming, but we don't really touch on that in this class itself. But it is a data type, and we do bring that, the attention to it. But you have points and writable. So point and writable. So a point object tends to be it's readable. So it's read only. So it's something that something else tells it what it is. Whereas writable objects are programmable, whereas we can tell it what it can be from multiple different states, and that state can also tell something else what it can be. And some of that might be a little bit confusing, but it'll make more sense when we actually get into to the logic section. This doesn't look familiar at all. Hold on. This might be slideshow ahead of pace here. Okay, so I don't want to get into this information right now because this is just going to be confusing. Did these get out of order? They did get out of order. Fun. Okay. Thought it was looking a little strange. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all these, but I'm just going to throw this back up here. It's the slideshow that was meant to be up. Okay, so this makes a little bit more sense. All right, so we're going to be adding points to our devices or controllers that we just added, whether it be adding or discovering it. So how we do that is the BACnet point manager view. So much like the device manager view, like we just saw for adding and discovering devices, we have a point manager view that we can use to discover or add points in a similar fashion. Discover potential proxy points originating from a specific controller, BACnet point types and facets, and apply tags while adding proxy points. So how to add a proxy point. So we'll go to the devices that we've added or discovered. And if we open or expand those devices in our nav tree here, we'll be able to go to what's called a points folder. And within that points folder, we're actually going to create an additional points folder, but it's going to have some sort of name to it. This isn't required outside of this class. It's just something that we tend to do, mainly because we've split up one device into two different points folders for MSTP heating system for simplicity's sake. So we kind of kept to that convention for the rest of the class, for the rest of the devices. I ask that you do it anyways, as the lab asks you to do, but it's definitely not required. Adding a points folder to a particular device, out in the field. But anyways, we'll open up the device. We'll navigate down to its point folder, and we're going to end up adding a new points folder to it. But from there, we'll get to the point manager view, and from the point manager view, we can actually do a discover or add devices to the device's database, much like we did with adding the device. But one thing that we're going to do a little bit different, and I'm probably going to edit the rules or the instructions a little bit more because tagging takes up a little too much time. It takes people twice as long to get through these labs because they have to go through and add all these various tags that we have set up to do in the lab so that we can use later on. But this method of tagging is unfortunately the way we currently have the class written up. Now we're in the process of changing this, obviously, but we have you do the more tedious way. Start out by doing the more tedious way of adding tags just to introduce you to tags, but it ends up taking way too much time. So there's going to be some sections I'm going to tell you just ignore tags completely, adding tags completely. So the first one, we'll add some tags. We'll just show you how we can add and edit some tags. But then the following section, we're going to completely ignore tagging because it takes up way too much time. And then we'll come back and do that when we visit tags tomorrow. So if that, we'll go over that a little bit more in just a bit. So how do we add the proxy points again? That's how we go to the points folder, we go to the point manager, we add or discover, much like we did with the devices. Pretty self-explanatory. The difference here on this screen here, like I said, is the tag dictionary. So we have an option to pre-select tags that we want to add to points. Now, again, remember, tags are metadata, and I'll go over that just a little bit more here because there's always questions. But it's going to want you to select the tags you wish to add to the proxy points before adding it to the database. Just like everything else in Niagara, there's multiple ways of doing something. This is one way, and then there's a more efficient way to do it. And then later on in the week, we show you an even more efficient way to do it. So put you through the ringer on that one a little bit. And we can either select the add button like we do with the device, or we can just drag and drop the point into the database like we did with the devices. So a very similar method. And then when we do that, we get this add pop-up window, and then that's where we need to change the name or add the name to any given point that we're adding. Change the point type, which is important. This is very important, and this will make more sense, and I'll really drill it home when we get to that section in the lab. So the point type can only be set once. So if you add a point and you forgot to change the point type, you can't go back and edit the point and change the point type. That sounds confusing. It might be. So what that means is, remember these different data types we talked about. We have booleans, numerics, enumerateds, and strings, right? If I add a boolean point, but I meant to add a boolean writable, and I've changed everything else, within this property sheet, I can change everything else in this property sheet except for the data type after I've already added the point. So it's important to make sure that you double check which type of point you're adding and that you're adding the right type when creating points and when discovering points, because some points that you discover have a default point type, but you are overriding that point type to make it something else or changing it from a point to a writable. So something to keep in mind. Keep a close eye on the lab book because that's what's going to tell you what it needs to be. So for any reason you added boolean point, which you meant to add boolean writable, you're going to have to delete that point and re-add it or rediscover that point to change its type. But once you add it, you can see down in there, it's added to the station, and you can see it within the database. All right, so we're going to go through this together if you haven't started it already. If you've started it already and you're going through the tagging process, then just go ahead and keep following the lab exercise and do as it. But for the rest of you that are working with me, we're going to do things slightly different as far as tagging goes, because like I said, tagging takes up a little too much time. This we've discovered we need to rework some of these labs to take the emphasis out of tagging, because we put a big emphasis initially on adding tags to all the points that we add. And because it's such a tedious process, we see a lot of students not necessarily struggle, but spend too much time adding the tags. And then we get way more tag questions than we do actual adding points questions. And then it becomes a tagging lag versus points lab, right? So it creates confusion. So we'll look at the two ways of adding tags initially or manually, and then we're gonna pretty much leave tags alone for a while. Those of you working with me. So again, I have to brush into tags just a little bit. So in our palette window, we need to add a special tag dictionary to our services. So if you looked into your station, there's that services module under config. So if we collapse driver, we see that we have this services module under config. If we open that up, we scroll down about 3/4 of the way down, we'll find something called a tag dictionary service. And that tag dictionary service, if we were to open that up, we would see the Niagara. Now this little icon right here is what indicates it's a tag dictionary. So by default, the Niagara tag dictionary is installed into Workbench. It's there by default. It's already implied or added implied tags. So what implied tags means is it's looked under certain conditions, and if any of these points devices or what have you meets certain conditions, whether it be naming conventions or whatever, certain tags are implied or added to automatically to various points and devices. Now, we can add what's called what we're going to add is called the haystack tag dictionary, which is a separate dictionary, a tag dictionary. And remember, all this is just metadata that we can use for querying purposes or searching purposes. It's used a little bit more than just searching purposes, but it's kind of like the easiest way to explain it. But first, we need to add the haystack tag dictionary. Now, if you haven't done it already, pay attention to me and do as I do it, because it can be a little confusing the way you discover it in the palette. So in the palette window, right, bottom left of our screen, we want to hit that folder icon, the open palette folder, or select that, and we get this open palette window. It's going to pop up, right? And in the filter section, we're going to want to type haystack. So HAYSTACK. I think you can even type in hay, HAY, and it'll show up. But this is what you're looking for. It's called the haystack module. Once we find the haystack module, we select it and press OK. Now we can see that our palette has changed. Now, this is where I need anybody to pay attention if you haven't done it already. And if you've made this mistake, then this is how you remedy it. So we see that we have two different folders. We see one that says standard items only. Don't know why this even exists anymore. And then we have include smart relations. And you can see a little parentheses recommended. What we do not want to add, what we do not want to do is we do not want to add the folder. We do not want to drag and drop the folder onto the tag dictionary service. If you're working ahead and you dragged and dropped the include smart relations folder into your tag dictionary service, I need you to stop what you're doing right now, go back and delete that folder out of your tag dictionary service, because it will create very serious problems later on if you don't do that. So what we want to do is actually add just this haystack tag dictionary that's embedded or is inside of this folder. So we'll have to open this folder up, the include smart relations folder. We need to expand that folder within the palette and just select the haystack module that's in that folder. And we're going to drag and drop that onto tag dictionary service. And if you haven't already, you need to open up your station, expand your station, expand config, expand services, scroll almost to the bottom of services, and locate tag dictionary service. Expand that. And you should see the Niagara tag dictionary there. It should just say Niagara and have a little price tag icon next to it. And then when we drag and drop our haystack tag dictionary into the dictionary service, we'll see it, see that it's added just under the Niagara tag dictionary. And that's all we have to do to add the dictionary, or the haystack tag dictionary, to our station. So haystack tag dictionary is within every instance of Niagara4, but you have to manually add it. So it's used for manually adding additional tags to points and devices. It's a different tag dictionary than the Niagara one. It contains tags such as like set point, pooling, air handler, stuff like that. Whereas Niagara tags are like device, module, so forth. And we can look at that more later when we get to tagging. So again, see how this becomes more of a tagging lab. So once you've added it to the tag dictionary service, a window will pop up saying, hey, do you want to change the name of this? We'll keep it haystack. And again, if you accidentally dragged the folder from the palette into the tag dictionary service, delete that, and then re-add just the tag dictionary module. It has a potential for crashing your station or crashing Workbench. Don't know why it doesn't if you add the folder. Don't know why it does it that sometimes, but it has the potential of completely crashing not only your station, but possibly Workbench, and lose, if you hadn't saved recently, you could lose, lose some work, or it could be an issue. So to prevent extra work for all of us, yeah, just go ahead and make sure that you just add the module. Okay, so we got that, right? So that's the least important part of this. We just want to make sure that we add it, because we're going to add a few tags. We're going to move on with our lives. So if you want to go ahead and collapse our tag dictionary service and then collapse services, we're done in there for now. What we want is open up drivers. So if it's not already opened up, open back up drivers and locate our BACnet network. And when we expand our BACnet network, we'll see both our MSTP heating system controller or device, as well as our chiller. And it wants us to go to our MSTP heating system and expand that. And we're going to locate the points folder. Now, keep an eye on the icon next to points folder. So you see it kind of has like this, almost looks like a button, right? So this icon next to points, right? This is distinguishing icon that signifies whether something is a points folder or not, or points, reference to points. Now this is important is because we're going to be adding what's called a points folder. And there's a difference between a regular default plain folder and a points folder. A points folder will have the folder icon, but it'll have that icon, that button, those 4 little dots icon nested within the folder icon. So we'll see that in just a second. So what we want to do is, okay, so we've expanded MSTP heating system. We're looking at the points folder, right? So we want to double click that points folder, and this is going to take us to that BACnet point manager that we saw on the slideshow. And it looks very similar to our device manager that we saw in our BACnet network. It works in a similar manner. So what we want to do is we need to make 2 different point folders, one for our heating system, or one for our hot water, our hot pump, oh goodness gracious, our boiler and a hot water pump system. So to do that, we need to select the new folder button. So some of you may have been tempted, if you're working ahead of me, to right click the points folder and select new folder. That's not going to work. That's going to create a regular folder. The only way to create a points folder, at least the only way that I know how to do it, and been taught how to do it, is to go to the points manager, the BACnet point manager, or just point manager in general, because we'll do the same thing for LAN and Modbus, and select new folder within the point manager. So down at the bottom of our screen, when we're double clicked into points under BACnet or MSTP heating system, sorry. And we're going to select new folder. And it's going to ask us, what do we want to name this thing? And we're going to name this as heating pump underscore IO. Now, again, we're doing this for this class. Adding a points folder isn't necessary out in the field or so you may or may not have seen something like this. It's just something that we've added to the class to show you how you can add it. And then we've also used it in this way so we can split up a single device to have 2 different points folders to, handle our heat pumps and our boiler, right? So what you learn in this class is not the end-all be-all way of doing things. A lot of this is show and tell. So heat pump or heating pump underscore IO. That's what we want to name it. And when we press OK, we'll see that heat pump IO folder show up in the database here. And if we expanded points within our nav tree here, we can see our heat pump IO folder that was created, right? It's nested under points. So to try to prevent confusion, even though this is technically a points folder, it's technically points module. So I try not to use that term interchangeably so I don't confuse people because it confuses people. So the circle, the points with the circle icon next to it, the button icon, that's the points module. And what we created inside of it is a points folder. So once we've created the points folder under the points module, you can expand your points module, select, and double click on your point folder, heat pump IO folder, and that will take you to the point manager again, but we're looking at the point manager within our point folder that we created. So if that wasn't too confusing, hopefully not. So open your points module, double click on your heat pump underscore IO points folder. That is from in there, that's when we want to add points. So give a second for that. People catch up on that.
So this is Bernard. I've got a weird one. That folder shows up in the database, but it's not showing up in the nav tree to the left. What I do wrong?
Uh-oh. That's a good question. Which workstation are you, Bernard?
I'm number 9.
Number 9. Most of the time, it's a simple fix. Okay. So number 9, right? Okay.
Did I forget to press add? Or that's for points, right?
That's for points. You said you're on station 9, correct?
9, right?
Okay. So in your nav tree, can you hit that little arrow next to points? Okay. So there's nothing there. So that's fine. You may have actually. I think you hit discover instead. Interesting. I see that there.
See, it's here, but it's not over there.
Tell you what. Double click on that heat pump IO that you created. So okay, you created a chiller. So this is like a good instance to use that locator bar that I was telling you about. That gray bar at the top. See how if we look down the line,
I'm in the chiller.
You accidentally made it a chiller.
Okay, I will fix that. I got it. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Easily done. Easily done. Like I said, most fixes are simple. Again, it's a lot of stuff to take in, man. And it's just going to get harder as we go through the week. Getting more familiar with the system, day 1, that's like the biggest challenge. And we get more and more complicated as we go. So everybody is doing fine. All right. So let me see here. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so we got the point folder. So now we want to double click our heat pump underscore IO point folder. And that'll take us to the BACnet point manager view of our heat pump point folder. And this is where we want to add our points. So what the lab wants us to do here is to open up tag mode. And so this is one of the two ways we can manually add tags to points. It's a shame that, and this will make more sense when we get further into the class. It's a shame that we have you do it this way, and this is why we're rewriting it a little bit. This is like the manual labor intensive version of adding tags, and there's a way that we can set up tagging rules to automatically add tags to points that meet certain conditions, right? So this is just kind of introduce you to tags a little bit and adding them to points. That's why I don't want to put too much emphasis on it. So we're going to look at the one way to add tags to points while we're adding them, and then we're going to look at a second way to add them. The second way is more important because this is how you edit tags and remove tags, as well as add tags to a given point. So we have multiple functions in the second version, but we're going to add the first point with tag mode. All right, so we're in the database. We're getting ready to add some points, right? So want to make sure we're in the heat pump IO folder. If you're not sure, check your locator bar at the top, that dark bar screen. The last thing in this file path here should be heat pump _IO. So at the top of your screen in the toolbar section, the second to the last option to the right, you'll see a little tag icon. This is tag mode. What we want to do is click tag mode and it should pop up another window. That's what we need, more windows, right? And what we want to do is at the top of the tag mode window here, which is right here. At the top of the screen here, we see two drop-down menus and a filter. It's like a filter section. So the first drop-down menu says Niagara. What we want to do is hit that drop-down menu at the top of our view window here and select Haystack. And then on the far right, where it says Best Only, I'm going to drop that down and select Show All. So what we're going to do is we're going to preemptively select a tag for a point that we're about to add so that it adds the tag as we add the point. Now, this it can be useful when you're adding multiple points with the same tags. Because there are times or instances where you do need to just manually add tags. It would take up too much time to actually write a tag rule, which again, we'll look at later. So there are times where you will be manually adding tags to points, and this is why we show you this. But there's a difference between tags and tag groups. Tags are individual tags. It could be anything from like air, boiler, bypass, things like that. And then tag groups are a collection of individual tags to apply. So, you know, one of the ones we're going to look for is outside air temp or airspace temp tag group, which is going to add a collection of tags based off of that naming convention. But not to get too confusing here. So we should have our tag mode enabled. We should have it set to haystack at the top here, and select the filter set to show all, right? So from there, excuse me, we're going to look for the tag group called outside air temp space sensor. Now this is case sensitive and it is camel case. If any of you know what that means. The first word in the string of words is lowercase, and then the following words that are connected start with an uppercase letter. So we can either, since we're looking at tag groups, we have tag groups expanded, we can either click through here and scroll all the way down and find outside air temp sensor. Or we can go to the search binocular bar here, or the little binoculars icon, the search bar here, and the search bar is also case sensitive. Like you can only look up the tags as it's spelled specifically. So if we wanted to go to the top search bar here and just type out, just start typing outside, the word outside, And of course, it doesn't want to show it, right?
You got a typo on the outside.
Oh, look at that. Told you it was case sensitive or spell check. You gotta spell it correctly. Good catch. All right, so we're looking for outside air temp sensor. It's for me, it's the bottom selection, and tag groups is probably the bottom selection for you as well. So we've got that selected. So I'll give you a few seconds to catch up there for anybody who's still typing in the search bar. So we're filtering out, looking for outside air temp sensor, the tag group. So we are preemptively selecting it to the. You can take a wild guess at what type of point we're going to add, right? So once everybody has outside air temp sensor selected, the tag group, down at the bottom of our screen, and this should be fairly familiar, just like we did with the devices, you want to hit that new button, the new icon. We're creating a new point. So we're going to select new. And here we can go ahead and select what type we want to add and how many we want to add. So this kind of gives you an idea that we can add multiple points at one time, which can be useful. But we want to add a numeric point. So we want to change the type to add to numeric point. So we can do that from the drop-down menu here next to type to add. And we're deciding the 1 point this time. It's a numeric point. We press OK. And then we get this window here, the new point window. And we have several things we need to change in here. So referring back to the lab, we want to change the name of this point to outside air temp sensor. Now, we need to use the naming convention specific to the lab, and there's a reason for it. Now, it might be different for you out in the field. Whatever naming conventions that you tend to use, whether you abbreviate sensor or set point, and however you tend to do it. I highly encourage everybody and really recommend that everybody stick to the naming conventions, how it is in the lab exercise, because we will refer back to these naming conventions to do some special tasks. And if it's not in this, like for example, if I'm doing a scan or a search for everything, for all the sensors in my system, and I've used _SNSR for every sensor that I add. But then, I've got one or two that I typed sensor all the way out, like SENSOR, or abbreviated just SNR or something like that. It's going to completely throw, the search off if I'm trying to do like a mass edit or something, or a mass compile for something. So keep to the naming conventions that is in the lab book for this class. So it'll be outside air temp, so OA temp _SNSR for sensor. We're going to change the object ID to, so just under that, so you have the name, you have the type, you have enabled, and just under that, you have object ID. So by default, it's analog input, -1. We want to change that to analog value 1. Once you've done that, so the next thing is what's called a facet. So you have your name, outside air temp sensor, SNSR for sensor. We want to confirm the point type that we've added, make sure it's a numeric point. We want to change the object ID from analog input to analog value. Change the ID number to 1. And then we're going down to facets. So if you go down towards the bottom of this window here, you can see that we have device facets and we have facets. Now we want to change facets. Now this is the trying to think. Usually the engineering conversion of a given point value. So for example, if we're reading into degrees Fahrenheit, degrees Celsius, Kelvin, percentage, whatever that might be, we do that within the facets. Now the facets section, the difference between device facets and facets is referred to how this workbench, this workstation, refers to that data. The device facets changes how the device itself reads that number. Now, this would be important if, for some reason, that we have everything else set up in Celsius. So, well, I don't know, for example, we're using lawn because by default, lawn uses Celsius by default. And we're adding, point to our lawn system or a lawn device. We would want to probably make sure that our device facet is set to Celsius. Now, this is something we don't use in this class, so that's why I'm bringing this up. Is most of the time you're not going to be adjusting this, the device facet, unless it's a special case. Be sure that we're just changing our facet. So just facet. So you have device facet and then facet. We just want to change facet. And to do that, we click on these double arrows, or what's called a double chevron. When we click this, we get a new window that pops up. It's a configure facet window, config facet window. So this is the engineering units. And so we need to set it. So it's an outside air temperature sensor, and we're going to want to use the engineering units of degrees Fahrenheit, right? So we need to find that. So to do that, again, we click on the double arrows, the chevrons here, and that opens this window. And then we click on these this button with the 3 dots. This is called an ellipsis. So we're going to click on this, and it should have like a little blue null box next to it. So top right corner of the config facets window, click the ellipsis, and you should get this window. So we work from left to right in this window. So from the left drop-down menu, we're looking up the type of facet or the category of facet that we want to use. So we are looking for degrees Fahrenheit. So what we're going to look for is something called temperature. So if you, from the left side drop down, if you grab the handle, and I think you go all the way down towards the bottom, you're going to be looking for a category called temperature parentheses K. Now, the good thing about these facets is we'll able any facet that we've used previously when creating points or adding points, we have this what's called a facet recall button right next to the double chevron. It's that little clock icon right there, and we'll be able to quickly add any facets that we've previously used to a point. So this gets much faster as we go. So temperature K. And then in the right drop-down menu, we want to select Fahrenheit. So see that we set the category to temperature K, or temperature. Let's just keep it simple. We set the temperature. But then once you set that category, we see that our options in the right drop-down menu is obviously Fahrenheit, Celsius, Kelvin, millikelvin. And we want to set it to Fahrenheit. Once we've done that, we'll press OK. Now, just keep in mind, just going to bring up to your attention now, this min and max value. So this can get a little tricky. 9 times out of 10, there'll be a couple of special use cases within this class where we set it other than minus infinity plus infinity. So that's what that means, that minus INF, that INF means infinity. So it's in the min and max range for that given facet. Now this comes into play when you're actually setting up like a set point for something. It's like a set point range. So think of a space temperature sensor, like a room sensor for a commercial building. Maybe you want to set up a range where the temperature can only be adjusted by that thermostat between, let's say, 68 and 72. That's where we would set this. That's where we can set this. We'd set that min and max range. And we'll see this when we get to the boiler section, because we'll actually add a set point, proxy point. And we'll also adjust the min and max value and the facets itself. But what this does is it limits what a user can adjust that value to, what range the user can write to. Now this is it's a little different when it comes to logic though. A logic point can go below and above that value, but as far as like user input, This is setting like a limit for user input, but we'll see a little bit more of that later. So we've set our facets to degrees Fahrenheit. We have our name, which is outside air temperature sensor, the point type, which is very important. Remember, we have to set this up initially when adding a point or discovering a point. Once we've pressed OK and added it to the database, we cannot change the point type. So if we add the wrong point type, we'll have to delete that point and add it in all over again. So keep that in mind. Now, something to kind of bring your attention to as well. Notice at the bottom of the screen here, we have these little labels. You see called marker, the tag icon, and it's got marker next to it. And if we look to the left of it, we see an HS colon outside, HS colon air, HS colon temp, so forth sensor. What that is, those are the individual tags that were assigned to this point from the tag group that we added to this point. We can see that here as well. That's one way we can see the tags. So when we have all of that set up, we're going to go ahead and press OK. And it's going to add it to our database. Now, keep in mind, we're working with a sensor or a device that's technically offline, right? So we know that our device or controller is already in fault because it's not assigned to an actual controller or device. So any point that we add within this device controller is going to also show up in fault. So this is normal. Just ignore that for now. So tag mode is one way that you can add tags. Now there's two ways you can use this tagging tool or tag mode. Just like we did here, we can go into the filter section and type up and search for a specific tag and add it. But what if I have multiple tags that I want to add to a point that isn't in a tag group? So if I delete this and I just, I'm looking for specific tags. Now, let's say I'm looking for, let's keep it simple. We've got an air handler in your device or something, or a point that belongs to an air handler. Maybe we want to give it meta tags or tags like air handler, air cooled. Let's just keep it to those three tags. Maybe I want to add these three tags. And maybe there's something, another tag like further down this list that I want to add to it as well. Maybe like HVAC or HVAC. Now, what I can do is I can left click and hold control multiple tags. Let's just say cool. And control clicking these, I can have these pre-selected and then add a point or multiple points, and these 4 tags will be automatically assigned to it. Now, what I cannot do, and this is where things get a little trivial, in the search bar, I cannot type in air, select it, go back up to search, go to HVAC, or if I can type correctly today, go to HVAC, control select that, and then I delete this to empty my search parameters, and notice how my air or AHE, whatever I made previously selected, is still not selected. So I can't multi-select by searching keywords. I have to select and scroll through this entire list to find what I'm looking for. Control select it, continue to scroll through. You have to do it in one fell swoop. Now this can be helpful when you're adding a list of points that all have very similar tagging or tags to them. And at this point, I'm sure some of you guys are gonna be like, why are we bothering going through and adding all these tags? I promise you'll see later. But again, tags are metadata. Think back to kind of like a Google search. Anything that you type into Google to look up, and it presents all these different websites pertaining to your search. Those websites show up because they have been tagged with metadata that are related to the search that you made on Google. And that's what we're setting up here in Niagara4 or in Workbench. We're setting up tags, metadata to all these given points so that later I can do a search on anything that has outside air sensor or outside air sensor tag group added to it or something like that. And then I can do what I need to do with those device or those points or whatever I'm looking up. So think of it that way. So we're doing a little bit of preemptive work here. So if you scroll down a little farther, hopefully nobody had any issues adding the outside air temperature sensor. Again, it's okay that it's in fault and it's going to show up in fault. The main thing is having the name and the point type. Everything else can be edited. Well, I mean, anything in here can be edited other than the point type. So if you misspell something, you can always come back to it. If you added the wrong tag, you can always go back to it. And that's what I'm going to show you here in just a minute. How you can add tags, edit, and remove tags to the point that's already been created. And that's the last thing we'll do with tags for a bit, and then we'll ignore tags for like for the rest of the labs coming today, and then we'll go back and add tags as needed for tagging the lab, because it takes way too much time. Anyways, so I'm done with tag mode for now. If you ever want to close or reopen tag mode, remember it's this tag icon up here in the toolbar section. So look for that little tag icon. Select that. I'm going to deselect it for now because we're not going to use tag mode for the next one. I'm going to show you adding 1 point by adding with the edit tag function, and then you can add. Then we can add the rest of the 3 points that we're going to add, and you can choose to either use tag mode because they all have the same tags, heating and pump, or you can just go back through and do the edit tag function. Up to you. Either way, after we add those points, we're pretty much going to be skipping the tagging process for the rest of the labs. So we've added outside air temperature sensor. So if we scroll a little bit farther down into the lab, we'll see the table for the next 4 points that we need to add, right? Now we can add all 4 points at the same time if we really wanted to, or we can add one at a time. It's up to you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you adding them all at the same time, just to let you see what that looks like. And it's kind of up to you whether you want to take on more than 1 point at a time. It does require you to keep track of which point you're actually editing. It's not that complicated, but it's up to you. So working within my database here for my BACnet point manager, I'm still in my heat pump IO folder. I'm going to select the new button down here. And so here's the tricky bit, right? So it wants to know what the type of point I want to add. Now I know I'm going to be adding multiple points. That's fine. I can change the point type individually for each of these points as I'm creating them in the edit in the new window, right? This is just asking what I want to add. Let's just say I'm happen to be adding multiple Boolean writables. You know, this is the way I can declare it now. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave this as Boolean writable, but I'm going to say, hey, I want to add 4 points, right? So I'm going to add 4 points, and I'm going to change them as needed. So we're going to start from the top. So if you look here at the top here, we see our 4 points that we created, or are creating, rather. We haven't created them just yet. We're in the process of creating them. We need to, color them in a little bit. So we start from the top, right? This is where you kind of have to keep track of what you're actually working on. And when you're going through this process of editing each point, when you're done with 1 point, what you don't want to do is come down here and press OK. And I'll show you why, because what that's going to do, and you don't have to do this because I'm going to have to delete these, but what that's going to do is it's going to create all 4 of these points with whatever default values it decided to plug into it while creating it. So be mindful of that when you're creating multiple points at the same time. I can quickly and easily delete these by keeping them all selected and hitting delete. So I can go back down to the new button. I'm going to select, I'm going to make 4. Starting from the top, I'm going to now keep an eye on the table because we've already, at the top of the table, we see outside air temperature sensor. We've already created that one. So we're actually going to the second point that's in the table on the lab book. So we're actually going to make hot water pump 1 status, so HWP1 status. So all caps will write that out, HWP1 underscore status. right? And we know based on the table it's a numeric, or it's a Boolean point. So right now we have it set to a Boolean writable. Since we're still in the adding process, we can change the point type. I want to change this to Boolean point from the dropdown. We can see the change being made up at the top of the table here, or the window. And then what else do we need to do with it? We need to change object ID. So just under the enabled, so you have the name, the type, the enabled, and under that you have object ID. Currently it's set to analog input. We want to change that to binary value. So hit that drop down menu here, come down to binary value. And we're going to make it a binary value of 1. And then we need to change the facets. So this one will be an easy facet to change. We're going to change the facets to true false, which it's a binary point or a binary data object, or binary object. Will automatically have the facets configured to a point where all we have to do, it's only ever going to be a true false. But since we want our facet to read on off, what we can do is we can change our true text, the value for true text here, to on, and we change the false text to off. Remember, Boolean can only be one of 2 states. It's typically referred to as true, false, on or off. Can only be one of 2 states. Think of a light switch. So true would be on, false would be off. Press OK. So now what our facet will do is when we want to look at the status of this point or see it on a graphic or something, it's actually going to read on or off instead of just true or false. So handy. Remember, we're doing that with the facets, not device facets, just facets. Now we're done with that. Remember, we don't want to press OK because that'll just take us out of this window and it'll create 3 random points and our status point. Don't want to do that. This is where be mindful when you're creating more than 1 point at one time. So we want to select the next point and the list up at the top here. This will be our hot water pump 2 status, so HWP2 underscore status. Oops. HWP underscore 2. No, that's not HWP2 underscore status. It is a Boolean point, so we want to make sure that the data type is changed from a Boolean writable to a Boolean point. Because it's a read-only point, we don't need it to write any data, tell any data, anything. It's just we need you to read its current state. That's all it's going to be doing. So then we need to change, after we change it to a Boolean point, we need to change the object ID. Again, this is starting to get to be rinse and repeat, and that's the next couple labs. It's just going to be rinse, repeat, creating points. Object ID, need to change that to a binary value of 2. So again, locate object ID. 4th option from the top of the properties here. Change it from analog input to binary value. It's going to be a binary value of 2. And after we've done that, now that we've already set up our true, false, on, off facet, remember that facet recall button I was telling you about? That little clock icon right next to double chevrons? Now all we have to do is click this drop-down menu, this clock drop-down, and select our true text equals on, false text equals off facet that we've already created, and select it. So now we don't have to drill through that whole menu section under the facets and try to find what we're looking for or retype in on and type off for the false text. It's more simplified now, and anything that we have that's going to be degrees Fahrenheit facet, we can quickly find that here as well. Now, these aren't data specific, so you could just as easily and mistakenly assign degrees Fahrenheit facet to your Boolean point. It's not going to do anything for you, but these facets aren't data specific, so you have to be mindful of what you're adding. to a point. So we're done with hot water pump 2 status. Again, HWP2 underscore status. Make sure that the Boolean, the type is Boolean point. Change the object ID to binary value 2. And make sure that we go to the facet recall button down here, bottom of our screen, and select the on-off true-false text that, or true-false on-off text that we created. So after that, we don't want to press OK. I almost did it. Again, if that happens to you, all you have to do is delete the 2 that you already created, unless they're the right data types. If they're the right data types, they accidentally added. So for this example, I need to make 2 Boolean writables. So if I had made that mistake, I could still edit those 2 points that were added because they're the right data type that I'm adding, and easily clean that mess up. Or if I had to, I would just delete them and recreate them. Not a big deal. A little forgiving, a little frustrating, but it's forgiving. So without pressing OK, let's select the third Boolean writable 2. And we want to change this to hot water pump 1 control. So HWP1 underscore control. HWP1, I'm getting ahead of myself, cart before the horse. Control, CNTRL. Remember, very specific with the abbreviations that we're using within this class. Control needs to be CNTRL. It is a Boolean writable, so we'll leave the type to Boolean writable. So make sure you change yours if you haven't, if it needs to be. We're going to change the object ID to binary value of 3. And I got a yawn there. Then we need to change the facets. So we can use that facet recall button at the bottom of the window there and select our true, false, on, off text for the facet for that one. And then we have one last point to configure to be added. It's our 4th Boolean point. It's going to be a Boolean writable. And this one's going to be, if you could guess correctly, it's a hot water pump 2. So HWP2, not at, HWP2 underscore CNTRL. It is a Boolean writable, so we're good there. We need to change left is the object ID and the facet. So it's going to be a Boolean or binary value. And the ID, so binary value of 4. Once we change that to binary value 4, facet recall button at the bottom of the screen there, select that true text equals on, false text equals off. Good to go. Once you have all 4 of those points fleshed out, and that's where we want it to look, make sure double check the point type. That's the key thing. Anything else can be changed. The point type cannot be edited. So double check your point types for each of your points that you're adding before you press OK. Once you're good to go there, we'll press OK and we'll see them added to the database. Give you a couple seconds, a few seconds to catch up there for anybody who's trailing. All right, I'm gonna give you a few more seconds. I'm gonna go grab another cup of water while some of you are catching up. All right. So we've got those 4 additional points added, right? So now I'm going to show you how to edit the tag. If you're still working on maybe like 1 or 2 last of the points, just look at my screen for a quick minute. You don't have to stop what you're doing necessarily, but just take a look at my screen because I'm going to show you how to add, edit, and delete tags on a given point, and this will be pretty easy. So you can continue working on the points that you're adding right now. Because after I show you that, then I'm going to get you guys to create your boiler points folder and create the boiler points yourself for like 15 minutes or so to work on that on your own pace. We are pushing time a little bit today, so I'm gonna kind of push you all along because we need to get to at least the first logic class before class ends today, because I need to go over that with you guys, because that'll be pretty much what your homework is for this evening, unfortunately. So all right, so yeah, take a look at my screen real quick if you're still adding points. So I'm going to select my hot water pump 1 status. Now there's 2 ways of getting to this. So if you look at your nav, you see your database here, but if you look over on the left, you see your nav tree. I can expand my heat pump _IO points folder and see my points here as well. So same thing, but I want to get to I want to edit any tags that I may or may not have added to this point. So to quickly do this, and it's the same method whether I do it in the nav tree or within my database here. I'm going to right click my point, and I'm going to go to this option called edit tags. And I select edit tags. This window comes up, the edit tags window. And it's similar to tag mode in a way, but it's so much easier to use. Let's try to. So what we want to do is the top drop-down menu at the top of the screen here. We want to change it from Niagara to Haystack, just like we did with tag mode. And we want to make sure that far right drop-down menu is set to show all. And so let's say, looking back at the table, we see that we want to add the heating tag and the pump tag. Now, there's a really easy way to do this. I don't need to multi-select in edit tag mode because I can quickly search and add points or tags to the point pretty quickly. So with the haystack selected at the top left and show all selected on the top right there, in the search bar, I can quickly just go type out heating, right? I see the heating tag, and there's 2 ways I can do it, but the quickest way is double click it. So I can double click that tag, and it's going to add it down to my direct tags here. So this direct tag means any tags that I have manually added to the point. So any tags I added to this point via tag mode or edit tags will show up in direct tags. So again, I can quickly search any tag that I need to add to it, select it, double click it to add to it, or select it and come down here and press add tag. Now it won't let you add a tag that you've already added to the point. So see, it's grayed out now. It's not going to allow me to add heating again. The same can be said to if you ever try to add a tag to something that's an implied tag. Now this goes in a little bit deeper into tags, but I'll just brush on for a second. So we see direct tags. This is any tag that I or we have added directly to this point. If you click on implied tags, these are Niagara or Haystack tags that have been added to the point based on tag rules or conditions or relations. These are all terminologies that we'll revisit later in the week. But there's such thing as adding tags based on certain conditions, and we can write these rules to add tags to certain points or whatever based on conditions that being met. And that's how these implied tags were added. And if you were to go down through them, you could kind of see how they were implied. For example, it's a point, so it gets the point marker. It's an input, so it gets an input tag. anything like that. We could really drill down into it, but we'll touch more on that on tags. So I've added the heating tag just by quickly looking up in the search bar here. So if we click back to direct tags, if we go back up to the search bar here, right, we want to add the pump tag as well. So unlike tag mode, in edit tag, I can quickly look up several different tags quickly by typing them out in the keyword filter up there at the top. Find what I'm looking for, double click it to add it, confirm that I added it under direct tags, and I can go about my life. Now, what if I wanted to remove it? I can also, you would think that you would just select it and under direct tags and then hit remove tag. Well, it's a little different. So if you come over to the bottom of the screen, next to add tag, you hit remove tag, you get this little window here. You get the option to select a single tag or multiple tags, or you can select remove all tags. So you can remove any tag that you don't want associated with that point or added by accidentally or what have you. You can remove that with the remove tag function. I'm gonna press cancel here because we want the heating and the pump tags added to this point. Now, so that's how you edit, add and edit, or add and remove a tag. So edit would, be adding or removing, really. Trying not to go too deep into tagging. So yeah, that's how you will go about adding these two tags to these other 3 points that we just added. And then we're going to stop there with tagging. So the next section is going to say, hey, add a boiler IO points folder, add boiler points, and then you're going to add tags to these points. We're going to completely throw that out the window for now. It's going to take up too much time. Some of these tags we don't even use for the tagging lab. So when you're done with all that, you'll press save.
Before you go, excuse me. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear me.
I can hear
now. When we were like selecting the heating, writing heating and pump, it's referring to the folder that we created, right? The folder under points.
Yes.
Those, and then so which means that all the points under this folder are going to be are the ones that we selected related to the folder.
Yes, all the points that we are creating are going to be related to the points folder that we created. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I have a small problem with the pumps. I mean, so I looked at what you were doing earlier, and I created them points, but my first top 2 for the are it's saying writable instead of read only.
Trying to figure your question out there. So that would be the difference between a Boolean point or a Boolean writable. So anywhere that you see, is that what you're asking? To see the read only versus the writable?
Yeah, I think that's what I have. I put the first one in my first 2, the HWP1 status.
Yeah.
I put the valuable in there. That's what it was.
Okay, let me tell you what, let me walk over and just take a look. You are station what?
Station number 1.
Station number 1. All right. So go ahead and let's see. All right, so while I figure this out, those of you who are still adding those points, go ahead and finish doing that and added the heating and the pump tags to those remainder of the hot water pump points. And then when you're done with that, follow the lab instructions and go ahead and start adding the the boiler IO folder, point folder, and start adding the boiler points. Just remember, we're not adding tags for the remainder today. All right, so okay. Value. Okay, yeah. So it was all you did is you made them Boolean writables, your two statuses. So what you need to do is, unfortunately, you'll have to delete those two and recreate them, but change the point type to Boolean points, not Boolean writables. You follow me?
Yeah, I got you. Boolean points, not writables. Got it.
Yeah, since they're data types, you have to recreate the point, unfortunately.
That's fine. That's not a problem.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. So yeah, continue to follow along with the instructions on the lab. We're pretty much going to be doing the same thing we just did, minus the tag portion for the boiler. So we're going to make a new boiler folder, points folder, under MSTP heating system. We're going to create new points based on the table, follow the directions, and do everything except for the tagging. And then when you're done with that, we're going to continue down into the chiller, which is the exact same thing, except we're discovering points. I'll tell you what, we'll do that part together for those of you who are still doing that. So I'll give you guys, it shouldn't take you long to do the boiler ones, since we're not doing any of the tagging. It's literally just creating points. So it really shouldn't take any longer than, say, the next 10 to 15 minutes. So go ahead and keep doing that, and then I will kind of do a walk around. And then we'll do the chiller one together, because that one's just a little bit different method.
For the Boolean point on, is it a value or analog? I think that's what the other thing that I messed up in.
Let me walk over there. So yeah, you've got the point type, the type of select a Boolean point, and then the object is a binary value. Yes, you change that. You change that analog input to a binary value.
Okay. Okay, I got it.
All right.
Yep.
And by the way, when you get to the last sections of it's B and C, yeah, the pumps and the boilers, it has you right click your control points. So HWP1 control, HWP2 control. The right click action set off. It's a pretty simple action. You'll probably get some sort of error that broadcast, but what we're really doing is just making sure that the default value for our control is set to off.
Hey, Brandon, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So, number 2, it says points folder. Is it points folder or point module?
So the point module is the one that has the circle icon and it says points under the device. The points folder, here, I'll zoom in here. Points folder is the folder icon with the little circles in the middle of it. You see my screen?
Yes, I do.
Does that make sense? I know that can be a little, because I called it a points folder earlier, so I'm sure was unclear. So yeah, the points module it just says points and it's got that circle button looking icon next to it under the device, and then we're creating the points folders under that points module.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Hmm?
Brendan, on these last 4, you said not to do the tags. Is that correct?
That is correct. No more tagging.
Remember that halfway through, right? But I got it. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. All right, guys, if you're continuing to try to catch up, get the boiler points done, continue to do so. For those of you who feel more comfortable going in to want to tackle the chiller, discovering the points yourself, you're more than welcome to if you're at that point. Just keep in mind, pay attention to the instructions in the lab. In the lab, you are when you do a discover on the chiller for points, you're actually having to drill down and actually find the chiller with the corresponding workstation number that ties to you. So keep that in mind. Not a big deal if you had the wrong ones. Just that's just the way we have it set up for the lab. And I see a couple of you. Those of you who are experienced users, you're more than welcome to go ahead and jump into the logic section. Just ask that you bring me your attention back when I get to the overview of the logic section here in just a bit. So give you guys just a couple more minutes to finish adding the points. Remember, again, we're not adding any more tags. If you're in the process of adding tags, still stop what you're doing. Adding points is more important because we want to go ahead and wrap this up, get the chiller points added for those of you who are waiting on me or still have left that to do, because we want to jump into logic in the next like 20-25 minutes.
Can you look at my boiler and see if that's correct?
Sure. Yeah, it looks right.
Okay.
All right, couple more minutes, guys. So we got to do the chiller real quick. Like I said, I really want to get in the logic soon because we do not want to be here late trying to get through the first logic lab. So unfortunately, that'll be the homework for this evening.
Hey, Brandon, do you mind checking mine, please? Station
Sure.
5.
Sure. All right, so what do we got here? Control. Looks good. Looks good.
So the output for the boilers, one says false and the other one is off or on. Shouldn't they be the same?
They should.
And I tried to fix, but I couldn't.
Okay. Double click one of them. Okay. So okay. So you see that little where it says facets?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's click that clock icon. Yeah. Select that and then select your on-off text there at the top.
That's what I did, but looks like it didn't stick.
Hmm.
And okay, right?
Yep.
Well, I guess it did now.
Well, what might have happened is you opened the drop down, but maybe you didn't quite click on the facet. I don't know.
Okay.
It's all right. You got it now.
All right. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. All right. Doing a little walk around the room. Looks like everybody's pretty much caught up or pretty close. If you're still trying to catch up, to get the last couple boiler points added, I'll tell you what, one little trick that we can do for now, just create the points with the name and just make sure it's the right data type, and everything else you can leave as is for now. We really need to get moving.
And I've got a question on the discovery of the chiller. So
Sure.
I'm getting the AI types and the AV types, but I don't see the description or the point name. Those, so it's looking for a chill water supply temperature sensor. And
Right.
am I discovering that with that name? Is that the object name automatically, or?
I think you have to go by the object ID. What
Okay.
station
So
are you?
I'm at 9, and the
No.
only problem with that is the table I'm looking at in the lab doesn't give an object ID. So
Okay.
it,
Let's see.
oh yes, it does. No. So discover point name. Yeah, there isn't a. Guess that's 01.
Hmm.
Is that
Uh,
table discover point name? Are those then AI 01 and then BI? That would be the. Okay,
the
I got
object
it.
ID. Yeah. I see. So yeah, you have to go all the way over to the value.
So here,
So there's your binary input, analog output.
that was bad because I lost it. Okay, so then I need the first one being 01. Okay, I think I got it. I'm gonna be
Yeah, I think ultimately you're adding all the points that are listed or nested under your chiller. The ones with the values, so like the analogs and the binaries.
okay.
Then we're just renaming them.
Oh, here we go.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
So this
Yeah,
is
that's what you're looking for, actually.
okay. Got it. Thanks.
Took me a minute to remember myself. All right, so let's go ahead and if you haven't already, let's go ahead and get ready to add our chiller points, because it's the last thing that's holding us from jumping into logic, and really want to jump into logic before 5 o'clock as best we can, at least the introduction to it, and then walking you through, because I want to give you the basic building blocks of how to do the logic, because then you'll have a couple labs to do this evening or early tomorrow morning to do before class tomorrow. I try my best not to get to a point where you guys will have any sort of homework, but unfortunately Mondays and Tuesdays it just tends to happen. There's just not enough time in the day, and I got to get through 40 hours of content in like 30 hours during the week, so that you have the 10 hours for tests on Friday. So drinking from a water hose or fire hose. So all right, so if you're not at the point yet and you're still getting a couple boiler points added, just stop what you're doing and just follow along with me. We're going to go ahead and just do the chiller, because we can always come back and add our points later. The main thing we're going to be focusing on is getting the chiller done real quick, so that we can hop into logic for our heat pump IO. So I try not to go too quickly. So it's very similar to what we have just done. We're going to create a points folder. So what we want to do is, in our nav tree, locate your chiller device. And under your chiller device, we want to locate our points module. We want to expand our points module, or we can just double click points module for now. So we want to double click the points module, which will take us to our BACnet point manager. Remember, this is where we make our points folder. This is the only way that we can create an actual point type folder. So let's click that new folder icon down at the bottom of the view window here. It's going to ask us what we want to name this thing. I believe it's chiller control _IO. Again, this isn't necessarily something that you have to do outside of this class. You can absolutely create or discover points and put them in the points module itself. This is just the method that we use in this class. And it is something that's required for the test. So chiller control _IO, that's our points folder that we're creating. Once we've created it, we can either double click the chiller control, click the points folder within the database itself, or we can double click the points folder within the nav tree. Up to you. Remember, there's always multiple ways of doing something in the software. A lot of them are mundane, but there you go. So yeah, so let's double click, make sure that we're actually working in our chiller control, or yeah, chiller control _IO point folder. Getting late. So we want to make sure we're in there. So we want to be in the BACnet point manager of our chiller control. Now, this is going to be slightly different than what we had just done when adding or creating new points. We're actually going to discover. So when we get to the BACnet point manager view here, we're going to select discover, and it's not going to ask us for a network to scan on or anything like that, because we've already scanned in this device. And what we're doing is we're scanning the current device that we've added to our database and pulling up all the points that are contained within that device or controller. Now, if you notice, there's different kind of sections built up, because really this is a controller that we've broken up and customized to have, quote unquote, multiple chillers in. So what we're really doing here is scrolling through the database, and you're finding the chiller with the number that matches your workstation. So again, if you're chiller 9, or if you're workstation 9, you're looking for chiller 9. I'm 18, so I'm looking for chiller 18. And once you find it, you don't really need to open anything up. So just under the point that says your chiller plus its number, there's points just under it. And we're going to be adding all of these points. I believe all of them. And if you look actually over under the description section, next to these points, you can actually see the description of what they are. And you can look at that and look back at your table on your lab exercise book and match them up. So you can add them and add the descriptors based on the table. So we'll just do the first one by itself, keep it simple. So locate your chiller. Remember, it's the chiller with whatever workstation number that you are. Hopefully you've found it by now. What we want to do is find the first point located under your chiller. So you shouldn't have to expand anything. And then you can see by this little icon next to this, it's a green circle with a letter B. So that's kind of, it's an icon for the binary point. And just under that, you see like a purple circle with an N. That's a numeric point. So it kind of gives you an idea what type of point it is. Also, within the object name, you can see its object ID. So if you read through the text, you can see drivers BACnet network local device .chiller 18 for me .bi01. So it's like binary input 1, right? And we can look back at our table here and reference based off the discovered point name within the table. So what we're going to do is I'm going to add the first binary point. So my chiller run status, and that is binary input 01. I'm going to click and drag it into my database, or you can select it and press the add button at the bottom. And then we should see a screen like this, and it looks fairly familiar based off of what we've previously done. Might have a slightly different layout. But what we want to do, now this is the second to last item within the table on our lab book. So what we need to do is reference what point we're actually looking at, and so that's where the description comes into play. So if you don't want to start with your chill run status, you want to start from the top of the list down to the bottom, you can do so, and you can use the description and reference that back to the point name within the lab table. But we want to quickly and efficiently add these points in over the next 10 minutes. So we want to change the name of this one. So we know it's binary input 1. It's based off the description of the point that I saw here. It's going to be my chiller run status. So I'm going to type in CHLR. CHLR run status. Just want to confirm the point type. I think the point types match what's on the table already. So really all I need to do is add the name or change the name and then change the facet, because that's all we're doing. We're not touching tags, anything like that. The object ID, since it's a discovered point, the object ID is whatever it already is. We don't need to change that. Yeah, so all we need to do is change the facets. We can use that facet recall button to quickly find the degrees Fahrenheit, or on off in this case, because it's a binary point. And we can select OK. Then we can select the second binary object, which is our chiller alarm status. And if we look at our table in our lab book, we see that's the last point in our table. So we'll drag and drop that into our database. We only need to change 2 things. So you can click within that name field and press Control A to select all if you need to. I think you can also double click within the namespace. And then we want to type out CHLR alarm status. Point type we're just confirming that it is a Boolean point. It should be, because it's a discovered point. The only time that this doesn't actually happen is with lawn devices or lawn points, and that's when you're using a template lawn device, and we'll jump into that tomorrow. But we can trust that this is the right point type. And then we just want to make sure that we change our true text and our false text. Well, this one for the chiller alarm status, we actually want to change the true text to alarm and the false text to normal. Now we can quickly do that either one of 2 ways. We can go ahead and select this the double chevron to bring up the text editor here for the true false, or if we, it does the same thing. We can select the true text off, the true false text that we've already created, and then click the double chevron and change the text. Either way works just fine. Either way you're editing the text, so it really doesn't, not really cutting any corners here, are we? So what we're doing is changing the true text to alarm and the facet, and the false text to normal. So that's the chiller alarm status. Again, all we're doing is changing the name and changing the facet. Okay. All right, so now we only have 4 more points to add, right? So just under those 2 binary points that we added, and notice the points that we've already added to our database, they were kind of a bright green icon next to them, and now they're kind of faded out. So we can keep track of the points that we've added to the database. So they kind of gray out or fade out a little bit when you've already added them to your database. So the last 4 points that we're adding are numerics, and it's actually, they should be in order in reference to the table itself. So I'm going to go ahead and add all 4 of them at the same time. You can do that as well if you wish. If you want to add them, if you're more comfortable doing it one at a time because you don't want to get it mixed up, you can do it that way. So I'm going to go ahead and click the top one, top numeric point, which is my analog input 1, and the description is chill water supply temp. So CHWS temp. And then I'm going to select the last one. So these 4, I can shift click from the top to the bottom one. And I can drag and drop, or I can hit the add button. Either way, we'll bring up this add window here, and just working in a numeric order, just working from top to bottom in reference to our table and the points that we added. And if you need to confirm, you can confirm by the the point type, or the point the ID of the point, which is at the end of this name here. So for example, this is analog input 1. If we look back over our table, look under discovered point name in the table in our lab book, we can see chiller xx.ai01, but it should be in the order in reference to the table. So with the first one selected at the top, we just need to change the name. We're going to name it CHWSUP supply temp sensor, or chill water supply temp sensor. If you're not familiar with those abbreviations, that's typically kind of how we tend to abbreviate chill water in the industry. It is a numeric point, so we don't have to worry about that. We're not changing the object ID. So we're literally just changing the name to water supply temp underscore sensor. And then we're changing the facet to degrees Fahrenheit. We can easily and quickly do that with the facet recall button. Select units degrees Fahrenheit. And then we can move on to the next point. Double click its name. This one will be CHWREDT, so chill water return temp sensor underscore SNSR. And again, all I need to do is change that to degrees Fahrenheit for the facets. That facet recall button is your best friend right now, because you can quickly just select that clock icon and select units degrees Fahrenheit. And then we'll select the third item in our list, and we are going to name that guy CDW, so that's condenser water. CDW SUP supply temp TMP underscore SNSR. And again, after we type out the name, all we have to do is change the facet recall button, select units equals degrees Fahrenheit, and we can select the last item, last point within our list that we're adding here. And this will be condenser water CDW return temp. So CDW RET temp TEMP SNSR for sensor. And then facets, we're going to change that to degrees Fahrenheit, use that facet recall button. And once you have all 4 of those numeric points added, we press OK. We confirm that they're in your database. You have all 6 points. Should be 2 binaries and 4 numerics. Most important part of this is just getting the naming conventions correct. Anything else is easily fixed and identified, so it's not a big deal. And if you notice on step 12 of this section of the lab, it says go to the wire sheet and rearrange the objects. We don't need to do that right now. All right, so give you guys a minute or two to kind of wrap that up, and then we're going to jump straight into logic because we've got a home stretch that one for today. If some of you guys are already working on logic and you're comfortable with it, keep going. We do all. Let me see exactly which labs we're wrapping up with that. Okay, so those of you who are working ahead and already on logic, we are working up to lab 7, so the logic boiler control loop. And that's where you guys will be working up to for this evening and or tomorrow morning. Whatever works for you guys. Try to get as much of it done as you can. If something comes up and you can't get all of it finished, I understand. We'll make do. We'll make it work. But the most important part is getting as much of it done as possible, so that you understand the basics of logic, because that will play a part in the test. So go ahead and keep trying to add those last few points in the chiller. If you're working on that, if you're already working on logic, keep on moving. If you get to the point where it's talking about adding a lawn integration, that's where you're going to stop. We're stopping at after we finish lab 7. All right. So let's go ahead and jump into the logic section. If you are still working on adding your chiller points, just put a hold on that. You can come back to that. We aren't actually going to be creating, we're not going to be creating any logic for a chiller. So as long as you have your proxy points created for your hot water pump and your boiler system, you have all the Legos that you need. You have all the building blocks that you need for this next 2 labs. So we can always come back and finish the chiller up later. We're done with the chiller pretty much until we get to graphics. So let's go ahead and jump into the primer. I'm going to do a quick little PowerPoint slideshow to kind of just break down what we're going to be doing, what to expect to see, stuff like that. If you just started working on logic, take a quick breather, watch me for about 10 minutes, and I promise you can continue booking it. You guys are working really hard today. If you've already gone ahead and gone past, just again, everybody just take a minute and just give me your attention. So let me back in proxy, hot water pump logic. Now this slideshow kind of goes over a couple of the labs. So I think it goes through 3 and 4 and I think maybe even 5. But we're gonna go through it. It's got some useful information in there. Some of the stuff is really important for the test, so that's why we wanna kind of go through this. But I'll go through it at a brisk walk. So the objectives of this is upon completion of this session, you will have general knowledge of Niagara4 concepts and techniques for using the kit control palette, looking at T-stack objects. These are just these are objects that we can find in this kit control palette, which is kind of like a logic palette. That's what we're going to be using for bringing out different objects that we can use to create logic functions. So the kit control palette contains over 90 objects. Some are controlling objects and others provide information that can be used in various ways. We have the T-stack object, which is a control object found in the T-stack control palette. Inputs 2 numeric values and compares them and outputs a Boolean signal. So this is how we're going to control our hot water pumps based off of outside air temperature. We're going to create a simulated object, and we're going to have it compare a set point and a ramping number going up and down 2 different values, and have our logic react to that. And this is that ramp object target. So we're going to use this as a simulation object. So we're going to create a point. It's going to be a ramp object. And with some simple math, what we're going to do is we're going to set it up to go from a minimum number to a maximum number over a period of time. And it's going to continuously change that number as it goes up and down the scale. And we're going to use that to use like a simulation as a constant changing value so we can actually see our logic at work here. Yeah, this goes over setting the period, the amplitude, and the offset. This is the math functions that we're, these are the 2 values that we have to change based off that little math. This is kind of going over that. And then the following lab, we're going to take a look at schedules. So like I said, these PowerPoints kind of briefly walk through the next couple labs. So the upcoming lab, we're going to be mainly creating, dragging and dropping our points within the wire sheet. And then we're going to add a T-set object and a ramp object, and we're going to simulate an outside air temperature, fluctuating outside air temperature sensor, and compare it to a set point, and have our hot water pumps cut on or off based on some parameters that we set up. The next lab after that is taking the same logic that we just created, but we're going to reorganize it a little bit and add some more control over it. We're going to add a schedule, which is like the backbone of all logic when it comes to BAS systems. Schedule tells when things are going to be on or off, when it's occupied or unoccupied, or what a particular set point will be during a certain time of day. We'll do all that with schedules. This will be a brief touch on schedules for this lab. But you'll have kind of the key points here is the schedule review. So you have several different property tabs within the schedule review. This is where we can set default properties, change facets, as well as setting like on or off, or occupied or unoccupied time slots. So, a good example of this would be we only want the pumps to be running between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., right? So this, we can kind of see that example here set. And then we have like the default value. And then we'll look at a little bit further. We can look at a holidays, special events. So we don't necessarily want our pumps running all day during Christmas or something like that. We can set up special events for certain holidays or recognized days that no one's going to be in the building. And then we're going to look at how to reference a calendar. So we're going to create these special events with then something called a calendar event or calendar schedule. And we can then go to our other types of schedules and create a reference so that we don't have to continuously make new special events or a new special event in every single calendar or schedule that we create. We can create just one calendar schedule with all these special events and reference back to it. So that's labs 4 and 5. And then lab 6. So I'm just going to go an overview of all this real quick, because this is all the stuff that refers to labs you'll be doing on the homework. So we expand our logic a little bit further. Remember, we're controlling pumps based off outside air temperature, and by the time we get to lab 6 or 5 or 6, we're adding outside air temperature, but we're also controlling the pumps based off a schedule. And then the next lab, we take it another step further, where we only want one pump running at any given time based off of which pump was running last. And we'll do that with what's called a runtime extension. And that will be set up from an extension dragged from the control palette. And we'll have to do a few other logic blocks. But this is why extension basic control objects have no provisions for alarming, trending, or counting. So we have to add extensions to do these extra functions for the points. Niagara objects are kept as lean as possible. None of the standard slots provide alarming or trending functionality. So extensions are extended functionality for any given point. This will start to make more sense as we dive into that lab and we start looking at extensions when we dive into other labs such as alarming and trend logs. Yeah, so I mean that's pretty much the basics of it. And we're definitely we'll be doing a review of all this tomorrow in more detail. But I do not want to hold you guys back or waste much of y'all's time, because I know that you guys will have to finish a lot of this on your free time today and or tomorrow. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. Again, I do apologize for having to put homework on you guys. It's not something I want to do. I try to avoid it as much as I can. And even when I try to avoid it, it's still, you have to do some work outside of class hours, unfortunately. All right, so let me get rid of that. That was a nice little, brush up on the PowerPoint, whatever. But a lot of what we're going to do is hands-on. So logic starts to make more sense as we do hands-on. This is all laid out in a fashion in the lab exercise book that you can do it step by step as long as you follow the instructions step by step. You should have no problem accomplishing these labs on your own. Remember those demo links. Use those demo links if you're lost of where to find something or which step, what to do during a certain step. Those demo links within the lab exercise book are very helpful. But regardless, we're going to, for those of you who have not started it yet, we're going to be doing the first logic lab together, and that will wrap up the last portion of the day. And then the remaining of the logic labs up to lab 7, you'll be doing those on your own this evening or outside of class hours. And again, you have access to these computers 24/7 during the week. We don't change the passwords for these remote stations until class is all done. So you don't have to worry about anybody else logging into your station. It's just you. You have dinner, do whatever you need to do, wake up early, get some work done. So, all right, without further ado, let's jump into lab 4. So it's a little bit of building blocks that we need to get prepared. So essentially what we're going to be doing here is setting up a logic to control our pumps based off of outside air temperature. So there's a few blocks that we need to do, drag into our wire sheet, and some parameters that we need to set or properties that we need to enable. So first, we need to get to our wire sheet. Now, how do I get to a wire sheet view? So what I need to do is I need to find my point folder. So my heating pump _IO point folder. This is where the wire sheet is tied to. So the wire sheet is going to be tied to the points that is contained within its folder. So we want to go to the wire sheet view of our heat pump IO. So 2 ways of doing this. We can right click our heat pump IO folder, point folder, go up to views and go to AX wire sheet. Or we can have heat pump IO, double click heat pump IO, which takes us to the default view of point manager. And from the view selector in the top right of our screen, where it says BACnet point manager, we can select that and go down to AX wire sheet. Multiple ways of doing things. But your screen should look like this. This is wire sheet. You know you're in the wire sheet because you have this grid view here. And obviously it says wire sheet right there, right? Clear as day. So these are the points that we had created for our pump, our heat pump IO folder. So we have our outside air temperature sensor. We have our status for pump 1, status for pump 2, pump 1 control, and pump 2 control. Now, one of the things that I like to do first off is to make my objects, my point objects, a little bit larger so that I can read all the text within the block itself. So you can click and drag a square around all the points or all this, the objects within the wire sheet to select all of them, and then pick a handle on one of them. Now I'm expanding it from left to right just to make it wider, just so that I can read everything. And just pick one of the handles on one of the points with them all selected, and it will resize all of them. And I only go about two spaces wider. And this just gives it a little bit readability there. And then we're going to rearrange the points a little bit. So I know there's a few, I know where all these belong, where they're going to end up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hot water pump 1 control and my hot water pump 2 control and put one on top, put hot water pump 2 control just under it with a couple spaces, space between the two. And I'm going to select both of them and I'm going to move them just over to the right side of my screen on the wire sheet. That's where they're going to live. And we're not going to use hot water pump 1 or 2 status for the next couple labs. We picked this up on labs 6, I believe. So you can select both your hot water pumps 1 and 2 status and just kind of drag them towards the bottom of your wire sheet there. Just kind of out of the way. So what we're really going to be working with to start off with is our controls, pump 1 and 2 control, and our outside air temp sensor. Now, this outside air temperature sensor, I'm going to move down a little bit, but this point is in fault. It's not going to give us any valid value to run our logic off of. So we're not actually going to be using this temperature sensor. We're going to tie it into something, but it's going to be more or less to show you how the logic dictates which is a valid value. But we've got all the building blocks that we need for now. So what we have to do next is go to our palette. Actually, I got ahead of myself here. That's what happens when you do it from memory. Actually, we need to do next is, before we open up the next palette, is we need to go to our controls, our pump controls, which is the 2 objects that we dragged over to the right side of our screen, right? We need to perform an action what's called pin slots. So if you look at the object itself within the wire sheet, you see that we actually have these different rows right here, right? So we have an out row, or slot. And we have this section right here for N10 or input 10 and N16. These are what we refer to as slots. These are slots that are exposed for the point, and this is how we can drag logic links between other blocks. And they run or they read within and operate within a certain priority, but we'll dive in that in just a bit. So we can see by default we have the out slot, the N10 slot, and the N16 slot available to us by default. Now, not all points are going to have the same in slots or the same slots exposed. As you can see, these are Boolean points, and they only have the out slot available. And that's really the only slot that they do have available to them because they're read only. Now, we have writables over here, and these bluish purple, more purpley than blue, slots here are input or in slots. And this is where we're going to use to either read or write variables or values to other slots or other points. But anyways, we want to expose a few other slots within these control points. So if we select hot water pump 1 control here, and we right click on the object, now you need to right click on the header section of the point here, the gray space. You don't want to right click within the within a slot because things can get a little sloppy here. You might not get to the appropriate space that you're looking for. So just out of habit, we want to right click on the header space of our point here, hot water pump 1 control, right click that. And at the very bottom of that right click menu is something called pen slots. Oops, I hit the Windows key. When I meant to hit control. So we're looking for this, pen slots. At the very bottom of the right click menu, we're going to select that. I might exit out of that. All right, so this is what we get. You get the pen slot editor. So making a slot visible is what we call pinning the slot or pinning it out. So that's what this little pin icon references. So we see that we have this out slot here, and we have this N10 slot here, as well as the N16. We know these are visible on our points already, and we know that they're pinned by this little pin icon within this pen slot menu or window. So that's how we can confirm that we have pinned out a certain slot. Now, we want to, based on the instructions, we want to slot or pin slot 5. So in 5, find that within this window here, click it, and we know that it's pinned based off the pen icon next to it. And then we can scroll down a little farther, and we're going to actually look for the green section, and we're going to pin auto, the auto slot. Again, we know it's pinned because the pen icon, little thumbtack pin icon, is next to the slot. And with those extra items selected, the slots, we can see that our object changes. Now we see that we also have the N slot 5 or N5 slot, as well as the auto slot. Now, you have this N5, N10, N16, and what does all that mean? There's a priority array at which these points can talk to each other or write to each other. And you can have multiple points writing to a single point, and whoever has the highest priority slot will have the priority command. Now, so what does that mean? So let's say we have multiple things talking to my pump to try to cut my pump on, right? So it goes from a priority of 1 to a priority of 16. 1 being the highest priority. Now, there are certain slots that are reserved for overrides, and there's different levels of overrides. We'll go over that later in class. But what you need to know now is you have a priority of 1 to priority 16. 16 being the lowest priority, 1 being the highest priority. If you have, let's say, my outside air temperature logic is trying to write to my pump control, and my schedule is trying to write to my pump control, both of them are telling them 2 different things. Whoever is writing to a higher priority slot, so let's say my outside air temperature sensor logic is writing to my in slot 5, my input 5, so priority 5, but my schedule is writing to priority 10. You can kind of guess which one's going to take the command, right? So in 5, priority 5 is going to be running on a higher priority, it's going to take the command from my outside air temperature logic, because maybe that's a safety circuit. So that's how the priority array works. And you can take a look at the priority array. If we double click on our point here and look at its property sheet, we can actually see the priority array of this given point. So we see that we have like the out at the top here. We have the in slot, or N1, all the way down to N16. And notice we have something called fallback. This is actually the default value that we can give a point. And notice how part of that lab where towards the end we had to right click set action on our pump control and set the action set to off. So what we were doing there is we were setting its default value for our pump control to be off. So if no other point is writing, no other point or logic is writing to my pump controls to tell it to cut on or do anything, it's going to go to its fallback value, which is the lowest priority in the array. So if nothing else is telling it anything to do anything, which we can kind of see here, you know, priority 1 all the way to priority 16 all say no. So that means nothing is telling it to do anything. So it's going to fall back to its fallback or default value. Now, I kind of mentioned that there's a couple priorities that are reserved. So you have like a priority or in slot 1 or input 1, input 6, and input 8 are all reserved for different levels of overrides, and whether it be administrative override, emergency override, and I forget what the other one's called. It's like engineer override or something. We'll see that when we get to security later in the week. But those are reserved, so you can't write to those. You can't even. I don't think you can even pin those slots within the logic. But not that you would need to, because you can't write to them anyways. Traditionally, at least in my experience, most of the time you see schedules write to a lower priority, whether that be between 10 and 16, and you have your safety circuits like we're going to create here at some point, and it's going to write to a higher priority. So that's kind of how you kind of digest that priority array. So we need to do the same thing for our pump 2 control. So we've pinned in slot 5 and in slot, the auto slot. We need to do the exact same thing for hot water pump 2 control. Again, all we need to do is right click in the header space, the title space of our hot water pump 2 control, right click it, go all the way down to the bottom. We're going to select pin slots, and we know we're going to pin in 5 priority. I call it a bunch of different names, and I do apologize. It's all the same thing what I mean, but in reference that it can all be kind of different. So I say in slot 5, input 5, priority input 5, but really its true name is a priority input. But a lot of times we just say in slot because it is a slot. It's in slot 5. So I do apologize if I kind of keep throwing those different terms back and forth. So we're pinning. I'll try to keep it uniform. In slot 5 and auto slot. So it's going to look just like what we have here for hot water pump 1. Now, once we have that set, so we're just exposing some other priorities within the point that we want to try to write to. Now we need to go to our kit control palette. So go to the palette window, the bottom left of your screen here. Just like we did with the BACnet and the haystack, what we need to do is locate that open palette, that folder icon in the palette window. We're going to click that, and it's going to open up the open palette window, right? And then we have this filter option because we don't want to scroll through these not millions, but hundreds of different modules that are available to us. We're looking for what's called kit control. So all you have to do is type out kit in the filter. It should be the first option for you, kit control. This is the kit control palette. This is where you'll use for the majority of the rest of the labs today. And some of tomorrow. So this contains a lot of different logic modules that we'll be using. They range from basic logic all the way to mathematical functions. So what we're going to do is we're going to open that kit control palette. Give you all a second to do that. And when you have your kit control palette opened up, we're going to look for a folder called HVAC, the old HVAC folder. And I believe it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 folders down, 6 slots down within the kit control palette. So once you find that HVAC folder, we're going to expand it. Now, something to point out real quick. If you ever need to resize your palette window or your nav window, you can do that by simply dragging like a handle on the edge here. But one nice little trick though, if you see this icon here, the little box with the arrow on it, this is kind of like your maximize button like you would see on like a web browser. So if you ever need to see more of the palette window than you do the nav window, right? You're exclusively going to be working in the palette window and you've got a lot to scroll through. Same can be done for the nav tree. You can select this button and it takes up majority. It's kind of like the maximize button here. It takes up majority of the sidebar. So I can easily, scroll through and open up, expand different folders and modules that I have in here, without having to use the scroll wheel too much. The same can be done, and just to return it back to its size that you had it set to, just click that little box arrow again, and that'll send it back to the previous size that you had it set to. And the same can be done in the nav tree with the same icon. Your nav tree, it'll minimize the palette window and maximize your nav tree here. And to return it, just click that button again. Little trick for you. So I'm going to expand my palette window to make it a little bit easier. So again, hopefully you've gotten to this point already. You got into your kit control palette, you found it. You found your HVAC or HVAC folder. I'm going to expand that. And what you're looking for is the tstat object within your HVAC folder. Now, this is very simple to use when creating or grabbing other modules from your kit control or your palette in general and dragging it onto a wire sheet. It's literally drag and drop. It's simple. So I find my tstat object within my kit control palette under HVAC folder. I'm going to select it and I'm going to click and drag it anywhere into an empty space within my wire sheet. And when I do that, it's going to prompt me to rename it. Now, if I wanted to, I could keep the name tstat, but that's not actually what I'm going to be using it for. I'm actually going to use this as a pump control, because remember the tstat object looks at a number, a value, and it compares it to a set point value or another value, and that's what we're going to do here. We're kind of setting up a freeze protection. We're not doing that just yet, actually. That's the next lab, but we're creating an object to compare two values. But anyways, so we're going to name this thing pump control. Right, and then we can see that we only have the out slot available to us. So what we actually need to do is we need to go to its property sheet first. So we can go to its property sheet simply by double clicking the pump control object that we just created. We can still get to its property sheet just from the wire sheet. So your pump control object that's in your wire sheet, just double click that, and that'll take you to its property sheet. So in here, there's a few things that we need to change or that we want to adjust. The first being, we want to set up the action. So we want to set the action to reverse. So that's like the second to last option in the property sheet here. We find the action, and it's currently set to direct. But within this drop-down menu, we can select reverse. After that, we've set the action to reverse. Just above it, we are going to look at the what's called a diff or differential. The differential property, and currently it says null, and we can't click in this field box here to change it. But what we can do, if you look to the right of it, there's two arrows pointing down next to that field. This is what we're going to select. So the double arrows, and when we do that, we'll find a checkbox that's checked, and the value of that checkbox is null. So what we're doing here is unchecking that box because we actually want to give it a value. So hit the double arrow next to diff, the differential field box here. This will expand it, and we're going to unselect that null box, and then the text field just next to it, we're going to change that from 0 to 4. Okay. So we're giving the tstat an operating range. So after that, there's only, I think, 1 or 2 more things that we need to change or set up in this pump control object that we've created. So just under action, we have something called null on in control. Currently it's set to true. We want to set this to false. And lastly, once we've set the null on in control to false, we want to go up to the top of our property sheet here and look for facets. We all know what facet looks like by now, right? And we want to set it to a true text that equals on and a false text that equals off. Well, we already have that set up, so we can just go to our facet recall button here, that clock icon, and quickly find our true text equals on, false text equals off, right? We'll just click that and it'll assign that facet to our pump control object. And once we have all that set up, we'll just hit save. So, again, just to run through it, we're going to set our facets to true, false, on, off text. We're changing our differential from null to 4. Again, to do that, we need to click the double arrows next to the text field there that says null next to differential or diff. We have to uncheck the null box and then input 4 as our value in that text field. We're changing our action to reverse. And we're changing null on in control to false. And once all that is set, we'll hit save. And just like with the web browser, we can quickly go back to our wire sheet, our previous view, just by hitting this back icon or the back button up at the top left of our screen here. Works just like a web browser, right? So previous page or previous view makes navigation much, much easier. So now that we have those all set up, we need to actually expose a few more slots within the pump control because there's not really much we can do with this right now. We've set it up to act in an according, based on certain conditions or in a certain way. But with current slots that are available, we can't really do much with it, right? So we need to right-click our pump control, go down to the very bottom option, and go to pen slots. We should know what this looks like by now, or we're getting more comfortable with it. So right-click pump control object within the wire sheet and go to pen slots. Now, keep in mind, you will be able to see this pump control object that we've created within our nav tree here. If we can see that because we created it, but the only way that we can get to pen slots of an object is within wire sheet. Just something to kind of point out there. So there's a couple things that we want to expose here. We need a control variable. So we're going to look for a CV. So we're going to pen the CV slot, the control variable slot. We need to pen out the set point slot. So just under CV, there should be SP, which stands for set point. We're going to select that. And just below set point, we're going to look for our diff or our differential. We're going to pen that. And lastly, we need to pen action, the action slot. That's just under diff. So we should have 4 new pens here: CV, SP, diff, and action. And when we press OK, we will see those slots exposed now on our pump object within the wire sheet. But we're not there just yet. So next we need to make a numeric writable to be our set point object, right? So we can easily do that by right-clicking on an empty space within the wire sheet itself. So anywhere an empty spot within the wire sheet, we can right click, hover over new. And when you hover over new, you go to the right side, we see that we have options to make Boolean writable, numeric writables, enumerated writables, and string writables. So we can't necessarily make points in this fashion, but we can right click and make writable points. Now, if we wanted to bring in specific just point types, these typically tend to be proxy points, and those are points referenced back into a device itself. So that's where it gets a little bit more complicated. But for all you need to know right now is we're making a numeric writable, and we can quickly and easily do that by it's a programmable point. We'll right click our wire sheet anywhere in an empty spot, go to new, numeric writable. When you do that, select that. It's going to prompt you to give it a name. This is our set point. So we're going to type in SETPT as the name for set point. Naming convention for this point in particular is important because we'll be using this later. So now we should have our set point here. And we need to go to its property sheet just to set its facets to degrees Fahrenheit. So go ahead and just double click your set point object that you just created, the numeric writable. Double click that. Facets should be the first option here in its own property sheet. We've used facets degrees Fahrenheit already several times. It's in our facet recall button or facet history button, whichever you choose to call it. Units degrees Fahrenheit. Go ahead and select that. Select save. Hit that back button. Take ourselves back to the wire sheet, and we almost have all the building blocks that we need. The lab wants us to go ahead and set the fallback value of our set point. So we can go ahead and do that real quick. So an easy way to set the fallback value, if we want to set the fallback value for a given point, we can right click it, just like we do for pen slots and everything else. So right click your set point object that you created, go to actions. And then from the actions menu, we're going down to set. So right click set point, actions, set. And then we get this little box here. So we can actually set it to a value. We're going to set it to a value of 55. So again, this is the fallback value. When nothing else is, if nothing is writing to set point value and nothing is writing to set point value, it's going to be 55. So we'll press OK. We can see our out value has changed to 55 because no other point is writing to it to tell it to be anything else. That's how fallback works. So a couple more things we need to add here, and we need to add an outside air temp point. This is what we're going to do here. So just much in the same way we just made our set point, we're going to right click an empty spot within our wire sheet. Go over new, numeric writable. It's going to ask us what we want to name this thing. We want to name it outside air temp. So OA temp, just like that. Again, that's a numeric writable. We right click an empty spot within our wire sheet, click new, click numeric writable. We're going to name it OA temps for outside air temp. Okay. Select OK. And when you have that created, we're going to its property sheet to change the facets for it real quick. So again, all you have to do is double click the outside air temp point that we just created or object that we just created. And when we get to its property sheet, very top of the screen, its facets, we can quickly and easily use that facet recall button to select units equals degrees Fahrenheit, select save, hit the back button at the top of left of our screen to get back to our wire sheet, and that's all taken care of. We're going to skip that little, I'm trying to remember if we actually use that. No, we're skipping for now. The part where it wants you to add a tag to it, we're gonna skip that for now. Okay. So if you need to refer back to the top of the picture at the top of the lab here, if you need to reorganize based off of that. I know how all these building blocks kind of fit in, so you're more than welcome to just look at how mine's oriented. Kind of how I already have it set up is kind of the way that it's set up. It's going to be set up with your pump controls on the far right of your screen, stacked on top of each other with a little bit of space. And then working from left to right, you have your outside air temperature sensor, the one that's in fault. To the right of that, you have your outside air temp numeric writable that we just created. Below that is your set point numeric writable that we created. And to the right of that is your pump control object that we created. It might be a little variation based from the picture that's in the lab. Now I will kind of warn you for the next future labs or a couple labs later, there is a slight discrepancy between what is viewed in the picture and what you have available to you in one of those labs. You might try to match it up and be like, hey, I don't have that object, because I believe one of those pictures was accidentally reused for one of those labs examples. So keep that in mind. Ultimately, it'll look similar, but I think missing a few of the couple building blocks, but I think that's like lab 6. So, all right, so we have it, this kind of layout. Again, we're not using our statuses, our hot water pump 1 or 2 status for now. Just leave that out of the way. Your logic should, or your blocks should be arranged in a similar fashion, but we'll see as we start making some links how things are supposed to be laid out. So, based on the make sure I didn't skip a step. Okay, it wants us to add a tag. We're not going to do that right now. Okay, so we are, so starting from left to right. So our outside air temperature sensor right here, right? The one that's in fault, currently it's got orange. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go with the out slot. So we have to work from left to right. We have to come out the left side of an object and go into, or we have to go out the right side of an object and go into the left side of an object, but we're working from left to right here. It'll make more sense as we start making the links. So anytime you go out of an object, you have to leave out the right side of an object. Anytime you go into the connect it to an object, it has to go into the left side of the object. Now, if that sounds confusing, it'll make sense of how we're about to do it. Work from left to right. So we're going from the out slot of our outside air temperature sensor, which is this block right here, the one that's in fault. And if we hover over this slot here, I don't know if it's going to let me zoom in. No, because the cursor goes away. So if you hover over the orange slot, the out slot of outside air temp, you notice how your cursor changes to an arrow pointing to the right. This is kind of give you an indicator of, you know, which side of the slot you're working with here, and whether it's a linkable slot. So what we're going to do is we're going to be making links. This is like kind of the foundation for our logic here. So we're going to go from the out slot of our outside air temperature sensor, which is this here, to the N slot 10 or N10 slot of our outside air temperature, which is this object right here. So we simply click and drag. And we got to hover over our N slot 10, our N10 slot of our outside air temperature. We have to hover over that, and we'll see the arrow change to an arrow pointing to the right. And we'll let go. And we've made a link between these two objects. So what we're currently trying to do is we're currently trying to write whatever value is in our outside air temperature sensor. We want to write that value to the priority 10 slot of our outside air temperature. But that current point is in a fault, so it's what's considered an invalid value. So we can see that transition over here into our outside air temp numeric writable. it's showing that, hey, this is invalid value here. It's in a fault. It's what's called a stale value. So the logic within Niagara will actually ignore these values if it has to compare, and that's what we're going to see here in just a bit. So we're going to make our next link from our outslot of outside air temp, which is this object here we just linked to. So remember, we have to work from the right side of an object to go out to another object. So the outside of here, and we're going to drag the outslot of outside air temp. So again, hover over that slot, the right side of that slot, and it should change, your cursor should change to an arrow pointing to the right. And we're going to drag and drop that to CV of our pump control. So the left side of CV, or left side of pump control to the CV. Just like that. Now that's our control variable, which is our outside air temp, and we need something to compare that to. So our control variable needs to be compared to a set point. So we have created a set point object already. So we're going to go from the out slot, which remember is the top slot of a point. So the top out slot of set point, from the right side of set point, we're going to drag it into SP pump control, just like this. Drag and drop. Okay, so now we have a control variable and a set point, but we want our pump control to actually control the pumps when they cut it on and off. So what we want to do here is we actually want to take the out slot of our pump control. So remember the right side of our object here on the out slot. And we want to link to in slot 5, so priority 5 of our pump 1 control. And we can actually drag this out slot and connect it to multiple objects. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to drag and drop from our out slot of pump control and go to our in slot 5, so our priority 5 of our hot water pump 2 control as well. Now, if you ever make a mistake and you link objects to the wrong slot or what have you, and you need to get rid of a link. So there's 2 ways of doing it. The easiest way to do it is carefully select the link that you want to remove. And when you select it, it will highlight red, if you can see that. I don't know how well you can see it on my screen, but I'll zoom in. So I selected that link going to hot water pump 1 control. It's highlighted in red. To delete it, I have 2 options. I can right click it and come down to delete. And I can see that there's a shortcut for it, which is control delete. Or I have another option. If we look in our toolbar here, we'll see scissors icon with the scissors. That is the delete function in our toolbar. We can also select that icon and it will delete the link, and we can reestablish a connection however we need to. So that's important for, I think it's the next lab or the lab after that, where you'll have to delete some links to rearrange your logic a little bit. So right now we're attempting to control our hot water pumps based off of 2 variables, a control variable and a set point. But currently our outside air temperature sensor has a fault value. So it's an invalid value. I can't really use that. I can't use that to use that compared to my set point and actually change the value or control my pumps here. So this is where that ramp object comes in to play. So if you look at your, go back to your palette, your kit control palette here, all right? And what we're going to look for is we need to create that ramp object. That's going to be our simulated outside air temp. And we're going to see 2 different things here when we've added that in. So what we need to do, there's a folder called util or utility. So UTIL, it should be the bottom folder within the kit control palette down here. And we're going to expose that. We're going to open that up. And you should find an object called ramp. This is what it looks like in the kit control palette. Now, something I want to kind of just point out here. Ramp, random, and sine wave kind of do a similar task where it simulates based off values, right? We will be using ramp for this lab here, and that ramp object will continue to stay in our logic for the rest of the hot water pump logic labs. But we're also, when we get to the boiler lab, we're going to be dragging in the sine wave object as our simulated object into our logic. And this is a good way to test logic when you're working offline or working offsite, and you want to test the logic that you've been creating to see if it actually works in the way that you want it to work. Right? So this way you don't have to do all this prep and setup and then go, I haven't tested it, you go out on site, especially if it's a shutdown. Goodness, it'll save you time if you're getting ready for a shutdown. You're shutting a bunch of air handlers down, and you get there and you get the air handler swapped out, and you put your new programming or logic in for the air handlers, and they won't cut on. Yeah, your install crew is going to love you then. So we're going to be using first the ramp object. Now, the difference between the ramp and the sine wave is just really how it handles and displays that data. So both of them are going to go from a minimum value up to a maximum value. And then back down to that minimum value over a period of time. And that's how we get that simulated number that we're going to use. The difference between a ramp and a sine wave is how it transitions from one value to the next, where a ramp is a more linear path, and a sine wave is more of a, if you've ever seen a sine wave, it's more of like a curved line. So there's a little bit more jump in the values. But we'll look at that more when we get to that section of logic. But either way, you're going to be using a ramp or a sine wave object for the test. That's mainly what I'm saying. You got two options here. So we're going to find your ramp object, and we're going to drag and drop that sucker into your wire sheet, right? And it's going to say, hey, what do you want to name this guy? We're going to name it outside air temp. So OA temp underscore sim. So this is going to be our simulated outside air temperature sensor, right? So we have an outside air temperature sensor point already, but it's faulty. Maybe it's busted. Maybe it froze over during the snowstorm, or maybe some kid threw a basketball at it. I don't know. It's not working right. So we're going to create the simulated object, right? And first off, I'm going to go ahead and just drag it to the top left of my screen here, because this is where it's going to live. This is its home. So there's a few things that we need to do. So after you've added the ramp object to your wire sheet and named it OA temp underscore sim, we want to go to its property sheet. So this is where we're going to set up the min and max value and how it transitions between the minimum and max value. So let's double click our outside air temp or OA temp simulation object. And if you refer back to the lab, this is important because the blue text in this little section is going to be key for the test on Friday. And you'll be able to refer back to this on test day. Little hint that you'll be able to use your lab book for reference for test day. And this little bit in the lab book is important. So you don't necessarily have to write it down. You just need to remember where it exists. But it's available here in the lab book if you want to write it down. So we need to change, the first thing is we need to change the facets. It's just degrees Fahrenheit, facet recall button. Set that to degrees Fahrenheit. And then we need to come down to the period. Period's currently set to 30 seconds. We actually want to set the period to 5 minutes. So here's the period. Select the minute section. Input, set it to 5 minutes, and then click over in the seconds section and change that to 0. So what we're doing here is we're setting the period. So we have a minimum value and a maximum value that we want to bounce between, and we're going to set how long it takes to go from the minimum value to the maximum value back down to the minimum value, and then the cycle starts all over again. So we're setting it to a 5-minute period. So it's going from min value, transitioning all the way to the maximum value, and then transitioning all back down to the minimum value over a 5-minute period. That's what that means. And then we have what's called the amplitude, and we have the offset. Now this is where the formula comes into play. And to achieve this, we need both our minimum value and our maximum value. Now, our lab tells us what the amplitude and offset is for this lab. But if you look in the blue text just under it, it's a very simple formula. Assuming that you already have your minimum and maximum value, which we can assume that you would, to get the amplitude, and just to show it so you see it here. To get the amplitude, we take our maximum value and we subtract our minimum value from it. And whatever number we get from that, we divide it by 2. That gives us our amplitude. Then to get our offset, we need to take, first we have to get our amplitude first. And then we can get our offset. So our offset is actually just our minimum value plus whatever our amplitude value is. So for our ramp, our amplitude is our maximum value is 85 and our minimum value is 45. So we subtract those two and we divide that number by 2, which comes to 20. So now that we have our amplitude, we can take our minimum value of 45 and add our amplitude to it, which is 20, which gives us 65. So that's how we get these two values. For the test, you will be given a minimum value and a maximum value. You just need to recall this formula, whether you come back to this lab or you write it down. This is how you will achieve your amplitude and offset. But we have the values already assigned for us within this lab. So we're going to come back over here into a property sheet. We're going to change our amplitude to 20 and our offset to 65. In the interval, we're just going to leave it at 1 second. And what that means is, okay, so we're having our number fluctuate or ramp up from 45 up to 85 and back to 45. So what we're saying is we want that number to update while it's going its journey up and back down every 1 second. So then we'll see numbers like, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49 as it's going up the ramp. That number will be represented in the ramp object, and that's how we can use it to simulate logic or fluctuating numbers to test our logic, right? So with that set, period of 5 minutes, amplitude of 20, offset of 65. We'll go ahead and select save and look at the number how it is now. And once we have select save, notice how the number changes. Sometimes it changes within the decimal, but it's slowly ramping up from 45. It's going to make its way up to 85 and back down to 45 before the cycle resets. So with that all set, let's go ahead and hit that back button to get back to our wire sheet. And now we can even see within our out slot here that number fluctuating. Now that number freezes when I when I zoom in because it kind of takes like a screenshot. But you can probably see on yours, and now when I zoom back out, you can see that number constantly fluctuating. It's ramping up to its maximum value. It's updating every 1 second. All right, so now that we have that, what we're going to do is we're going to make a link from our simulated object that we just created. So from the right side of it, we are going to drag that into our, let me drag this down so it's a little clearer. Our in slot 16 of our outside air temp. So our priority of 16. Now, remember I said that it talks on a priority, and we can see that from the out slot on our outside air temperature that it is currently reading whatever our simulated object is outputting. That is because even though outside air temperature sensor is writing to a higher priority than our simulated object, since that is in fault, our logic in Niagara is going to ignore our outside air temperature sensor and take the next valid value, which is our simulated object. So that's a little bit of an exception in the priority array there. So now that we have an actual valid value, we have something for our set point and our pump control. So we have something for our pump control to compare its value. So the way that we currently have it set up right now is we have a set point of 55. So what does that mean? So our outside air temperature simulation point is our control value, our control variable. So it's going to compare those two. So what we're actually, and we have the action set to reverse. So what does that mean? So when our outside air temperature falls below 55 degrees, cut the pumps on. That's what our logic is doing. And if we sat here long enough and waited for, and yours might be in a different cycle than mine, but we wait for that outside air temperature value to drop back down below 55 degrees, we can then see that our out slot of our pumps will change from off to on. So again, essentially what we're doing here is we're controlling the pumps based on outside air temperature value. It's acting it's acting in a way like a freeze protection would, a freeze protection logic would behave. So when the outside air temperature value drops below a safety point, which in our case is 55, we want to make sure that our hot water pumps cut on so that our pipes don't freeze if it does drop below freezing. So that's very basic logic we have there, and that is the basics of the logic that we just created for lab 4, I believe. Now lab 5, so labs 5, 6, and 7 is the next labs that you'll be working on yourself for homework, whether you choose to do that as much as you can, if not all of it, this evening, or if you're an early riser and you wake up at 6 a.m. or something like that, and you don't want to wait all the way till 9 o'clock, you can work on it in the morning. So it's up to you. Again, you have access to these workstations all week, even during off hours. So use that to your advantage. We're working up to lab 7, so we are doing lab 7. So we just did 4, we're doing 5, 6, and 7. So 5 and 6 are adding more logic variety to our hot water pumps. And then I believe lab 7 is adding logic to our boilers. So again, if you can follow along with the directions within the lab exercise book, it will tell you step by step how to do it. And if you get confused at any point or get lost, be sure to read the blue text within the lab exercise book, as well as take advantage of those demo links. So remember, those demo links for any section, you click on that demo, it's going to open a web browser. You're going to hit play. We've put a lot of time into these demo links for you guys to be able to use off hours, especially if you get lost or don't quite understand what the section's trying to get you to do. It goes in, no audio, of course, it doesn't walk you through it, but you can watch, and one of us go through the steps of doing that particular section within the lab. So it gives you an idea of what you're going to be doing or how to do, that section, if any of that confuses you. So definitely use these demo links. Save you a lot of frustration. All right, so it's 6:08. Before we wrap up, does anybody have any questions? Or are you guys asleep? I might have put you guys to sleep. All right.
No, I'm awake. I'm here.
I will tell you. Sorry, Manuel. I'm gonna get your feedback from you. I can't promise if any of you try to reach out to me or Damon with a question via email over the course of this evening. If you do have a question, you can try to reach us via email. We may respond if we see it, but I can't make any promises. Like I said, use the resources that we provide for you the best you can. If something gets you stuck and you can skip it for now or make it good enough for now, do it that way. Get as much of it done as you possibly can. I know life gets in the way sometimes, so and we will do a full review first thing in the morning, so come 9 o'clock. And if it looks like some of you may need a little bit of extra time to get a good chunk of it done, let's just say something happens, we might be able to provide you guys with, an extra 30 minutes or so in the morning to kind of finish these labs up. And I'll put that up on like a PowerPoint slide first thing in the morning after I do my rounds when I first get here. If it looks like you guys are still need a little bit extra time, we'll do it that way. So yeah, if nobody has any questions, I'll be on the floor.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
So Zuhu, is this still gonna be on?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. When you guys leave tonight, don't shut the computers down. Don't close down Workbench. Don't do anything like that. Leave the workstations exactly as they are. That way you don't have to worry about trying to sign into the PC if it logs out or anything like that. If you shut it down or try to restart it, it might try to do a Windows update. We try to prevent those as much as possible. So leave your workstation exactly as is. Just close out your Zoho, and then you can come back into Zoho using those credentials in the website information that I gave you in the email this morning. And you just log back in and pick up where you left off. All right. All right.
That works for me.
All right, sounds good. Are you guys?
Yep.
Those of you keep on working. Keep getting at it. You guys are doing great. And I'll be on the mic for an extra minute or two while I pack up if anybody has any questions. But next couple minutes or so, and I'll announce it. I'm gonna go ahead and close the meeting for today.